Hey there, gorgeous gays! Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. Today is the 6.1. We did MSQ last time. I got some new boots. We embarrassed our girlfriend a lot. We did all that last time. So now it's time to start going through 6.1 as a patch. Again, we're using post Endwalker as a test bed of how the hell we're going to go through patches and actually work out how to do those things. So that is the plan. Now, when it comes to 6.1 and basically every major patch, the first two things that are always there is the MSQ obviously and the raid tier. So today we start the Alliance raids, which I'll have to Google to work out where it is to start. So without spoiling myself, this is going to be difficult. Okay, so if I Google Endwalker Alliance raid starting quest. Where to unlock all Alliance raids? There we go, in 14, here we go. Thank you, Polygon. I don't know how old this article is. Okay, so that's your heart, so don't, like, be careful of words. A mission in Mordona. In Old it's a mission in Mordona, but it's in Charlian for some reason. Oh my god, I do actually have people here today. Hello, Deku, welcome. So is it this? Oh yeah, because this appeared. Right, I should have remembered this. I should have actually remembered this because, like, this appeared, like, now. Because Kral was like, hey, I want to talk to you. So, but speaking of, can I go talk to them? They're not even here. They ran away from me! Okay, well, it's fine. It's fine. But yes, yeah, because this guy appeared here last time because Kral was just like, I have to talk to you about a thing. So we're gonna go and talk to Kral about a thing. A mission in Moderna. What is this picture? This tells me very little. The freshman student's face lights up at the sight of you. Oh my god, Minibus, you have the same hair as me. And it's even, like, similarly grey. Mine's a bit brighter, but oh my god. Most people have this hairstyle don't have grey. It's so nice to see you. Are you perchance here to see Kral? I'm given to understand she has a task for which she desires your assistance. Yeah, my golden Yada's excited about it. Then I shall fetch her at once. Pray wait a moment. Right, yeah, because the quest obviously has to start with someone who isn't Kral, in case you go through the story and Kral's somewhere else and not where she needs to be for this. They've learned their lesson from ARR with Orange and the Waking Sense. Manifest my thanks for coming. If you're now available, I'd like you and Raha to assist me in the task I had mentioned. Oh, so I guess Raha's gonna join us on yet another adventure. So when we promised Graha that we were gonna go on our next adventure with him, what we meant was every single adventure that we go on from now on, he's getting first dibs. For you to call on Manifest, I assume the task in question is somewhat more exciting than sorting through paperwork, which I am pleased to add, I have finished. Hey. So Manifest is ready, then so am I. Our venture to the bounty has only served to whet my appetite for fieldwork. Not to oversell things, but I suspect you won't be disappointed. Ere I divulge the details, however, permit me to provide some background. As you know, our organization, the Students of Baldessian, was founded by my grandfather, Garloff. Our stated mission was to uncover the mysteries of Heidelin and interpret her will, particularly through the study of her gift to us. We've since learned the whole truth, and it might be said that we've fulfilled our mission. But our work is far from over. In the course of our endeavors, we've also sought to devise countermeasures against threats that come to light. Our involvement with the Warring Triad is an example of such. 'Tis my belief that, in continuing to seek out the unknown and dealing with threats, we best carry on the student's mission. We best honor grandfather and his comrades, who made the ultimate sacrifice to protect the world. I have to wonder how much of this dialogue is just not fucking here if you haven't done both Eureka and Warring Triad. Like, this is just continuing on these, all of the dialogue's been about that. Forgive me, I didn't mean to darken the mood. In saying all this, I simply wanted to clarify our organization's purpose for a new age. In line with said purpose, I've been reviewing your requests, and one in particular jumped out at me. It comes from none other than Rambros, the sons of St. Koinak. Truly, Has something happened in Modona then? So it would seem, and he wishes to entrust us the matter to us. While his missive is sparse on details, he writes that it lies beyond the sun's expertise. Uncharted territory are the exact words he used. I'd like you to meet with Rambros and conduct a preliminary survey. What say you? Yeah, I'm super down. Wonderful. When you are ready, pray make your way to Revenant's Toll. I shall let Rambros know to receive you there. I must remain here to oversee our operations, but should it transpire that more hunts are needed, don't hesitate to send word. Well, there's no time like the present. If you could go on ahead to Revenant's Toll, I shall make ready and then be on my way. Ba 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 ba. As he goes sprinting off. Cryo, come join us for something. Cryo, come join us at some point. Come on. Come on. Come on. I like Cryo. I like Cryo. Let her join. She's now stuck doing the thing that characters like Kian and oh, what's his name? Who am I thinking of? Aymeric. They're off doing paperwork all the time. they're stuck forever doing paperwork. Modona, there we go. There we go. I feel like we could have I feel like Kral needs to do more before she gets stuck in paperwork story. Like, I'm not one of those people who complains about characters being stuck in paperwork story. Like, I see people just be like, it's so stupid that Aymric's not in every expansion, like on the adventures with us, and I'm just like, one, not Aymric's character, and two, like, his storyline's done and he's doing things now. Like, it's fine for characters to like have their story and then not have to show up all of the time forever. But like Kral's not really, like, Kral's story was Eureka, it was optional content. So like, let her join and have fun with us. There you are, Manifest. It would seem we're early. My apologies for the wait, Rambros! The thing Aaron would be down hanging out and adventuring us, but he'd understand he can't. Yeah, as it would be it'd be silly for Aymeric to go through the whole thing of just like, I want to help turn, like, give a new era to Sharlayan and help it prosper into the future and everything like that. Meanwhile, he's just out with us all of the time. Rambros, what a pleasure to see you again. How have you been? The pleasure is all mine, my friends. I've been well, and it gladdens me to see that you are too. Now, I know you have many demands upon your time, so I shall explain the particulars of our request at once. Recently, an explorer came to us who claimed to have discovered the Phantom Realm. That's not... What does that term mean? I know my memory's bad, but I don't think I've heard the term Phantom Realm before. Okay, so you seem to understand what that means. The Phantom Realm? Is this what you meant by uncharted territory? I'm gonna need some explanations here. I remember, I might be a well-seasoned adventurer who understands a lot of things, but like, I didn't study at the studium. I don't know everything. You're not familiar. Perhaps unsurprising, given that it is a lesser-known legend. I flew to the edge of existence. I feel like the edge of existence was one of the lesser-known things ever. This legend holds that across Eorzea, there exists a realm that appears as a mirage. Though visible from a distance, it fades away as one draws near. What on earth are we doing? While it has featured in myths since ancient times, the realm's existence could not be proven, unless it is seldom mentioned in literature. Does this have anything to do with the, like, physical plane and ethereal planes, or...? In spite of this, fueled by rumors of the occasional sighting, the myth has persisted and continues to capture the hearts and minds of explorers. That you yourself should reach out to us. It is real then. When first the explorer in question approached us, we doubted him. But we couldn't doubt the evidence of our senses. Nay, the realm is real, as you will soon see for yourselves. Good gods. Part of me still struggles to believe it, but we have no reason to doubt you. Suffice it to say, we are eager to see the realm too. Whatever the truth awaits, I pray you'll succeed in finding it. Seek out the Explorer 1, Derek. He has seen more of the realm than us, and should be willing to serve as your guide. I asked him to accompany me here, but he preferred to continue his exploring on his own. He'll be somewhere near the banks of Silvertear Lake, I expect. Understood. Thanks, Bruce. Phantom Realm. Okay. I mean, it's immediately a story that seems more... Like, despite the fact that I've never heard of this Phantom Realm before, it immediately seems like a story that's more grounded in the actual lore of this game than fucking Yorha, so, you know, I'll take it. Come, let us split up and look for our explorer. Arisha. We're back in Modern Graha. I gotta race him when it comes to getting things. I got lost in Bosnia. See, I was figuring that everyone just really fucking hated this Alliance Raid series, and that's why no one was showing up to the stream today. I figured everyone hated this Alliance Raid, so I'm gonna be honest. I was kind of at a point where I'm just like, I'm expecting this to be worse than fucking Nier because no one wants to be here for today's stream. Sup, Crafts? I was just like, I know everyone's around. I saw everyone talking in Discord, and literally no one's showing up to the stream. I assume this is a bad raid series then. The Explorer doesn't appear to be in the area. My raid brawler pop Twitch stream started. Yeah, I think it's like, it seems like every single person got trapped in content at the same time. And there's still a lot of people who aren't here today. So I was like at a point where I'm just like, I'm half expecting this to be worse than fucking Nier. No one wants to be here. My queue time, at least we're only doing one raid because my queue time might be a while if literally no one's here. The Explorer doesn't appear to be in the area. I don't think we need a party finder. I think we can just queue in. I'll be honest. When I go into party finder, and I see people are just like doing thing for the first time. Come and join me in Party Finder. It usually takes way, way longer for that Party Finder fill than if they just queued for it. I mean, that happens with us when we do like trials or like raid at mid-eye level stuff. It always takes way longer than if we just queued for it, but we do it deliberately for that. I don't think we need to PF. I'll be honest, I don't know if any PFs have ever filled ever in history for an Alliance raid. Every single time I see people doing a party finder for an Alliance raid, it is always no one fucking joins it because people are just like, just queue for it. You see a small Oppo. That couldn't possibly be the Explorer. But could it? Are you Derek? Do you talk? I can't even answer that question usefully because I have the echo. If you were talking, I can understand it even if you couldn't talk. Well, you're not talking, so... just in case you weren't saying the thought manifest, that Oppo isn't our Explorer. I have the man in question here with me. Yo! Yo, let's go! Someone else found something before I did. Oh, hey, look! It's a man and not a monkey. Hello there. Is this a person who's actually in, like, Expeditionist? Is that the term? Is it Expeditionist? The stuff that, like, looks kind of cool, but it always looks like it's gone about 40 years without being washed, so I'd never fucking wear it. I think that's what that top is. I think that's what, like, the boots were as well. I am Derek, the one who discovered the Phantom Realm. My apologies for making you search for me. Oh, so the monkey is so I was on the right track. I was on the right track by looking at the monkey. Minus the 50-50 if she's about to do a side quest for a monkey. President upscale the upper model for this, it's fine. Curious about this creature, are you? I found him injured during one of my journeys intended to him. Since then, he has taken to following me around. He is inquisitive, but otherwise harmless, so pray pay him no mind. Oppo's normally green. Okay, for happiness. It's happiness stuff. I guess it doesn't look as filthy as what the Expeditionist tab is. So I guess I could have worked it out from that. Oppo's usually green. I feel like I either don't have this minion, I've not looked at it closely. Well, I either don't have this minion or I've not looked at it closely. I don't remember Oppa as being green. You're the hero who delivered our stuff from Doom, are you not? What good fortune that one as capable as you should lend her aid. Everyone's starting to recognize me as, yeah, you're the one who flew to the edge of existence, huh? To be clear, our organization has yet to accept the commission. Before we can make a decision, we would conduct a preliminary survey. Will you guide us to the Phantom Realm? Of course. I'll show you the entrance at once. The actual mob is kind of brown, but the minion is that green-brown type. Oh, that's it. Because I've not looked at the thing. The gate to a realm long dreamed of by explorers. Fuck is a try guy? I don't know. I heard one of them like cheated on their wife or something and got kicked out of it at some point. I don't know. They're a YouTuber collective thing. I think, maybe. Are you learned Orianje's water walking technique. You do it a lot better than he did. Impressive, isn't it? When the gate manifested, so too did this magic, allowing one to thus walk upon water. Oh, so okay, so you're okay. So never mind. You're not fancy. The water is fancy. Got it. It's just like Orianje's spell. Yeah, walking on water is like a thing you can just do. You can learn to do that. Someone conceived a means to do this at will. An intriguing individual. It's perfectly safe, I assure you. Come. Pointing and pocket. The old YouTube people that left from BuzzFeed. Oh my god. Sorry, Croft subbed and my thing made no notifications and Croft put a message with it and I completely missed it. Okay, the gates, you walk through those rocks and you disappear. My alerts aren't working. I don't know why, because everything else does. The thing that my alerts is the same thing that the chat is. I don't know why only one of them works. Every time I log in, I'm being confronted with a procedurally generated name and face that y'all try and pass off as a real person. I am sick of it. Me? I'm not AI generated. By the way, we're walking on water. By the 12, you truly can walk here. What magic is this? By what means is it perpetuated? Forgive me. Let us continue on. I mean, Orianj cast it on himself and getting distracted did that. The water itself doing that is definitely different. Yeah, we just walk through the rocks and we just fucking teleport. Phantom Realm. Where are... So curious where this is going. Because it's been like a really long time since an alliance raid has like touched on any lore that the game has like already established. As in, it's been since Heavenswood. The lore of Evilist was cool, but like none of Evilist lore had really come up in the game before it. And then Shadowrungs, so Shadowrungers. This is the Phantom Realm. It looks very Greek. Does this... Okay, I'm looking at the architecture and I'm immediately just like, does this have to do with the Unsundered World? Does this have to do with the Unsundered Worlds? The Umphilos. Yo, the Umphilos. It's where all your Umphis go. Care? Okay, I saw some symbols there. And its color... Staying at the entrance would lie of a silver teal. I saw... I'm lining up mentally the colors with the symbols that I saw at the middle there. I think I know where this is headed and what? Is this why it looks like Greece? Is this why this looks like what I might call a pantheon? There's nothing out of the ordinary with the environment. The sights, the sounds, the smells, all appear as they should be in nature. That is to say, this place is no illusion. Yeah, it's very distinctly color-coded. 6 particular colors. The Pantheon's in ruins and part of it's in London for bullshit colonialism reasons. For fuck's sakes, England! Those symbols are very, very specific symbols. I bid you welcome to the navel of the Phantom Realm. The Omphalos. Which could mean anything. Yeah, definitely anything. Definitely anything. I definitely don't at all recognize these exact symbols. And they're very, 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 very... It's not like this is like a Buyer God, and this is a Limland, and that's an Emiya, and that's a Thaliak. This is actually... I think it's Thaliak. And I think this is Alphic. I think this is Nophica. This one's Rolga. So this is what we're doing for the Alliance raid. Okay then. Okay. I mean, the normal raids will literally have 12 fights across all of them, so it's a little odd. Vivulin, nothing but a large photo community. Symbolism and nuance don't exist. Oh yeah, sorry, this means that they're putting here, it's an Easter egg, actually. Ook! Well, so what you're expecting? To be fair, I wasn't expecting anything from today. So the fact that the raid series... I see butterflies. So, while the raids for Endwalker, we're in Endwalker, and because the story wrapped up in Endwalker, like with 6.0, they're just like, you know what? Fuck it. Both of the raids are gonna go completely off the deep end for lore. Just completely all the fuck in. This god is represented by the chimpanzee. One of the nature ones. I'm trying to remember the two. I'm trying to remember the nature ones. Nophica's one of them. Ook and Ook, I think. The Omphalos, you say this place is called. A name by my own conception, I confess. I felt we needed something to call it by. As you wonder, the word means navel in an ancient tongue. An allusion to Mordona's location in the heart of Aldnow. As you can see, there are man-made structures, and the place appears well kept. Here, there isn't a single soul in evidence. It is my hope that you will help me to shed light upon this realm, to learn who created it and to what ends. Why are you wearing a Yorha hairpin? It's a reference to the previous raid tier. Well, raid series. I should also like to know why it revealed itself now. Was it simply chance that kept it hidden or something more? In any case, let us begin by taking a look around. I'm now realizing something. I think for the foreseeable future, if I'm trying to predict any story moments that are going to happen in this game, if there's anything where I'm just like, I wonder what's going to happen next. I wonder what the next story events might be in the game. I'm now realizing what I need to do. I literally just need to go to everything that Emmett said in Ultima Thule and just go for one of them. I just need to go through everything Emmett said and just be like, okay, so we have the treasure islands in Blindfrost and Othard's North. We have the ruins underneath the waters of the Bounty. We have the golden cities of the New World. We have the South Sea Isles. We have Mericidia. We have the true identity of the 12. I'm now just realizing Emmett just gave me spoilers on what... More than just Endwalker, because well, I mean, to be fair, I don't know anything about Dawn Trail other than Toral, and it being the new world, but, I mean, Emmett's already told me about there being multiple golden cities there or something. So I think that's what I just have to work out from now on. How am I not close enough? Okay, fine. Do you want me to step all over them? I'll step all over it to get up here. There we go. Oh, that one's probably Nemea. That one's probably Nemea because it's the moon and the and the other moon. So that one's probably Nemea. And Velos is going for naval center and was the term given to Delphi for being the center of the world, navel of the earth. There we go. A stone monument has been erected here. By whose hands you cannot say, but the motifs wrought into the base appear familiar. Pray do not mind me. Take a look at your leisure. Because then we have 6 of these, which again is a very specific amount. Your purpose seems quite at home, wouldn't you say? How does Derek come here, I wonder? Look at my leisure, okay, says a graph. There's actually a big hollow stone in Delphi. Historians assume they put illusions in it for the oracles to sniff. A number of structures such as this can be seen in the area. What purpose could they possibly serve? Architecture's unlike anything I've seen in Eorzea. Truly exquisite stuff. Can I go fishing here? Hey up, Papa. You're just walking around chilling. You're just doing your thing. You're just chilling. Wait, okay, I'm not actually going. No, I'm going over this way. Am I going to those butterflies that I saw? Am I just going back to the? I think I'm just going. I might just be going back to the gate. I'm going over to here. Oh, vantage point. Oh, I can't. So we can see the crystal tower. Okay. Okay, so we've not been like. Okay, so we've not been transported to somewhere completely distinctly separate. We're just way up in the fucking sky. Because that's the crystal tower. That's the thing to the north of it. Okay, so we're just really high in the sky. Like, high enough that, like, this cloud... I mean, these clouds might also exist to cover it so you can't see it from down there. It might be a way to hide it. In the distance, you see what appears to be the crystal tower. Though the clouds make it difficult to be sure, it would seem that you are in the sky above Silvertear Lake. No such how it could be seen from the outside, however. I'm really curious where this is gonna go. I mean, I'm pretty freaking confident in at least something where it's gonna go. But in terms of, like, lore, what are we doing? That's what I'm curious about. I have a funny feeling I know who the fights in the Alliance raids are gonna be. I'm pretty confident in that regard. But beyond that... Finished looking around, have you? What are your impressions? We've had only a cursory glance, but this is truly a mysterious place. The gleaming spire rising beyond the clouds. It is most certainly the Crystal Tower. And judging by its aspect, we're a considerable distance above Silvertear Lake, which would suggest the gate we entered is a teleporter. However, the isle lies where it appears to lie, then it couldn't have escaped the battle of Silvertear's skies unscathed. That is a good point. No matter how high up this thing is, Agrius and Midgardstormer did literally battle here. Which god was it that had a pan for some reason? I don't know. I can only remember, like, 2 of the gods that I've seen from, like, the Leaf Quest cards. Main one being Nafaka and her Nafakas. Mainly that. Mainly that. I can't remember. If there's other gods that I've seen, I can't remember what they, like, look like off the top of my head. Because there's been art of them for, like, a long ass time because of Leaf Quest cards, or even just some other things. We'll just say we are modeling it, we are not. Tis as if we were displaced from our world, if only slightly. Displaced is a nice way to put it. Was there or else you noticed? I mean, this could be like transient, like between like astral and physical planes, so you can't see it from like the physical world. Oh yeah. Aye, the motifs upon yonder structure. They are unmistakably the marks of the 12. Yeah, focus on Little Lane first, hell yeah. By which I posit that this was created to be a place of worship. But by whom? Cannot think of any who could have possibly built such grand promises, never mind magically conceal it. At least, not in the wake of the battle at Silvertear's skies. Aye, this is a mysterious place indeed. Magically concealed. In like manner, perhaps, to the ruins of Amdapor and the 12th Sword. The city, I understand, reappeared when the 7th Humble Calamity weakens the elementals. That was kind of my thought process, is that this appearing in the wake of, like, Zodiac and Heidelin no longer being here. But by G-poses to fucking, they absolutely definitely do that here. The Realm of the Gods! Grahati is pondering how best to proceed. Well, it seems there is but one solution for our ignorance. A thorough investigation. Julian is indeed the god that had a pen. For this we will require more manpower and supplies, among other things. With your permission, we'll confer with our representative, Kryle, and make the necessary arrangements for a formal investigation. If that is what must be done to commence your work in earnest, then by all means. Without further ado then, let us return to Sharlayan. Hold, mortals! Oh dear god, we're actually gonna see them. Oh dear god, we might actually fucking see them. Oh shit! Oh shit! So who are we getting first? This is 2 of the things. So 4 of them. I mean 4 each, 3 raids makes sense. You profane this sacred realm with your very presence and must answer for your irreverence. Yo! Gods! We have gods! So we've got Biogot there. That's absolutely Biogot. Yo! Yo! So, Biogot? Yeah, Biogot the Builder. So the others should be Biogot and Rolga. And then the others were red. Nalthal and Azema? I am Biogot the Builder. Biogot? Then the 12 are real? Jesus Christ. Let there be no doubt. We are not simulacra born of mortal faith. Nay, we 12 are divinities true. And in Heidelin's absence, we are the star's rightful rulers. Its will. That, bruh, is that what? You guys want to take over Heidelin? Is that what we're doing? What? Bitch, you fucking thought? I've killed the first and the second wills at this star. You think I'm not ready to fucking throw hands? Excuse me, do you know me? Do you know who I am? I am the Godslayer. Closely have we watched mankind. And we have determined that you, champion of Heidelin, pose a threat to our ascension. I swear to God, I've seen people run around with this girl's hair. I am pretty sure I've seen people wear this girl's hair. Can you get her hairstyle? I'm pretty sure I've seen people with it recently. You are foolish to wander into our realm. We can destroy you with ease here and now, but as divinities, we must demonstrate grace and forbear. They just added to the log station. Jesus Christ. There is but one path. We must weigh this mortal's worth. Here! Let there be a trial! While the mortal would invariably be destroyed, it would at least provide us with a diversion. Again, do you not know who I am? What? You suddenly appear and expect us to simply comply with your whims? Protest if you want, but mortal logic means naught to gods. You will abide by our laws. Lo! The gateway to our sanctums lies open. I mean, I'm just gonna kill you. Show us the strength of mankind. Show us the honor of mankind. Show us the spirit of mankind. If man would remain the master of his own destiny, then assemble your comrades and come. Come and prove your worthiness. Again, like I literally kill gods. I like literally kill gods. And that's not even like metaphorical in terms of primals anymore. Like I kill, like I beat Zodiac and Heidelin. Like, okay, now to be fair, I don't think I necessarily killed either of them. One of them stabbed his own heart, and the other one exhausted herself in the midst of the battle. But like, still though. Seven hells. During my previous forays, nothing like this ever happened. I encountered not a single soul, and certainly not gods. And by their own admission, they mean to take over the star? What are we to do? Beat the shit out of them. The situation has indeed taken an unexpected turn, but we must try to think clearly. The 12 have long been revered and worshipped in Eorzea, and myths about them abound. But to my knowledge, they've never thus appeared so openly before people. For these beings to suddenly reveal themselves just when we're here, claim supremacy over the star, and challenge manifest to a trial. Too much about this feels odd, and it gives me pause. Fair enough. But as it stands, it seems we can't dismiss the threat either. Whatever they are, they're issuing challenge and challenge accepted. But Gaius Van Balsar once said that the 12 too are simply primals. Icons, everyone! They said they're not primals. They may be, they may not be, we actually don't know. The main thing that would suggest that they're not primals is just purely the fact that, like, no one's tempered by them. And surely if anything was gonna temper them, fucking the Battle of Cartona would have done that. If they were real-ass primals, then surely everyone would have been tempered by at least one of them when they were praying to them to summon them at the Battle of Cartano, which ended up like summoning some portion of their strength to seal away Bahamut. I mean, it lasted for like a second, but then Louis went to Phoenix. So I don't want to go for that. Whatever they are, if they're issuing challenge, then challenge accepted. Dependable as ever, my friend. In any event, if these beings seek dominion over the stars, they say, what happens here may have far-reaching implications. To that end, I believe we should take action. Suffice it to say you're with me? Absolutely. Let's kick some gods' ass! And the students about Essium will officially tend to the situation? Aye. In the course of studying the stars' mysteries, we have undertaken to deal with any threats that may arise. This is no different. Time to beat up some gods! Time to beat up some gods! Quest accepted! Ashley is gonna beat up some fucking gods. I mean, this is definitely not where I was expecting the Alliance Raid series to go. I'll be honest. I kind of thought that the devs got to the point where they were just like, we no longer think that Alliance Raid series are meant to actually tell stories. I mean, the Evilist one very much did, and they tied the Evilist. They did a good job of like bringing in, oh, Evilist is a crossover, but they brought in the lore and actually made it part of the 14 world, and it was very good. That's like all true. But then also they sacked the guy before he could finish writing Bosnia. And then the last one was fucking horrible. I kind of figured the devs may have gotten to a point where they're just like, yeah, Alliance Raids aren't like story focused anymore, so there's gonna be whatever. But hey, fuck it, the 12, by the way. I think that we would encounter the 12. Right, then let us deliberate a course of action. Derek, know you aught of these being sanctums? Aye, they are domains in the Phantom Realm that lie beyond each gate. I've explored them all. God, fucking damn. Perhaps due to etheric instability, there are times when one can enter when one ordinarily one cannot. But it would seem the way has been opened for us. While encountering a gods during my previous forays, I saw enough to know my way around. I am but a humble explorer and cannot contend with gods. But if you would be willing to protect me, I'll serve as your guide. Assemble your comrades, by God bade us. As long as I know you are, we know little and less about our foes. Neither their strength nor their true nature. So it would be decidedly reckless to contend with them unprepared. And so as much as I would like to accompany you, I should do what affords us the best chance at victory. While you set forth to answer the god's challenge, I will work behind the scenes in my capacity as a student. For one, it would behoove us to arm ourselves with knowledge about the 12, and I should begin by apprising Kra of the situation. By thus utilizing our resources to the fullest, we shall overcome whatever trials await. Yeah! Alright, you go do paperwork. I'm gonna go fight some gods. Do you wanna, like, stay and at least watch and report back what you see? Aglaya now accessible. Straight into it, by the way. Just straight the fuck into it. Here's the raid. Here's Aglaya. Have you already set forth? Then so am I. Aglaya. In the course of investigating the legendary Phantom Realm on behalf of the students about Decion, you have encountered 4 mysterious beings who claim to be of the 12, the guardian deities of Eorzean myth. They declare that, in Heidelind's absence, they are the rightful rulers of the star, and you must prove your strength if mankind is to remain the master of his own destiny. While you know precious little about these self-proclaimed divinities, the potential threat they pose cannot be denied. So it is that you resolve to answer their challenge and prepare for a foray into the sector. Want to come out of the place for a bit? Alright, I'm gonna run away. Sorry, I have to run away. I'm a coward. Sorry, Derek. I have to run away. I have to be cowed for a bit. To Moderna. I will go back to Moderna. Hello. Oh, jeez. Okay. 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 So it's not just the hair. So it's not just the hair. Doing your karate chops. Great looking dress, but it's got the big ass wings. They're not like a separate fashion accessory? I was considering putting it on. These wings don't come separately as a fashion accessory? What if you wanted to wear the dress without the wings? What if you wanted to wear the wings without the dress? Why aren't they a fashion accessory? Really feels like they should be a fashion accessory. But I also imagine I'm not the first person who's gotten mad at this. God damn. Jesus. That covers a lot, and wow. I mean, the wings have physics. That's kind of pretty. Oh, yeah, it also gives you, like, body paint. My goodness. That is a lot. That is a lot. It's awesome, but wow. Wow, that is a lot. Are this here? Are we all invading the are you recruiting party? Are we recruiting party members? Is that what we're doing? Oh, now I gotta get dressed for real. Am I joining in here? Is that the plan? So I was gonna invite to party, but then I see that an Averil is already recruiting party members. Do we have a plan? I'm now realizing I don't know if I know what any of the gear is for this Alliance raid. I don't think I've seen anything that would imply the 12 other gods for gear. Oh, like that anything has ever worn. Now that I'm thinking about it, I have no idea what the gear is for this. To be fair, it was the same with the normal raid series. I don't see people rocking the stuff that we saw for Asphodelos much either. I think we're doing PF. Okay, Averil! I see Averil. I'm joining. I am in a PF. I'm in a P. So how are we waiting for 24 to fill? Are we waiting for 8 to fill? Yes. Hello, little cinnamon. Hello. Hello. Hello, game. Oh, my keyboard. Turn on. Hello, gamers. Hello, gamers. Hello, gamers. I am gamer. I'm back in the field. Wait, no, actually, you didn't change. You're not gonna look like one of the gods anymore. Ruin 3. Why are we casting spells here? Whee. Syriac? Like Syriac Z? Oh my god. I'll use Cure 1. See, but using Acidyl stuff, not much. I mainly want the pants. That's the main thing I want. I want pants. I've not been able to convince anyone to do Savage with me to get the pants from Acidyl that I want. I've not actually been able to do that. Deku did link in Discord a thing. Hiccups, pardon me. That was like easy way to do the Savage fight for it. Now I realize I gotta go back in chat to actually be like, I gotta repost what we're doing today. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna repost what we're doing today. Because the plan is that we're gonna do 6.1. There is no other, like, major, huge bits of content for 6.1. Even for 6.11 and 6.15. So the idea is that we're gonna do all of 6.1 today. So after this, that includes the conclusion of the role quests. All right. Oh, I'm ready checking. So yeah, after this, we got the conclusion of the role quests. We already did that for Craft Together, so it's just the combat ones. And then there's Hildebrand's, the first society, the first custom delivery, and then 2 things that are labeled special yellow quest. Whether they're chains, I have no idea, but that's what's labeled. That's like everything that's in 6.1 as a whole. The only other thing that's there is Dragon Song's Reprise. Which, we're probably not going to get Dragon Song's Reprise done. I have this funny feeling we're not getting Dragon Song's Reprise done today. Just a hunch. Just a hunch. That might be a little bit out of our scope. So here's the real question. Am I going to be able to main tank? I am geared. Like, I am wearing, like, everything that I'm wearing is, like, either, like, good crafted gear from Endwalker or, like, straight up Dawn Trail shit. So I shouldn't be, like, eye-leveled out of trying to main tank. It's more so about getting the chance to actually main tank. I would still like to main tank everything, even if I don't know that. This gear was very popular when it came out. The meta just shifted to sci-fi slop. I'm gonna let Party know. I plan to main tank, by the way. You spin the boss constantly, right? You gotta keep people on their toes. Sounds about right. There we go. Running into the death wall. Can you win the 3-sided coin toss though? I can spam provoke a lot. I can spam provoke a lot. And also range attacks. And range attacks. I will make sure I use provoke on cooldown. On cooldown. So the actual trick is that provoking on cooldown may not actually work. Because if someone provokes after you, they immediately cancel it out. There we go. We'll group up for a Zamakan rescue on top of us for the tank buster. He's not a lot of butch femme elephants lately. Diabolos surely is the promised lands. Sharing tank busters is scary. Sharing tank busters is caring. I'm going into all the tank busters. I need the warm hugs. I feel like we have accidentally started the most shitpost alliance raid we're ever gonna do. Surely Mana Ward will protect me. Bold decision, by the way, going Black Mage in an alliance raid. Bold decision. Although I guess we're in Dawn Trail era of our Black Mage. We are in Dawn Trail era for Black Mage, where there's a lot less cast times than you used to have. Though how that affects level 90, I don't know. Firing the Boommaster. Hey, there we go! There we go! I guess this does help. I guess if you if there's not a ton of us here, I guess if you grab a PF while I'm unlocking it, it does mean that we queue up with like 6 people as opposed to queuing up with no people. I guess that does help. Get a PF going to get a little bit going first, so then we can, when we queue in, we have way more. That does actually make sense. That does make sense. Yo! Griffins everywhere. Yo! Shit looks badass as hell. So I imagine we're starting immediately with Rolga. We've got Griffins, we've got Lightning. I wonder if that's a boss arena. A Glaya. Yeah, I wonder if it's I wonder if the first one's Rolga. It's somehow not gonna be Rolga, I'm gonna be completely confused. For al amigo! Hello! Yo! Hello there! Don't man, it's meant to lightning. Fire God is here. I shouldn't. Something. Mechanical Spire head could have been plucked straight out of the legend. Out of Legends. Yo! Pretty music we got going too. Pretty musical got going, I like it. Oh, so we're starting with Biago. Okay.
You are resolved to face me.
Yeah, they got voice lines! And they got voice lines. Yo! Ooh! Rebuilding the image in his... God, I need him so bad. Ingenuity's footholds. Come over this way, by God! Ordeal of Thunder? I'm gonna immediately assume. Buyer got strike. Oh, okay. It's a knockback. It's a knockback. Okay. It was all hiding behind him. I can actually see. I feel like I'm lagging. Buyer got wood. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, little C. Going for the building. Buyer got strike. Okay. Oh, okay. Shock markers on the ground. Oh, okay. Okay, that's cool. It lets you know that, by the way. Oh. What's the tell that those are going to explode other than just they have lines? Oh, you disappeared that. Jesus! Okay, we've got spectacle going on. We definitely have that. Okay. Okay, hammers. Are they gonna strike up top? What are they doing? Oh, they're going both ways. Badass! Yo! Okay. They knocked the bottom platform. Okay. Okay, so that's knocking over that way as well. You have to really keep an eye a lot on the sides for this. Jesus. Oh, that's gonna knock over the whole thing because it's already on. It's gonna knock it over this way. Ah! Oh! I see. Because the thing that it was knocking already had the strike on it. Don't do it to my breast window head at you. So yeah, this is gonna knock it over and we immediately run over them. Okay. These are fun mechanics. They're not the hardest in the world, but they're definitely fun. Damn it. Don't tell him. Get the one away from me. Transform back. Yeah, moving out the levels from under you, that's real fun. That's a real fun way of doing this shit. I like that. Well, it feels very different to stuff that we've done before. Okay, so Where the strikes are is where they're going to come out on the knockback, not on where it is. Completely drifted everything of mine, but don't worry about it. Reproduce. I think you're getting weak. Come on, he's dead. He's dead. Definitely fun. Pantheon. Yeah, I've never heard of this. Hey, she best of Divinity. I couldn't have asked for better help. Yeah, I've not seen gear like that before. Pantheon. Up ahead. Surely this is Roger. Yeah, it is! Roger! Roger's got an eagle!
Then the destroyer shall take your measure.
You are going to punch the arena at some point and it's going to be hype as shit.
Provide my servant with some sport.
Oh, never mind. Oh. Name of Roger, I will lay you low. Destructive static. Shit, that's what happens when I join Savage procs. Oh. Just the okay. I was about to be like, what are we doing? I'm like, oh right, we are in alliance raid. There is more than 4 fights in an alliance raid. Are you just gonna go in front of you? Oh, it's drawing a circle. It's State of Sacrifice. It's State of Sacrifice. Got it. Bumps. Get out your bike up for the bracelet. Jesus Christ. Bolts from the blue. Right wide. Simple enough. Lightning burst. Destructive charges are on the move. Same pattern as last time. Destructive static. Oh, but I got hit by. Never mind, I didn't get hit by destructive static. I'm fine, actually. It's actually fine. I didn't get hit by it at all. So the gods have minions at their beck and call. Must proceed with care. Yeah, it's an alliance, so there's going to be more than 4 fights, so there has to be some things that we do in between. Roger isn't known as a god of destruction without reason. Steel yourself. He's still going to punch the arena. It's still going to be bad as hell. Did you get this idea from Rolga's Reach, or did Rolga's Reach get this from him? This eye level scaling is almost sad. Things are dying pretty. Yo, we're on. Yo, that's cool as shit. Yo. Yo. Yo, we're on the hand. Oh, the hand's actually like part of the arena because it actually goes out to the fingers. That's cool as shit. Amazing way to do the Rolga fight. I love it. I love it.
Come. Upon the ground you shall fall.
Lightning raid. Raid wide, yep. Monument to destruction. Hell yeah.
The destroyer.
Explosions. Oh Jesus! Yeah, I was about to say this. Yo, folks, yo! Never mind, we're fighting a Bayonetta boss fight. Hell yeah! Yo! That took forever to go off. Do we need the lines? Is it the lines just like, by the way? Was that... Did we need the lines to tell us like where to knockback stand? The mechanic told you it was a knockback. Did we need the lines to be like, by the way, this is the angle the knockback goes at? Like, yeah, it's a knockback mechanic. People need... Why? Okay, so he's punching. Okay, never mind. He's not Bayonetta. He's Hooper. He punches that and then it punches out. Okay. Okay. Go, little say yeah! I appreciate the commitment to actually sharing every deck cluster. I love Ashura's Wrath. I have been told I need to play though. I've been told specifically because I love the Wonderful 101 so much that I need to play Ashura's Wrath. I've been told that Ashura's Wrath is like the one game that has the same level of energy. You're all standing near it. Oh! Okay, so he sends down the meteor and then he punched it out. Okay. I was about to say, you're all standing underneath that. Okay. He punched it out and then it went forward. Okay, so I see, okay, they're lining up to this. So he's funneling into this, which means he's gonna punch out that side. Which means he goes, boom! I mean, the spectacle, I can absolutely commend it for that. I can absolutely commend it because spectacle, Jesus Christ. They are doing attacks that do make them look like they are gods on the level that they are gods. No! No! Flame Roof Portal. Okay. We move to the Heaven of Fire! Can I have the skirt? I will pass on the skirt. I will pass on the skirt. I'll grid on the hands though. Yo! This looks badass as hell. Yo, this looks really pretty. Yo. Mortal Chef in our divine realm. Come, we shall see whether you are fit to remain. Lion and lioness of Goliath. Why is that? I'm not sure. Probably showing a meteor as part of aluminium lore. So this is what, so, okay, so is it, which way is it? Like, I'm curious about, like, now, like, which lore is which? Are we just dead? Oh, one of them goes off first. Okay. What? Oh, it literally shows above their head. I just couldn't see with everything else. So it says, you're the one, and then you're the two. Okay. I couldn't see that because of everything in the Alliance raid. I'm honestly, at a point where I'm thinking, it's like, for an Alliance raid, do I just turn off names entirely? Do I just turn off names entirely for it? It isn't over yet! A little weird to have an Alliance raid, like, trash pull, and it's only 2 and not 3. Little odd. I'd expect, you know, 3. Vinny awaits us beyond. Have care. Yo, Zama! Telling you this since you started playing. Yeah, but I don't have an explanation.
You will be scoured by the light of the sun.
Yo, let's go! No, you don't. Mine. Warden's Providence. I'm gonna immediately shoot raid wide. Oh, how can I predict? First real raid wide of the whole thing. I minted it and it still actually hurt. Okay, now I see orbs to the sides. They just explode. Okay. Like, they're gonna do line AoEs. That is explode. I appreciate Little C's commitment to going in every single team. Ah, Deckbuster. I appreciate it. Look how many efforts we got! Yeah! Solar Wings. I feel like this mechanic's gonna get complicated at some point. Oh, okay, then they'll explode in their lines.
Isn't just a mirage. There's something more.
Oh, okay, they're just... Okay. Just blew it to the center. I can definitely, How do I say this that's not in an insult? How do I say what I want to say without it being insulting? I can feel the difference between this and the Neros. I'll say that. Love how no one wanted to move out of the way of that. Love how no one wanted to actually move out of the way of that. Fleeting Spark. Oh, okay, just the giant ass cone. Sunshine. I'm Blizzard spamming and this sort of the players limit their damage, by the way. It's also just like not doing damage. Okay, so we have all. Okay, so that's gonna be there, and then just. Oh, the way you blow it, like it burns all the edges. Ah, okay. I'll be honest, I feel like the only part of difficulty that's coming from this is, like, sheer visual clutter. The spectacle of what we're seeing is awesome. And it's like, look at these gods' powers, they're able to do so much, there's so much happening, wow! But at some capacity, it does feel like they're trying to do that as being, like, the only reason that it might be hard. So this is going in order. So we go that way, and then we go to here. I mean, remember the order of the knockback? That's fun. I do like that. You have a very narrow area. That's a fun mechanic. It took a minute and a half to resolve after telling us to tell. But, you know, I like the concept. And the concept is fun. Oh, growing bubbles. Okay, so they do explode. I thought it was gonna be like a poisoning, but they like stay there. I was expecting it to be like instant. Sublime Sunset. I don't think you're getting a chance to do that. It does feel like. Look how the sky has changed. So do a victory over Zama, I dare say. Because the sun! We destroyed the sun and the sun appeared. I was gonna say a triangle attack this time. You normally don't? You normally don't even see that? Are you serious? So this should be Nalthar, right? It is!
The realm of the living. I am Thor.
Oh!
Of the dead.
That's how they do the twin god. Oh, that's the best design of the gods so far. That's a really cool way of doing the twins. They're part of the same body and they like rotate around for their heads. That's a fun design. That looks awesome as shit. Incredible design, by the way. Vocal theme? Vocal theme, by the way? Vocal theme, by the way. A lot of people talking. A lot of people talking. Oh. Did I already? Oh, that's it, isn't it? I missed the other radio, but I will heal other alliances. Limit your DPS, Diva. Okay. Okay, I will fuck up my burst. By accident. As above, so below. Wait, what? Yo! Heat above, flames below. So blue, so it's gonna do blue? Okay. As above, so below. More raid wide. Heat above, flames below. Oh, but you changed halfway through it. Oh, you changed halfway through it. You went from you went from null to thull, or thull to null. Okay, I know which direction it is. Oh. Okay. Okay. So I didn't think anyone else was gonna show up, so I kind of was involved it. I wasn't sure if anyone else was gonna be there, so I kind of just involved it. Far above, deep below. Oh, so the so the stack's real. Not the chasers. Wait, no, the chasers are real! The chasers are real! The chasers are real! Okay, this is fun. I love the idea that there's like multiple mechanics going on, and you gotta work out which one's real. Oh, by the way, which one's real can change halfway through it. That is a fun concept. Once above, ever below, X's. Okay. If the X's change the other one, this is gonna be a bad spot for it. Are you gonna do another raid wide? Is it literally gonna be a raid wide between every single mechanic? No, you didn't do a raid wide that time! Yo! No, is this a half room cleave? Let's go!
The flames of the abyss consume.
Wayward souls. Okay, so yeah, they explode, we run in. I can appreciate mechanics like this where you've actually got to like watch the things coming down. They don't like give you massive warning about like, oh, by the way, this is like where it is. You actually got to like watch it and then map it out. I can appreciate that. They should do most of the mechanics that are like this. and now we just run around the side. There's things that I'm seeing here that I'm liking, but I'm also just like, this is so basic compared to the near stuff. Oh, you swapped it on me. You got swapped. Fired up one. Oh, so, okay, so knockback. AoE? Is that an AoE or another knockback? It was the blue circle. But this is a knockback. So we like knock over that way. We go boom! Okay, yeah, okay, this is normal. Okay. Okay. Normal AoE. To a knockback. Okay, simple enough. To another knockback! Right, no, the knockback's on you. Okay, so knockback, okay, so knockback like right that way. Oh yeah, I guess we can attack. Alright, the boss is currently... Does this mechanical resolve eventually? Does it... Okay. 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 Why does this alliance raid think I need a 30-minute tutorial on every mechanic? Bruh, mechanics resolve faster in Copperbell Mines. What the hell? Proceed to your judgment. Okay. Okay, soul vessels. Okay. Attack the thing that's... Okay. Yo! Is that one of our party members? Oh, Jesus. Is that one of our party members? That's cool. I like that. That's Jack Buddy Girl over there. That's so funny. Preserve the balance. Oh, that's fucked up. Does this actually require the entire raid to balance it together? Does the entire Alliance raid have to actually balance that? Across 24 players, actually balance it combined with the boss bodies? Wow. Wow. Actually requiring all participation to balance that. I mean, you based on the scales on the back, if you see one side's too much, go over there. Yo, they're splitting. Yo. Yo, look at him go. Jesus fucking Christ. Boom! Hey! Hey! Let's go!
Well done. You are deserving.
Everyone's limit breaking now. Okay, so blues, we're gonna be over here. But if you switch it, then we're gonna run to the other side real quick. Have fun! Woo! Let's go! Again, I don't know if we need a raid wide between literally every mechanic. Yeah, it's raid wide damage. Like, yeah. Do we need one between every mechanic? I don't know how necessary that is. Oh, okay. That's the other one. And now it's a stack. So now it's a stack on that side, while avoiding the middle. Now that the boss is about to die, we're now finally merging mechanics. Now that the boss is about to die. Hey! We've been talking about holding DPS in Discord for a while because Dan, you don't even see the scales? It's only post scales he combines mechanics. And normal players don't even get to scales? Why did they design this wrong? Why are they fucking up their own content? What? I have so many mixed opinions. I have so many mixed opinions right now. I have so many mixed opinions. Wind up a Zama for those who like it scorching hot. Nulls card! More Nulls cards. Pilgrimage. DY for the hugs. Okay, if you like Greeks themed stuff, this is absolutely slay. Not my aesthetic, but I can definitely see why somebody would be into it. Yeah, group together straight up back and shot him in the head. I guess so we have passed the trial. Probably just not like not attacking like we were. By the way, insta-wipe if you fail scales, that's awesome. This is great fight. This is not great. This is Saint Seiya. Pantheon gods. I don't know what I don't know what saying is. I have so many mixed opinions. Can I? I feel like I need to yell about that. Like after cutscenes, I feel like I need to yell about that for like half an hour. That is some of the most mixed opinion content I've done in this game. I have so many mixed thoughts. I have so many mixed thoughts because, like, part of me is just like, what the fuck was that in a good way? And then part of me is like, what the fuck was that in a really bad way? I have so many mixed thoughts right now. What the hell? You're safe, thank goodness. I rushed here as soon as I heard the tidings from Raha. Is this true? Beings claiming to be the 12 have appeared. So there's been references later, but it's very popular 80s anime. Oh. You defeated them all? Incredible. You should have seen it. The gods were really powerful. They stood there and cast their tell attack. And then they kept standing there, showing the tell. And then they stood there for a little bit longer. And once you worked out whether you should do one of the only 2 options you had available, and you've been staring at it for 45 minutes, they then eventually did the attack. It was awesome, Graha. You should have seen it. I had no doubt that you would succeed, but I'm no less impressed for it. Ah, seldom have I felt such exhilaration. Okay, so you're not, okay. Do you just want fun? You're not here to actually take over the star? Are you actually just chilling? Do you just find fighting fun? Because if you're gods like that, then I can chill, but like, if you just want to fight because it's fun, I'm super down. You don't need to like threaten the star with me to do that. Learn a lesson from Xenos. Just ask for consent and I'll say yes. Weren't you watching that at the edge of existence? God. To think that the day would come that we would be put on an act for men. I must say, by God, you played the villain's role to perfection. Come now, Master. I merely did what was necessary to compel the mortals to confront us. You could have asked, and I would have said yes. God. Gods. Still it pained me to speak to our beloved children so unkindly. Then ask! God. Do you not know me? Have you not been watching? So you say, Azima, yet you seemed happy enough to fight them. You don't forget the true purpose of the trial, I hope. I gotta say, one thing I do have to say. I do love the design of the gods. Like, you look at them and how ornate a lot of their designs are. They do very much come across as gods. That is cool. Nalthal's clears so fucking easily, though. Out of these 4 here, Nalthal's clears and it's not even fucking close. I'd say, like, Nalthal is the one that comes, like, that does the best in terms of, like, divinity, as in something that is very distinctly not mortal, just because of the whole twin shit. The twisting body for the twins, and also even in the design of the twins, like the face right now is not like like the others have normal faces, but maybe just like a bit bigger or bulkier or anything like that. But like even its face and like the candles coming out of the head and everything like that, there's a lot more on Nalthal that makes it look. I mean, like, there's, like, the lanterns on the fucking wings, and also the wings don't look like normal-ass wings. There's a lot on Nalthal that looks very distinctly not human, and I really like that. I mean, I can understand, I can understand Biagot and Rolga looking more human, because what they represent is, like, very, like, more human stuff, in terms of, like Nalthal balances your soul as you go into the afterlife, right? Like, it's a... Like the concept of its divinity is a lot higher compared to Rolga and Biagot, who are builders and destroyers respectively. They represent like the more human aspects of like man being able to build things with its own 2 hands, man being able to destroy things with its own 2 hands. So those looking a lot more human, I can get for those. Azima looks like anime waifu. I get the wings. Like, obviously, Azema's the sun, so she's gonna have a fucking Icarus theme going on with her wings. But, Azema looks like anime waifu. Not that I'm complaining, she's a hot anime waifu. But I can't see a reason for, like, I can understand why Bayaga and Ralga look more human. I don't get why Azema does. Azema should look more mystical, being, you know, god of the sun. But she is anime waifu with wings. Well, I couldn't help but be excited. And do not tell me you felt differently. Consider yourselves fortunate, children. It is rare indeed to see Nalthal in such high spirits. What in the world is happening? Didn't you say you defeated them? Did they manage to flee? Or perhaps were resummoned? Round 2, bitch! Put up your weapons. You have naught to fear from us. Rest assured, we are not summoned beings. We do not drain the land of Aether, nor do we take men into our thrall. Are you creation magic? Are you familiars? like, is that where we're going here? Out of Zama looking like that. Yeah, the thing is, like, I can't blame them. Like, if they've already designed these characters in earlier stuff, I can't blame them for not, like, reinventing it now. Like, I'm not mad at them for it now, but, like, if there's art of them with what they looked like before, stick with that. And I imagine at the time they probably just like, well, you may not actually ever fight these things, so that it's gonna look like things. Again, it's just like Nalthal is the one that looks the most like divinity, I would say, just because it has so many elements that are distinctly not human. Again, fine with Biogod and Ralga not doing that. It's just the Zamas. It's like I feel like Azema could do it being a bit more mystical to represent, because like Azema is the sun, right? Azema's the sun, so I feel like how close the gods look like to humans should be representative of like on their level, like what their skills are and how much they relate to more like aspects of man. Biogod and Ralga are very, very like man aspects. Like if we get like, I would say like Menfina should look mystical because of the moon. Whereas Limlane should look like a mermaid because, you know, I think there's literally a statue of her that looks like a mermaid. Thaliak is a scholar. Thaliak should look like a dude. Halorne is the Fury. Halorne can look like a soldier. Like, that's fine for those. I'm trying to think of some other ones. Nemea should look mystical. But given the, thing. Oh boy, his Biogod a bad aspect. The only ones that don't have some sort of existing representation is Biogod. I mean, I think it's like Biogods I think is really good because Biogod does look like for a builder, it should look like that. Run me over, did you just squish me like a bug? Okay, you're not primal, it's fine. But what of the gods who were summoned during the calamity? The ones Master Louis called forth to protect the realm. That was not us, but a primal born of your fervent prayers for salvation. Gaius was right! Hashtag Gaius was right! Hashtag Gaius was right! I mean, like, Gaius didn't realize that there were also actual gods? Like, above that? Gaius may not have realized that, but in terms of, like, the trick that we pulled at Cartano, they were icons, so Gaius was totally right about that. Which does make sense. It does make sense that what happened to Cartano was indeed primals. That makes 100% sense in the lore. Like, literally the energy from that also went into Louis to become a primal. Like, it's not weird. But, like, it was energy and fate. It's not weird that that's what happened. But hashtag Gaius was right. It also means that, Wilfred's plan to summon Rolga from the Hassians absolutely would have worked. The trick that served you so well at Cartano, and call them down. They will answer, so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Sorry. Indeed. But the worst of the calamity was averted and the realm restored in its aftermath was a direct testament to the power of your hopes. Never apologize for quoting Peak. You want promise them, what are you? Why'd you, there's, oh! A moment when you're confronted with God and you can only ask God one question, but you have so many questions that you want to rattle off. The middle one, there's no point in even asking the middle one. But if you, I would more so ask this. If you aren't primals, then what are you? Because gods in this universe have a pretty thematic, consistent reasoning to them. And I mean, I'm not gonna just turn around and say that, like, it's answers, but it's answers. What gods have been so far in this world it's been the song Answers. Gods are effectively those who walked before. Even when we go to the Far East, every form of god from the Far East is effectively, like, every kami that we hear about or are introduced to is effectively something that lived before that just ascended to divinity. That's what the auspices are. All of the auspices are basically just like more like normal creatures. They were able to ascend to divinity. And most of the kami that we learned about is basically the same. The kami are just like the spirits of like previous things that have existed, that just have existed, like that have stayed in the realm for so long that they're able to have a hand in it. That's when we did the Kojin quest. When we did the Kojin quest, that was also what they were. The gods, like the kami that was like the little doll was basically the spirit of something that like existed before. Person who's only ever listened to Answer until only about 80 people. But I'm right though! But I am right though! Every single time this game, outside of Primals, which even Primals are suggested to be things that did exist before, every time that we've like had something that's been a god in this universe, every single time something is a god, you being right will not make it less funny. Every time a god has existed in this universe, the idea has always, every single time, always been, gods are just people who lived before, who have ascended to a point where they're able to live long lives, or have this much power for some reason. Literally, Zodiac and Heidelin are also that too. Zodiac and Heidelin is the will of the star. What were they? They were fucking people. They were fucking people who were summoned before, and like because of the circumstances were able to ascend to that level. But they were just they who walked before. Every single time we hear about gods, it's what it is. They were co-workers even. So I'm so pissed at the one thing we didn't get with the Azema cosmetic is a fan. I want the cunty fan weapons, the one Dodger, don't cut it. I will say Azema's fan was really cool. That is really cool. Just as men harbor hope, so too do we gods. To realize our aspirations, 'tis essential that we do battle with you. Thus did I falsely claim that we sought to rule the world. That doesn't answer what you are other than gods, which also doesn't answer what you are. You're not just gods. It's never that it is both never as simple as just we are gods, and it is also never as complicated as we are beings beyond comprehension and we are so far up, like it's not. What are you? Tell me. 'Twas deceitful conduct unworthy of a divinity, and I must apologize. Not only for that, but for using my power to do harm besides. Nah, it's hyper shit, though. I mean, maybe it's because you're so old that you took forever to do your fucking attacks, but, you know, the attacks are cool, at least. These hopes of yours, why don't you tell us what they are? We have an entire raid series to do over several patches. Why would we reveal all the answers now? We cannot. If you wish to know the truth, you must discover it for yourselves. It is not easy to move forward when there is seemingly no destination. But if you press on, you will eventually arrive at the answers you say. Okay, like... Do an Endwalker and you will get answers, like... Do an Endwalker and you will get answers. I told you. I told you. Every plot point is answers. You can never fucking stop me from being correct about it. Ah, you will understand why we hold our peace and far more besides. You will learn the very truth of our existence. You all sound like Heidelin right now. You'll sound like Heidelin right now. Go forth, mortals, and seek knowledge of us. And when the time is right, we shall meet again in this place. Bye, besties. Bye, besties. So here's the main thing that I'm realizing. Within the builders to a curve slightly downward and as a cut. I think it's big enough to hammer nails into a piece of wood. I think you lift it up and slam it down and it would actually hammer in a nail into a bit of wood. I think it's just a tool. I think it's a hammer. We haven't exchanged words at the 12. When I pause to think, I can scarce believe it. Call me patient with the way Black God's nailing me. When I first explored the Phantom Realm, it appeared to be unoccupied. It was the home of the gods. I mean, the symbols are literally there, Derek. Derek, do you know much about Aeosia? Their symbols are literally right there. You could have worked this out. As if hearing about your battle of the 12 weren't shocking enough, to have them appear before my very eyes. Suffice it to say, it's been an interesting day. While much about them remains shrouded in mystery, as they seem open to reason, and considering our next step, I should very much like to hear your detailed accounts of them. But after I have a word with that client, that is. Please give me a moment to introduce myself, and then we can review the situation. So, chat, bear with me, because I need to pull some crossed arms, do like a raised eyebrow face, and I need a picture of one of the gods to have a red circle around it, and a red arrow pointing about it, because we need to talk about that alliance raid. I don't know if I've ever been so conflicted about a piece of battle content in this entire game. Because on one hand, that was incredibly cool, and there was a lot that I liked about it. And on the other hand, that is the most disappointing thing I've done in the entire fucking game. I get this is why no one showed up today, because that, what the fuck was that? Like, so, like, spectacle-wise, I appreciate that we're doing that, right? I appreciate that we're having moments of, like, grandiose it feels like Stormblood shit. It feels like the type of shit that we got a lot in Stormblood. Of big spectacle moments to show off strength in the middle of combat. No, even on content, I think I would have been very disappointed by that. Even on content, I'm very, like... There's a lot, like, because spectacle in the middle of combat is, like... Combat is used for storytelling in this game. A lot. A lot about the strength of a thing, or even just like, how, hey, these mechanics line up with these things. It is a storytelling aspect of the game. And it's also because they can't have your character, like, do big, like, there's very few and far between moments where your character can participate in the spectacle in a cutscene. Basically, like, in terms of, like, in cutscene, you have, like, what, punching Xenos. Right. They don't have your character do much participation in dramatic combat in the middle of cutscenes. Because the way cutscenes work. So the way to get around that is to put the spectacle in the fight itself. So spectacle in a fight is very important, and I do think there are certain fights throughout the game that miss a bit of that spectacle. Overall, Shadowbringers, I think, could have done with more. I think Shadowbringers overall, like, basically it all got reserved for the trial series, right? And like, because there's like certain transitions. There's transitions that you get during, like, say, like the Titania fight or the Hades fight, that do that. There's not much that, like, the spectacle is also primarily like in cutscenes in the middle of the fight, as opposed to like mechanically part of the fight for like Warrior of Light with Elidibus. But mechanically for Warrior of Light for Elidibus, at least they make all of the mechanics like line up with the jobs. So the spectacle is like less about how over the top the fight is, but more so about how it ties back to all the jobs. So it's a storytelling thing. So like, I don't think Warrior of Light specifically, say, to Sacrifice needs more spectacle, but like most of the spectacle moments in like Hades is all cutscenes. It's like the mechanics themselves usually don't have it. So I appreciate that. I appreciate that we're getting that. It's shit that we had with like Endwalker's been doing that very well, because that's also like Heidelin doesn't have a bunch of spectacle, but again, it's like storytelling shit with like the crystals and the Exodus that she attack she does with Heidelin. And then Zodiac is like full on with that. Like Zodiac rotates the arena, like brings in the fucking final days coming in from the skies and everything. And then like everything about fucking Ensinger. This carries on that trend. Spectacle in a fight is not just for the wow moments. It's an important part of the game because it's the one chance he gets to do that. I feel like most of the difficulty, though, came from the spectacle. Nothing in that, like, most of the mechanics there weren't super hard outside of their spectacle. It felt like the mechanics were meant to be, this is hard because it's visually hard to pass what's happening because of the spectacle. So even the fun mechanics felt like the main challenge to them was the spectacle. There's a number of mechanics in there that are really fun, like creative shit. Fucking Biogot having the platforms that knock over that move things. Yeah, that is effectively shit that we've seen before, but it's enough twists on it of just like, the thing moves so that lines up, but also where you stand, like, there isn't floor and then there is floor. It's combining, like, those elements in a very fresh way. That is like a really cool attack. The arena itself. The fact we didn't even get... Biogot has clones? What the fuck? The fact that Rolga's arena is not a circle or a square is nice. I appreciate that Rolga's arena is on the hand. Thematically very appropriate and means that there is actually like some level of, like, that does actually affect the mechanics. Because the knockback mechanic, you have to line up with the fingers. It's not just, oh, stand near the knockback and just go towards, like, one of the corners. You have to line it up pretty particularly to do that. I wish they didn't give you the fucking lines so you knew where to stand, because it kind of defeats the point of a unique arena for it. But, like, that's cool. That's cool. The triple knockback mechanic in the triangle for Azema, I really like that. Where it goes bam, bam, bam. That's fun. That's fun. The entire scales mechanic, the idea that you actually need an entire alliance of 24 people to evenly distribute their placement for a weight mechanic is really cool. The idea that you actually need that much there's not many alliance raid mechanics that require coordination across all 24 people at once. There's very few alliance raid mechanics that do that. And that's really cool. So I'm glad that exists there. But but also, like, there's cool mechanics there, but one, there's no threats basically fucking any of it. Gladiator Scales, you'll never see them again. I will get to that. That's my final complaint. It's by far the worst one. Nothing there hurts. And everything there is really fucking slow. Is it just me, or does it feel like every mechanic there is like some of the slowest fucking mechanics in the game? I swear to God, some of those tells of just like, here's the tell, and the tell is like, one side of the arena is one color, one side of the arena is the other color, work out which side to stand on. And I swear the tell lasted 30 fucking seconds. It is actually the Northern Lion clip of where Northern Lion is just like, people say FF14 is so hard, the floor glows, and then 30 seconds later, where the floor glows, it explodes. And you have to not be standing in it when it explodes, and it's really hard. I have a feeling that Northern Lion came up with that bit after watching this Alliance raid. Why is every mechanic so slow? Like, it's an Alliance raid. This is where you have the excuse to cheap shot people way easier with way faster mechanics because there's 24 people to pick up the slack. Or 23, not including you. Like, the mechanics are meant to resolve way faster in Alliance Raid because if people die, there's a lot of people to continue doing damage. Like, out of all the content, one death means the least in an Alliance Raid because there's so many other people there as well. So one person getting killed by something has the least consequences. So the mechanics should be, like, more brutal and more likely to kill you and resolve faster. And, like, they resolve slower here than any... They're so slow! It is very slow, you're right. I also think it's taking forever to resolve is also why the damage in a glide is unreasonably high, because no one ever has to adjust. Yeah, because that's also a big part of it. If mechanics take forever to resolve, then people can do their burst without any issue. I mean, there was a couple times there where I had to move during my burst and I ended up drifting it. But it's also very possible that I had already drifted before that, and that's what fucked me up. One of those things where once I learn it more, it's just like, oh, am I about to move when I have to burst? I will delay my burst then until I have to stop moving, until I can actually execute it. But also, the mechanics going by so fucking slowly. Like, it exasperates the biggest issue there. What the fuck is the eye level scaling? I have been yelling about this for a very long time. I am now way more fiercely radicalized than ever before. They desperately need to fix eye level scaling in this game. It's not fucking functional right now. It doesn't fucking function. Every single time we do shit at min eye level, it rules. Fights are way more fun at min eye level. And I don't think every fight needs to be min eye level. If every fight's min eye level, then there is no point to gear anymore. I understand that. But, like, what the fuck? But, like, Nalthal did the scales mechanic, which is awesome. But it's only after the scales mechanic that Nalthal even starts combining mechanics. Which is like, Endwalker's been doing that trick a number of times. Shadowbringers also did it a couple times too. Here's the, the boss will rotate these first set of mechanics. The boss will rotate their second set of mechanics. And then after doing that, the boss combines the two together. Nalthal only started doing that after the scales. Because you'd have Nald's prepping an attack and Thal's prepping attack, and only one of them's going to go off, the blue and red shit. So you'd have to, work out which one's going to happen. And it was either donor or AoE, and you gotta, go in, you gotta go in or out. It's a stack marker or it's a chaser, so you've either got to stack correctly or you got to get away from the people who are chasing. So you got to, do different things for that. It was only after the scales that those things got combined. So everyone has to, either stand in or out and make sure they're stacked or spreaded properly. It took so long to get to that we barely saw it with people actively holding damage off. And the idea that scales mechanic... Look how expensive the cutscene was! Did you see how expensive the cutscene was that they made for the scales mechanic? Why would you make it so no one sees it anymore? Why would you put in that? This is what I don't. This is something that I don't understand about eye level scaling and the way that it works in this game. As in, it doesn't fucking work properly. Why would you put in this much effort into this content? Why would you put this much effort into designing these fights that are intended to go on this long? What is jumping over there? Why would you design the fights to be like this? And then also just be like, oh, but also people aren't gonna see it after, the next patch or two. You put so much effort into the scales mechanic. Why would you make it so people just skip it nowadays? Why would you do that? I don't understand. Is that the monkey over there? I'm seeing something bouncing over here. No, that is a rabbit. No, this is a rabbit. Can I... Well, I'm not allowed to summon my chocobo, so I can't get the bunny treasure here, sadly. But no, that's a rabbit. That's a bunny rabbit. Why is there a bunny rabbit here? Something else over here. Okay, we also have a golem. Okay. The place is just starting to fill with minions. It's starting to fill with minions. I'm glad you agree, because I've been barking at that tree for years and everyone made me feel like a mad one about it. About eye level scaling? How the fuck can people not agree with it? So, see, here's the issue. The purpose of eye level scaling is so that people will do the fights faster, so people get done with their roulettes faster, because the game is trying to appease to people who want to play less of it. And I'll be honest, like, here is something when it comes to content in this game, which I'll be honest, Endwalker is specifically is where I'm seeing a lot of these issues. People don't even think in terms of, is my roulette fast, and I'll never understand that mentality. This, like, I was yelling about this the other day in Crystal Tower, and I actually had people in Crystal Tower agree with me. We were in Circus. We're in Circus, and people were asking about mechanics of just like, someone was asking, why is there water puddles in Skylar? And it's just like, oh, you're meant to stand in that for the flare, so you take less damage. And people were just like, oh, why? Why? But it doesn't matter. And I'm just like, but the thing that I ended up saying, like, because we were talking a lot while we were doing it, because it was like it's Circus Tower. You don't even have to do mechanics. You don't even have to fight. You could have everyone only do auto attacks, and you'd clear that fucking alliance rate in 15 minutes. But I brought up, because people were just talking about it, just being like, why are these fights so easy? And I brought up and I made the point of, I would rather this take 5 minutes longer, but all of the fights are actually interesting. And a lot of people in that raid were agreeing with me. And that's my thought process. Do you want it to be faster, or do you want the whole time you're there to be enjoyable? And I'm very obviously of the latter, because I'm not a dumbass. Like, I would rather enjoy, like, I have this issue with some parts of the game of just, like, changing something so it's faster, but the entire time that it's faster, I'm not enjoying myself, is way worse than a little bit longer, but I'm enjoying myself the entire time. Because I'd rather play the game and enjoy it while I'm doing that. But I've said this before, and I'll be honest, Endwalker so far is leaning more into it, and it's really concerning. Gonna have 3 AM dinner. I honest to God think that a lot of the content issues that this game runs into is the devs trying to appeal to people who don't want to play the game. People complain they don't want level 50 movesets and anything that actually makes them use their brains. As I've said, the biggest issue with this game when it comes to content is trying to appease to people who don't want to play it. Like, the biggest issue from a development standpoint of Final Fantasy XIV is that the devs listen to the players way too fucking much. They listen to the people who play the game way too much, and they need to start ignoring them. Because there are way too many fucking people who play this game. Don't fuck with 14 players, we don't even play our game. They need to stop listening to people who play the game, because there are way too many fucking people who play this game who actively don't want to play it. And I mean that in, like, every sense of the term. I mean that in terms of people who are only here because of sunk cost fallacy and actively dislike the game, but they still play it because, well, I put in so many hours and I've been playing so many years, of course I have to keep playing it. But they hate the game, like, for whatever reason. So they just actively dislike the game, but they're still playing it out of sunk cost fallacy. And the other people, I mean, who, they enjoy being in the game and they enjoy being part of the game, but only, like, chilling in Limsa and talking to people. So whenever you lock any content behind actually requiring to put in any amount of gameplay, they get mad. Because they're just like, no, I want to be able to access anything in the game that I want to without having to do anything to access it. Because I don't play this game to do the stuff to access it. I play this game to hang out with people in Limsa. And the game should not try to appeal to either of those people. It just shouldn't. It just shouldn't. But I mean, Endwalker as a whole, in terms of battle content, I'm definitely seeing worrying signs. So the amount of people who treat this game like it's IMVU baffles me. I don't understand it at all. Like, if the social element of this game is what you enjoy the most, I do get that. I do understand that. I mean, hell, how many streams have I done of this game where I'm playing with people and talking with them? I totally understand enjoying the social aspect. But if the only thing you enjoy is the social aspect and you dislike any of the others, some people turn around and say it's not an appropriate, like, that's not a real, like, thing they can say. That doesn't properly address the criticism. But, fuck you, it does. Play Second Life. Just go play Second Life. This is a valid, like, this is a valid retort to people who don't want to play gameplay in this game, but want access to everything that the gameplay provides. Go play Second Life. That is a valid retort. Your point is, I don't want to do any of the gameplay in this MMO that has a bunch of gameplay. Yes, telling you to shut up and go play something else is a valid retort. You don't want to play this game. Cause here's the issue, right? Here's the issue. Is that this Alliance raid feels like a direct response to Shadowbringers with the Nier Alliance raids. That's what this feels like. This feels like the Nier Alliance raids happened, and people said, oh no, difficulty in my daily roulette. Ew, disgusting. I don't want difficulty in my daily roulette. Get that away from me. And so they made this, where bosses stand still for 3.5 fucking minutes saying, move left or move right. Can you work it out? While you do your rotation like you're attacking a training dummy. The thing is, the difficulty in the was the only enjoyable part of it. Yeah. But people complained about it. It's why there's no Bosnia and Endwalker. It's why the best fucking battle content we've gotten in this entire game with Bosnia, it's definitively the best. Fuck you, fight me. Well, unless your argument is that Savage or Ultimate's better, because I've not tried those, so I can't judge. But outside of anything else, the best battle content this game has is Bosnia. Fuck you, fight me, I'm right. But it required people playing it to advance through it. And even then, not really. You could advance the fucking relic outside of Bosnia. It's one of my biggest complaints about it, is that not playing Bosnia is actually still the best way to advance your Bosnia relic. I still don't like that about Bosnia. But if you wanted to get through the story, you gotta play some Bosnia at least. And then people got mad that it was just like, what do you mean I have to play through the battle content to access the battle content? Rah! And then they turn around and say, okay, fine, relics in Endwalker are nothing but 1500 fucking poetics. By the way, I don't know if we've mentioned that on stream. I know that now. I know that each step of the relic is 1500 poetics. I can't remember if that came up on stream or in Discord. So if you're worried that I've like spoiled myself on like what the relic series is, I only know that, by the way. Of course, also have my screen because I'm so heated about this. I came up on stream. I think it was on stream. But just in case anyone is seeing this and is just like, wait a minute, did you see what the relic series is? No, but I know that part. I know it's 1500 poetics, that's all. Which is really disappointing. Anyways, we do have a lot of things to do today, and we've been rambling for... Actually, we've only been playing for 2 hours. It's not even that bad. Tis well crowd can make her way here quickly. I think I give me enough to complete a step. I mean, I'm nearly capped again. So it's gonna be like, what, 2 or 3 weeks away before I actually do the first relic step. So I've got 2 or 3 weeks to get another. Actually, I'm already above 1500, so I'm just not capped. She's not one of your colleagues, I take it. Crow! A divine dilemma! Crow wishes to take stock of the situation. Do you think Rolga's pissed? Or do you reckon he thinks it's based as hell that we had sex on top of his statue back in Rolga's Reach? Like with Lise. Do you reckon he's pissed about that? Or do you reckon he's just like, hell yeah? I'm like, I am Rolga the Destroyer. I'll destroy you for desecrating my hands. Or is this like, I am Rolga the Destroyer. Fucking based as hell of you to destroy that pussy on my hands. Rolga's sitting in the fuck chair. Greetings, I am Crowley, the students of Odysseum. Do I have the pleasure of addressing Derek, the explorer who sought aid in investigating this place? Do you sit in the cuck chair or the fuck chair? The ultimate decision. The ultimate decision. Cuck is the word I use, keyboard. I can't believe you're sitting on the duck chair. Fun fact, for the first few weeks of Dawn Trial, due to weird XP stuff, spamming a glide was actually the best way to get to level 100 even faster than dungeons and stuff. Jeez, I wonder if incredibly fucked up eye level pacing had anything to do with it. I am Derek, and this here is a baby Oppo Oppo. I am Derek. This is a monkey. Yes, I can see that. Doesn't it have a name? None that I know of. Not what I presume to bestow one, for that would be condescending. I see. That's very considerate of you. Maybe this monkey has a name, and I just don't speak its parlance, so I'm not going to attribute it one. Not fair. Its name is Oppo. So I understand you explore the various fountain rooms of Derek. Will you recount to me the experience? Alright, so Rolga stood there for 2 minutes, right? Wheeled back a fist and said, watch what I'm gonna do. And then he stood there for another 2 minutes. And I was like, I was stuck in the middle of a Tai Chi fight. And then eventually he put a fist through the hole. And then Raichus with big ears and big tails came out of him. Sorry, I'm making a Hooper reference now. Monkey will dare to be Limland disguised by words. See, here's the biggest thing. I'm gonna see what Limlane looks like in this. Which means that I can finally be like, yes, Minifist will have sex with Limlane. Let's fucking go. That's why we're doing all of this. We're doing all of this so we can work out the logistics of Limlane's mermaid appearance, so we can work out exactly how Minifist is gonna fuck Limlane. And then Grahara's just gonna be like, Minifist, you've already had sex with one god. Do you really need to have sex with another? And then Minifest is just gonna be like, oh no, look, she's navigating my hands down to her mermaid pussy. So while the gods tested you solely, you do not sense any malicious intent. Spire gods said they wish to do battle with us, but it would seem they do not necessarily wish to cause us harm. I don't think mermaids have a cloaca. The much more about this perplexes. Perhaps it's safe to assume that they are not primals. As you may recall, Livingway once told us that the art of summoning as taught by the Yassians incorporates the fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Thus, the resultant primals seek to enthrall worshippers, who in turn seek to grow their ranks. Wasn't this optional dialogue? Wait, was this optional dialogue or not? No. I was about to say, I can't remember if this was optional dialogue or not. Because it was like before we went to Ultima Thule, like for the Ragnarok. But I can't remember if it was optional dialogue or not. It may not have been. But these beings appear to harbor no such desire. If they are primals, then they are unlike those that have been summoned in recent memory. We might suppose that they were created in antiquity in like manner to Heidelin, but there is no way to prove it. Who could they possibly be? And why do they desire battle with man? Here's the monster fucker. Even your little Yossi, precious little. The true identity, it's literally just Emmett Self just spoiled us on everything Endwalker and Dawn Trial is gonna be. If I want to predict where anything goes from a storyline for like the next year or so for me, I just have to think back to Emmett Self's words in Ultima Thule, and it will be one of those. Emmett Suck did say that, didn't he? Which you may assume he knew the truth. And challenge you to seek it out, too. So as to say you'll do so, of course? Oh, hell yeah. Cutscene was the only reference for post 6.0 speculation, yes. I get, yeah, because you get to that into 6.0 where there's nothing that teases like you see Olympus on the moon, Shadowbringers. You, well, I mean the war's fucked, but like I don't think you're given anything specific at the end of like 4.0 for like what will happen in it, but just like you just liberate yourself, so it's like obviously something's gonna happen, and obviously Sinian's taken up my Nidhogg too. 3.0. Only elasma branches and low fin fish have cloaca. Most fish have separated openings. How does that apply to mermaid pussy? Insofar as we can ascertain, there's a matter which has implications for the entire star. In light of this, Tataru should formally accept the commission. We'll investigate the Phantom Realm and the beings who call themselves the 12. Pleased to hear that. Thank you. Without further ado, then I'll take a look around. There are a few things I'm curious about. With your permission, I'll make myself Randa to investigate the worship of those gods we encountered. Manifest Derek, seeing as you've already seen this place, would you care to accompany me? God, Kral gets here and you immediately abandon her? Jesus, Graha, terrible boyfriend. By all means. In which case... Could you stay here with Kral, my friends? It wouldn't do to leave a fair maiden alone. Look! I thought I was gonna climb up and like stand on her head like the way the minions do for Lawless. I shall be glad for the company. Take care then and good luck. By the way, Monkey understands who Kryl is, so smart monkey. Smart monkey at a bare minimum. Monkey. Show us Graha here, but it's planned. Kryl! What's up? Graha has also shares observations with me. Keeping your combined accounts in mind, I shall see what else I can learn here. Look! It's because Kryl's the only fair maiden around. So, to explain my plan. It is believed that the 12 are already worshipped during the 3rd Astral Era when the Allagan Empire flourished. Come the 5th Astral Era, those nations that fought in the War of the Marshi each took one of the 12 as a guardian deity. This practice has continued to the present day in Eorzea, with some notable regional differences. For instance, this guardian told Helone as absolutes, while Charlene's enjoy a moderate relationship with Thalia. By visiting various locations in Eorzea and learning about the 12 as they are worshipped, I hope to identify any similarities or differences between them and the beings we encounter. In doing so, I believe we shall draw closer to the truth of their identities. For our first destination, I propose we take ourselves to Ralga's Reach, a place is holy ground for worshippers of the Destroyer, and promises to yield useful details. To Ralga's Reach! To Ralga's Reach. So I have a question. I have one question. So we know for certain that, we know for certain that the Kami exist, right? The game has made it explicitly clear that the Kami are not just, like, a faith-based thing that people in the Far East believe with no basis. The Kami do explicitly exist, right? Because we've physically met one of them. And everything about us meeting the Kami that we have met in the Koshin questline absolutely lines up with everything that we know about the Kami. There is no reason to doubt that it isn't a Kami indeed, right? So the Kami do exist. And there's also, like, Temulin is consistently foreseeing the future. Temulin is consistently seeing the future, and her future reading is accurate. They always give her dialogue that alludes to the future, and it is consistently accurate, so she is able to do that. And also the Dathal. The Dathal believe in reincarnation, which is literally how things do work on the star. Whether it works as quickly as it does for them in terms of souls are reincarnated into their tribe as quickly as they are, that could possibly be different, but maybe that is accurate. Maybe their souls, maybe their particular souls are connected to the Ethereal Sea in a particular way. Maybe it is something to do with armor that like brings them back. We're not sure. Are we possibly running into an issue though where the 12 is still the one true religion? I'm worried about the possibility that we're about to run into the idea. No, but you can't have a Birkin bag. I'm worried about the possibility of the storyline going in a way of just like the 12, it turns out, is indeed the one true religion. I mean, again, the Kami do literally exist. We know that for certain. But I also, like, I don't know enough about the Kami to know, like, creation myths of the Kami in terms of, like, long-term history. Oh, but we simply can't afford a Birkin bag. It's a justifiable expense. Good Birkin, good offer, give beautiful offer, deserve a key. What is happening? What is happening? I like what's happening in chat, but I'm very confused where this came from. I like it, but I'm confused. There you are, Manifest. Soy serves base operations for investigation into Omega, did it not? How delightful to be here together. I do like how they're just like deliberately trying to throw in as many references to other side content as you've done. I like this. I always appreciate it. Top was top walker. Is this Birkin bag? Oh, Coco Birkin bag. That's the one. There we go. Yeah. Coco the gorilla. Coco Birkin bag. Practical Coco possession bag. No Coco, kind of Birkin bag. Good Birkin, good Coco. Give beautiful Coco deserve gorilla. Coco, we simply can't afford a Birkin bag. Just 5 cents. Jealousy, Professor. If you don't mind making an observation, seems you enjoy traveling with company. I do. It's something I have dreamed of for a long time. There's nothing like traveling with good friends. Asm shit, hell yeah. Is that so? What of yourself? Do you normally travel alone? Am I wondering, because I much prefer to have solitude. Goddamn, my friends are dying. You did this to me stream. I'm sorry. I've passed on the curse from my headphones to yours. Not that I avoid people or communities, mind you. As a matter of fact, I've been here before. On the trail of the Phantom Realm. Always foggy when we need to look out for a cutscene, because stream a lot. Now that I think on it. More often than those places where Phantom Realm sightings are known to occur have a tradition of 12 worship. But I dare to hope we're on the right track. As I'm sure you know, Rolgus reaches home in the Temple of the Fist, the ancient headquarters of the Fist of Rolgus. Raised by the Mad King Theodoric, Temple lay abandoned before the Alamegan resistance claimed it for operations. While I doubt that much literature has survived over the years, people here may possess some knowledge of the local faith. So let us split up and make inquiries and reconvene here afterwards to share our findings. Trying to think of places that are known for worship in any other places. I mean, Nullfall's obviously. I want to say Biogot's actually back in Limsa? Because Biogot is the thing for, like, the blacksmith and armorer headquarters together. A Zamer, I've got no idea. You read the words inscribed on the monuments. A storm of blood approaches fast. Hell's open, heavens weep. For no one soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach. Once upon a time, Lise explained to you their meaning. Though we must prepare ourselves for the strife and sorrow that will never be come. It's like, hey, you've been here before to do this. Biogot as Raga's people and Raga also known for his fist of connecting the dots. Yeah, that big aspect of which of the 12 are related to which, that I don't remember. We had fish lore. There was fish lore on one of them. Yeah, Limlane threw a fish at Oshon in her fear of having espied her naked form. The incident led to the later taken. Yeah, so Menfina and Oshon are lovers. And Ocean tried to fuck Limlane, and Limlane said no and threw a fish at him. So he's trying to fight Bygone, it feels like throwing a hot dog out a hallway. Crafts and Gatherers, yeah, it's like Bygone Strike and Southern Silent. Oh yeah, Bygone Strike, I can't think of that yet. Same as one of the previous Uldar civilizations. Seal Deer specifically. It's the only one I can remember. Only one I can remember is Seal Deer. Was Seal Deer the one that was trying to do the zombie apocalypse in Hildebrands? Or was that a different one? Got a couple there. Learn anything thus far? What is a manifest? It's a man chance a friend of yours. Well, last visit he shared with me tales that he heard on his journeys. What amazing tales they were. If you had time, I'd hear both of your stories. Last run, some haste. That was the... I forget which one of Ildar's stupid history, yeah. I can only remember the name of Sildir. I can't remember the names of the other ones. So they spawned the Twin Cities, and the other Twin City is the zombie one. Ah, okay, okay, okay. Bell something? Is it Bell something? Bell something? Bell something? Belladia! Belladia! Belladia. Belladia! There it is. There it is. I'm trying to remember. Yeah. Sildir turns into Belladia and all that. We're investigating the worship of Rolgar and seek literature on the subject. Religious texts and like. Can you still be found here? Well, I never consult the tome. My tomes are all the way over there. I can't be bothered. Just about all of it's gone, sadly. Destroyed by the Empire, not the Mad King before that. We haven't lost everything. The mighty image of the Destroyer, the tales we show the campfire, like the legend of our nation's founder. I still have these things, and there was also great comfort and strength to us in our darkest moments. I see. You know, might not be obliged to hear your stories this time. Mind if it's very short, I have this all in hand. Feel free to carry on as you will. Pouring over the encyclopedia. Information to follow soon. I should probably keep my encyclopedias nearby whenever we do 14 streams. I do have Encyclopedia 3 at this point. I have purchased Encyclopedia 3, which I believe I can actually read the entire thing of because it only goes up to the end of 6.0. So it actually doesn't do patches, so therefore, no spoilers. So now I just have to wait for the next one to come out. Though that being said, if it only goes up to the end of 6.0, it feels like it probably wouldn't cover that much, which is probably why it's a thinner book than the others. If it only goes from like 4.4 to 6.0. But I can also understand why you'd stop at 6.0. Because, you know, it's the end. Walker, singer. Hello there, scullery woman. Yes, if you have business, please make it quick. I'm due to meet with someone any moment now. Forgive me my delay, Hayless and or Nago. Oh my god, no, never mind, it's Marjorie. Hello! Hey! Holy shit, Marjorie's come back. My visit adventure who kindly escorted me to the Temple of the Fist. Are you studying monks too, perchance? It was Belladia that did the same and then split up into Uldar and Sildir, and Uldar took Nalthal instead. Oh, Belladia turned into Uldar and Sildir. Okay. If so, you ought to work together with me and my colleague here. If things are fine, then joining leads with like-minded folk. I feel like there's a lot of unique content here for side quests in this quest line. Like, so far we've brought up Warring Triad, we've brought up Eureka, we've brought up Omega, and now we've brought up Temple of the Fist. There's a lot of stuff in this quest line that is just like, hey, by the way, have you done this side content? Researching the worship of the Destroyer, you say? Why didn't you mention it sooner? It was the first sentence I said to you. How much faster do you want to, Marjorie? There's a copy of Destructivity, a scripture of the Fist of Rolgar. Original is one of the few texts that survived the temple's racing. It was recovered by a monk named Whitegal. Now it's also the monk quest line that's been brought up. Hi, Whitegal. I'm in trouble of having this made for my colleague. I'll leave her to say she doesn't need it, so I'll offer it to you instead. Lest you forget, this is your passion, not mine. Simply assisting you as a favor, and I'd thank you to not put us in danger. But danger's the crucible in which monks tempers body and mind. So sublime, monks. Go and have sex with me, girl. I don't know if the cat girls are doing it for him anymore. Well, we best return to our work. Till next time, adventurer. Well, he could write. I'd be surprised why the girl can write. It's big. Descendants of Maki made this sought to escape persecution through the founding ability. As a result, the forbidden black magics of their forebears did not die out, and were integrated into their worship of the sun goddess of the same. Okay. Okay. We're learning lore. Or relearning lore that we forget because there's a lot of lore in this game. It's really hard to remember it all at once. It was only a matter of years before infighting one's Lalafell and royalty ability resulted in the nation's fall and its bifurcation into the city, all down Sildir. Sildir was the zombies. There we go! Sildir was indeed the zombies. Probably why I remember the name Sildir and not but Melody. Yo, the plan is we're gonna do Hildebrand today. Fucking poggers. Holy shit. Plan is that Hildebrand starts today, by the way. We're doing all of 6.1. Hildebrand's in that! Might be a 10-hour stream, but... probably because we ranted for an hour during the Alliance raid, dude. Probably because we ranted for an hour after we did the Alliance raid, because there was a lot to rant about. Manifest. What were you able to learn? I think after some, I have to take my headphones out. They're really uncomfortable today, and they're just not in my ear. Don't forget about the ability of set phase, the Sunken Temple of Khan. I'll be honest, I thought the Sunken Temple of Khan was the same as Sildir. I forgot Sunken Temple of Khan was Belladir. I thought Sunken Temple of Khan was Sildir. Copy one of the scriptures, you say. A moment while I skim over it. I thought it was Sildir that worshipped, what is it, grapes and flame? No one grabs the fucking stones anymore, so I don't remember which one it is. I almost called you my fist. While I am playing the game, I am her. I see. The chapter appears to be a record of construction of the great image of Rhalga. Written in a style that suggests folklore was committed to parchments. When the deluge of Umbral Calamity threatened Eorzea, the ancestors of the Alamegans were guided to his safety by a comet. Believing that this was sent by Rhalga, they came to hold him in the highest. This much of the tale I'd been familiar with. But according to the scripture, among those refugees who followed the comet, some claim to have caught sight of Rhalga himself. Their accounts are passed down through the centuries, and worshippers of the Destroyer piece them together to give shape to yonder statue. I must say, there's more than a passing resemblance to the being we encountered. Whether I go primal, the explanation for the similarities would be simple. That is, that she gives rise to a unified interpretation of Rhalga's appearance, which in turn lends form to a primal. However, this fails to account for what inspired the likeness in the first place. For the scriptures to be believed, it was the sightings during the Sixth Umbral Calamity. Yet for those witnesses to be able to recognize Rhalga, they would have needed an agreed-upon idea of his appearance beforehand. If we then consider the history of the 12 worship that already exists in the Third Astral Era, it would not be ridiculous to think that these divinities existed even prior to that. So the question is, do these beings give rise to their respective faiths, or are they the primals born of them? I thought we had made it clear we are not summoned beings! Rhalga. Bitch, knock it off! The animals are gods! Since time immemorial, our domains have been scattered across Eorzea. As a matter of fact, one of those in which you set foot is nearby. It is not unusual for mortals to glimpse us. Okay, so you just have that shit everywhere. Okay, so is it near here that the heaven of Earth is that like nearby? That like the Umvelos is just to teleport all the heavens and that heaven is nearby? Well, that took Gem of Affluence and Flame of Magic, which is on their flag. Also, they took the Fruit of Knowledge and the Helm of Minds. Oh! Wait, so which two do you use during Con? I thought during con you did fruit and flame. Oh. So the Hawk, that voice, could they be? Indeed, I am by gods, and the Hawk beside me is Rolga. I shall elaborate upon my master's explanation. Because they have all, they have all four and ability. That's the point. Technically, well, so why is the secret passage fire and fruit? That's what I'm confused by. Why is the secret passage specifically fire and fruit? This is the retcon that was like these stones were not placed by Lewis while they've been here for all time. Ah. We must disguise ourselves when we shall observe the world without, for being seen in our true forms would violate our laws of conduct. But you just said it wasn't that weird that people saw you. I guess they accidentally tried to step into your realm and see you there, not out here. Also, why do you have laws of conduct? You're gods. What laws of conduct? What fucking contract did you sign? Ask the dungeon designers. I thought you were reading the book. I thought the book was us asking the dungeon designers. Though we similarly disguise our sanctums, veiling an illusion, rents unknown to manifest when surrounding aether is unstable. Oh. In such a time, should a gifted mortal chance to be near, they may inadvertently catch sight of us. Of course, during annual calamity, etheric imbalances occur on a star-wide scale. The ideal condition for seeing the Phantom Realm. Precisely how many times we've been seeing ourselves, we ourselves have no way of knowing, but that is a sound assumption to make. Well, by God, I believe that much shall suffice by way of an apology for our deception. Shall we? Indeed, that is all we are at liberty to reveal. Fare you well, children of man. Every year is about a tiny paragraph of interpreting. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So, which god's the monkey? Here's the ultimate question. Which god is the monkey? If the animals are gods, which god is the monkey? Because I'll be honest, Ralga being a bird is confusing. I guess meteor because the meteor flies. By God being a spriggan, I totally get. Ralga being a bird is just like, I guess, the meteor. So it flies. Phoenix would be funny. Aside from their reticence when it concerns our identity and objective, these divinities are certainly approachable. What they said was true, and their worship can be traced back to their sightings, so it would serve to explain one thing. According to my research, in the field of comparative mythology, Ralga is often observed to bear many similarities with Ramu. Assuming both were inspired by the Ralga of the Phantom Realm, their divergence may attribute to differences in culture between man and self. So that they gave rise to the prevailing faiths of Eorzea. All the different primals are just based on different ones that they saw. So Ifrit was inspired by one of the fire gods. I think the Eagles blasted over the Glaya was. No, I thought they were the Griffins, because Alamigo. But yeah, I was thinking maybe Alamigo cared about Griffins because, like, Ralga cared about Griffins. What if it's a hawk thing? Ah. Maybe that's why Alamigo still likes Griffins, because they're like hawks. Given the available evidence, yes, I'm inclined to. And now this explains their presence. How might they beings of such power come into existence? We've now seen a third of the 12, and somehow our questions are only more than what we had before. Oh, Crow. Has something happened? Truly. Very well, I shall take care of it. Chat, I'm already having a tired spell, this is concerning. Krell has recruited an acquaintance to aid in our investigation. An authority on mythology. Must go and receive her at the Sunken Temple of Khan, where she is currently conducting fieldwork. After a brief detour to prepare. A little something. Conveniently, Thanalan is home to countless adherents of Nalthal. While I tend to business, may I ask two of you to make inquiries in Noldar? Very well. Excellent. I'll join you soon as I'm able. Bye, Oli. Are you going to be meeting one of the people from one of the versions of the Sunken Temple of Khan dungeon? Oh, Jesus. Chat, I'm getting tired. I told you I slept like shit. So it's just you and me and all done. I suppose it can't be helped. What's wrong with me, Derek? You got a fucking problem with me? The face of an explorer. Our apprehension is written plain among Derek's face. What strange manner is for one who proposed the survey to so promptly abandon it. Not lie, I'm not given to working one-on-one with another, but I suppose I agreed to this arrangement. Well, we must be know. You just want to fuck that cat boy? Is that all this is about, Derek? As I recall, Milvanet's aquarium is still closed for construction. So let us try Arzeneth ossuary. With no direction traveling separately, I trust? Good. I shall see you in all day. You just want to fuck that cat boy. Derek just wants to fuck that cat boy and is mad that he's now second wheeling just with me and there's no cat boy at all to fuck. Damn it, Derek! I need an energy drink. I'm gonna fall asleep. I slept like shit last night. So despite the fact that I've not even been streaming for 3 hours, I am like, bro. Get back. I was gonna say, I'm gonna take out these fucking headphones. I'm also taking out my fucking headphones. They are way too uncomfortable today. Shit. Well, I'll grab that later. I dropped one of them on the floor, so fuck it, I'll grab it later. Fuck it. The silicone caps on my headphones are really, really badly worn down. And I also can't get them out of I think my ears are also just really swollen at the moment. Yeah, my ears. Like, ow. Yeah, my ears hurt at the moment. My ears are also swollen at the moment. It's probably why they're not also fitting in there. I am just full of complaints today. I am just in every capacity. I'm just like, I'm hurt. I'm tired. I'm having to do mechanics in Final Fantasy 14. Wait, no, that's one of my things I'm not complaining about because I'm not a dumbass. The engraving is too worn to decipher. That's why you need to use Fire for and Khan. Oh. Then are we complaining on this stream? Complaining's fun. I love complaining. I also love getting another energy drink and then crashing super hard and actively being asleep while playing the game and streaming. Yeah. It's alright, I got my Tic Tac drink. It's alright, I got my Tic Tac energy drink. We're all good. We'll be fine. I have Tic Tacs in caffeinated form. And by that I mean I have Fizzy Orange Ghost, which just tastes like Tic Tacs, which is to say, good. And orange. Get my hair done tomorrow. I'm getting it re-dyed. It doesn't quite look it on camera, but in real life, my hair color is fading a lot. Last many times I've gotten my hair dyed, I only get the roots done. Because dyeing the entire thing that frequently was making it go too dark. So the idea is like every couple of times I get my hair done, like, each time I get my hair done, just do the roots, and then once it starts fading a lot, then do the whole thing. Which, we're now at that point. We are now at that point. And also, if you can hear the game on the thing, I do apologize. I'm gonna get to Hildebrand later today, which will have sound effects. So, maybe for that, I'll actually put in the headphones again. So I can actually hear the sound effects. For when inevitably Hildebrand does something, there's an explosion, and then the camera pans back, and as the smoke disappears, Hildebrand's legs are sticking out of the ground. I'm sorry. I pre-watched Hildebrand, so I know that happens. I'm sorry. I pre-watched Hildebrand, so I know that happens. I spoiled myself. I couldn't help it. Ah, you're here. Of the day you think twins Nalthal. Here they worship Thal, who keeps the realm of the dead and weighs the worth of men's souls. Yeah, I guess you look at the design of that, it does like have the mask face. I'll grin and bear through Hildy, but I'll keep Fidela from the middle. I'll not apologize. I love Hildebrand. Hildebrand's so good. I love Hildebrand. I also now have a Hildebrand Glam, and my Hildebrand Glam is actually completely finished at this point, and it's so fucking good. I had a lot of it ready for Stormblood, but some new pieces have come out since that make it even better, and I also have the weapon finally for it. In contrast, Nile keeps the world of the living and oversees their financial fortunes. Their names are borne by many a location and religious organizations. Some extremely wealthy and powerful exist to nurture faith in them. On the surface, it may seem strange that a hub of commerce such as Ul'dah could be home to such spiritual people. It's actually quite logical when one considers that their religion is, in essence, commerce. I remember we went to Cosmic Canyon in 7 recently, and how their religion was science. What if that, but the religion was capitalism? It's America. In any event, Nalthal is truly an unusual divinity. What was originally held to be one god came to be worshipped as twins. Indeed, rather than two distinct entities, that which we encountered was a single being possessed of 2 personalities. Just the hard cut. So all of them just being like... Did they just fucking say they encountered Nalthal? What the fuck? Did I mishear? Did he just say they encountered Nalthal? And while his appearance differs somewhat to the divinities worshipped, it cannot be denied that there are striking similarities in their nature. They're starting to attract attention. Forgive me, this is hardly the place for such a conversation. Let us continue it elsewhere. Any of them recognize that I'm the Warrior of Light, the stories are going to spread very quickly. Can't talk to him. Hey, remember when we met God like half an hour ago? Hey, Derek. It was careless of me to openly speak of our encounter with divinity within a place where he was worshipped. Hereon, I shall exercise greater caution. Thank you for letting me into my indiscretion, and I'll say you keep it between us. I'll pat my boob to let you know that I agree. Now then, to finish our conversation, as I mentioned, though the Nalthal is worshipped by men appears somewhat different, there are undeniable similarities in their nature. We believe we may have a report this much to Grahatia. With that, our work here is done. Rather than waiting for our companion to arrive, perhaps we might seek him out at the Sunken Temple. He mentioned needing to make a detour, but we just set out now, we ought to be able to catch up to him. After all, we hardly know one another. Rather than later with an unfamiliar person, it's better to use our time productively. But you are just... Guy's just trying to fuck the cat boy. Which, like, admirable goal. That's fine. Like, it's I don't begrudge you for it. My emphasis is trying to hook up Graha with other people anyways. Don't worry about it. Like, it's fine. But just, like, could you make your disdain for me not so obvious when you do it? Like, Jesus Christ, Derek. You know when you say you want, like, you call up a friend and you talk about wanting to hang out and they're like, hell yeah. And then, like, you bring along another person and they've immediately got the hots to them and then they just ignore you the entire night while they're trying to sleep with your friend. It's like that, but also if you were dating that friend. Oh. Dead people. Oh my god, it's Ephemero. Oh my, I was about to say, who is this character from which side content to you? Oh my god, it's Ephemero, so nowhere. Well, it's a freaking Femro. If she was any other content, she wouldn't be here right now because she would have been killed off anyways. Reference, this is what a Glaive gear is based on. Saint Seiya. Oh, it's an anime. It's an anime. this, is it in? Is the anime set? No, I was about to say, is the anime set in space? No, there's a very lot of starry backgrounds for it. Well, there you go. Anime. You know when you have a threesome and one person is obviously more interested in you than the other? No, I don't know this. I know what it's like when they're more interested in the other and not me. I know that one. Memories exist, must die. Pantheon, cures offending. Yeah, that is just that anime. That is just Saint Seiya. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I'm sorry, am I seeing this correctly? Am I seeing a veil with a level of transparency? Am I seeing a veil that has transparency on it? I didn't realize we had that technology in this game. My god. The system sounds so fucking loud compared to anything else I'm hearing from the game. Alright, if you hear me, please say something. You're here thinking this. Found someone collapsed, though I can see no obvious injuries. By her attire, she seems to be some manner of scholar. Scholars love walking around in their knee-high docks. Water, food, in my bag, please. I see. Mind if it's man trying me to find her bag? I'll send lookout in the meantime. Pleasure of minding the moonwood scouting gear will blow your socks off. I don't know like moonwood gear. So, is there actually moonwood gear that has transparent layers? Moonwood gear is so fucking ugly. I never looked that close enough to notice. Log bug. It's a very low bug. Examining the powder of the bag, you find a skim with little water left. It appears to be no profit. Fanny's had to hit the water to the woman. Moonwood Veil is scouting. That's a face piece. I can understand that having that. Yeah, face pieces I can understand having that. That one actually works. That is a piece of Moonwood gear that is not fucking atrociously ugly. I did not realize it could exist. I actually say that my machinist has Moonwood boots. It's fine. You'll kill yourself on looking the Dawntra Gansig. No, I think I've seen that. Haven't you shown me that? I think you've shown me the Dawn Trail Dancer gear. It's like I think that's why I'm so surprised, because I thought the first piece of gear that had transparency to it was Dawn Trail Dancer gear. I thought that was the first bit of gear in the game that had a transparent layer to it. So thirsty, so hungry. Even an incurable optimist would feel compelled to say that this water skin is nearly empty. No, it's 1/8 full. Not enough food. I need food. I'm not safe driving meat till this lower. Do you have anything easier to consume? Graha! Manifest Derek, what are you doing here? Actually, that can wait. Well, I'm pretty sure most of the food items I have on me are either cordials or coffees, so it doesn't really help either. Steady Snowgame, I bought your Archon loaf and coffee. Made sweet and creamy, just as you like it. Did that sound need to be what that sound was? Did it need to be quite that? Ah, I am reborn! Washed down with a sweet beverage, the life-giving nutrients of Archon loaf permeate my being from head to toe. Oh god, she's a nerd. It's supposed to go boing, right? Thank you, kind stranger. However, you knew my preferred source of sustenance. You are truly a godsend. Oh, Tiraha! Another... You didn't tell me there was another Femra that knew you on a Raha name basis? What brings you here? I don't recall mentioning my fieldwork. It's my research into the Belladion's worship of his enemies, see? Haven't you heard from Crow? She's presently investigating the 12 and will prevail upon your expertise. me with a casting clip just speaking. We're introduced to Nogame, expert mythologist. She's a collaborator with the students, and like many a Sharlayan scholar, is passionate about her endeavors to the point of forgetting to eat. Seeing as she has recovered, may I ask the two of you to tell her about the Phantom Realm? By the way, I punched a Zama with my exploding sword. And not even my good one. Not even my good one. I used this bit of like slightly sharp metal strapped to a stick by barbed wire. And then I made it fucking explode. And then I used that to attack the god that you're studying. The 12 abide in the Phantom Realm, and you exchange not only words with them, but blows besides? Incredible. In the description of the domains, a thunderous tower in one and a sweltering city in another, are precisely as the heavens of lightning and fire depicted in legend. Oh, lightning? I guess that makes sense. It was in the skies. I figured Baigo would have been Earth, given, you know, building. Why is Baigo lightning? Why is Baigo lightning? In ancient times, worshippers of the 12 believed that there exist 7 heavens and 7 hells. The world shall tremble! Unleash Ultima! Aetherology has since established that departed souls return to the ethereal sea. But it seems those afterlife domains were more than just inventions of mortal imagination. As a pursuer of myths, I must feel somewhat anticlimactic to suddenly have these revelations given to me. Really? The law came across that simple? But more than that, I'm dying to know more. Would it say, please allow me to join your investigation? Fine, we're going down the hill in the raids and up to the heavens in the alliance raids. Ah, clever. That's why we're doing specifically these two. We would, of course, welcome your presence. Without further ado, then, let us head to the Amphilos. Kral awaits us there. So excited. So excited for Snowgame to die by the end of this questline. So fucking pumped for when she dies. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so well justified. It's gonna be so emotionally resonant and a worthwhile use of the character. And we're gonna get such a good cutscene in 10.0 of meeting Snowgame's parents. I am so fucking pumped. Let's fucking go. You're gonna die or become evil or both. I think the dying is guaranteed. Whether the evil or not is there is to be seen. Josie and Moonwood's up and Pantheon gear go hand in hand. No, I like the Pantheon. I like the Pantheon gear. It's just, you know, it's not for Minefist. The Pantheon gear is very much like not her thing. Crawl! Crawl, 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 crawl! Welcome back, everyone. And welcome, Snowgame. I'm glad you could join us. Kral, how delightful to see you again. I understand you've been doing a fine job of leading the students. But may I say what a lovely place this is. At a glance, this appears to be the highest of the heavens of legend. The 7th heaven. And ooh, if those aren't symbols representing the other heavens, I take their respective gateways. I should like to pay them all a visit. Okay, so I was about to say there's maybe like there's 6 heavens for all of them. So where's the 7th? The 7th one is just this one. This is just the 7th one. For Snowgame's benefit, let us review what we have learned thus far, and then deliberate the next step. So, first I punched one god in the face, then I punched a second one in the face, he tried to punch me that time. Then I punched a third one in the face, and then we tickled to death the 4th one so we could actually see all the attacks that he did. But it turns out he was still really weak to being tickled, so he barely did his coolest one. The gods reappeared before us in Rolga's reach, though they were disguised as unassuming creatures. Their laws forbid them from showing their true forms outside their realm. In the events the ambient aether becomes unstable, such as during an umbral calamity, it is possible for the realm, and indeed the gods themselves, to be glimpsed by mortals. And such sightings, we believe, have given rise to the various faiths practiced throughout Eorzea. As we confirmed in Ulthar, the Nalthar worshipped by people and the Nalthar we encountered have more similarities than they do differences. I mean, even the differences that exist could just be ascribed to time passing, and just what details get passed down being shifted over time. In the course of exploring the Umphalos, two things caught my attention. The first is the gate which lies in the innermost area. Each of the 6 gates lead to an elementary aspect of heaven, and we stand in the 7th heaven, as Snowgame says. What then lies beyond that last gate? The second is this monument. It harbors some manner of magic, unlike anything I've seen before. I'll endeavor to decipher it, but it will take time. Divinities out of existence in time immemorial, who abide in domains resembling the heavens of legend, why have they chosen to reveal themselves to mortals seeking battle? Unless they favour us with more of their secrets, 'twould seem this monument holds the key to solving the mystery. Indeed, much more yet lies beyond our understanding, but we'll keep chasing the truth together. I'm sure you'll agree, though it is tiring work, both mentally and physically. We need to pace ourselves. To which end, might I suggest we return to Reverend's Toll and have a rest before we embark on the next stage of our investigation? Stargame seems the most excited for a break. She literally just got it. Though she was passed out before. I swear I heard that much, as much and more lesbian. I mean, it is Kryl. She is indeed another one of our bisexual imphies. I think being bisexual is just a requirement for being a scion, honestly. Animation on all of the sugar cubes moving. I don't know. So really, do I get to simply chat with colleagues? I'd fairly forgotten what it felt like. Indeed, and it's quite fitting that we should be doing so here at the 7th Heaven. Ah, because it's the name of the place. Fitting? That's an understatement if I had ever heard one. Surely this gets the name, the name from 7th Heaven, in some capacity from it, where it is. I thought we were in Gridania for some reason. Mordona. It isn't fitting, my friends, it's destiny! Sorry, there was dialogue that I missed. I didn't realize it was auto-scrolling as Snowgame got super hyped. Snowgame is adorable. Snowgame is adorable. You're obviously well versed in the myths surrounding the heavens and hells. If you don't mind, I should like to hear your thoughts on them. Good new well takes its name from Deepa's bar. But I mean lore-wise, they put this thing called 7th Heaven, and then they put the 7th Heaven literally near this place in the game. Indeed as they are, invested as they are in their research, doesn't take much to stoke their passions. My apologies if it makes you uncomfortable. Having always traveled alone, I am merely not too familiar with such lively atmosphere, but I do not mislike it. Lore-wise, this one comes from the big-breasted brutalist. Ah, why'd it go? Look at the monkey sitting on the cup. It's actually the monkey's alcohol. By the way, 2 of you arrived at the Sunken Temple rather quickly. Did something happen? Derek Maver revealed to some worshippers at Nalthal that we ran into Nalthal. Well, as pleasant as this has been, it's past time we return to the annex. Paperwork for this commission isn't going to complete itself, alas. I shall then make myself to the Umphalos. So much there that I'd like to see. Derek seems confused. And I believe I'll go for a walk nearby. Getting a little warm in here. Oh no. Derek's autism is getting overwhelmed. Alright, do take care now. So it's the main reason that we can't do the entire Alliance series at once. Yeah, the moment that Derek's autism starts getting overstimulated, it's like, alright, quest has to end. This is why we can't do all of them back to back this time. Hey, Deja. What's up? Jesus Christ, my chicken is so huge. What's up, Avril? I can see that top works as well. This is one of the tops that works for Moonwood. I feel like most of the I feel like maybe for Moonwood why is that cat so why that's just a cat. What the fuck? That's just a cat. What? That's just a fucking cat. Pantheon River casting. Definitely a Navarro piece. Definitely not a Minefist piece. Just admit you're not serving enough. I'm an adventurer. So yeah, that's a fat cat's a wild experience. I feel like maybe for Moonwood stuff, maybe for Moonwood, it's specifically that the casting / healing ones. Maybe they're the good ones. It could very possibly be this. It is very possible that the casting and healing Moonwood stuff is good, and the other stuff is the stuff that's garbage. Because when I think of it, I think of the one that my retainers keep bringing me, which is the freaking maiming one, and it's ugly as sin. It looks so fucking bad. Yeah, alpha bike. Is it a coincidence that people are here with an Oppo and a bunny? Is this a coincidence? Alright, go. Go. I'm holding forward. Follow. There you go. There we go. There we go. Dramatic camera angles, yeah. I turned on cinematic mode. Look at us go, hell yeah. So you want the game to look pretty, just do this. You want the game to look visually interesting. Boop. No longer following the target. Is this one of the ruins of one of the civilizations? I haven't finished the quest yet. Let me go finish the quest and I'll refollow. I guess I have to finish the quest first. I'll be back. I'll be back. Derek. Hi, Derek. A manifest. It's pleasant, isn't it? Smell and sounds of a tavern makes one feel alive. And after stepping outside alone and breathing the cool air, I like that just as much. While we wait developments, I shall remain here in Revenant's Toll. If there are any tidings, rest assured I will share them with you. Thank you for your help thus far. I doubt so much could have been accomplished without you. Yeah. That'll be next time. And that'll be next time. Certain parts of this game are significantly louder than other parts. It's more noticeable when I'm not wearing headphones. You can barely hear like normal like BGM, but any sound effects of like menus or quest completes, and they're just like so loud I can kind of hey, hey, triple triad, let's go, triple triad, let's go. Game audio, it's still too loud. In the course of liaising with the Sons of St. Koinak, a scholar named Clinthotto introduced me to a game called Triple Triad as a way to unwind. If you have a free moment, would you care for a match? There we go. Same swap on and chaos. Oh, awesome. I love those rules. They're so fun. I love same swap with chaos. Hey, by the way, Rolga card. By the way, Rolga card right there. And more like Rolg there. Terrible. Go for this one. Also, by the way, null. By the way, nulled. No! Flag-a-thon, no! She flag on my thought till I thon. Placing you there. Trying to open up my thing so I can. You stole my Gastrola card. Gotta open up my triple tried NPCs thing. But when we do this. Why is there so many ones pointing down? Oh, this is going terribly. Wait, no, it's not. Wait, yes, it has. I'm only gonna win. I'm only gonna win. We're not here to grind out every card as we do this, but we are here to clear them out as we go through. Ow. Ow. Alright. There's my Thal card. I have a Thal card at least. Well, I can't do much about that, but I can do this. I can't do much about that either. I like how you're half Crystal Tower, half fucking this shit. This sucks, by the way. This is not going well. I just need to win one match, come on. I just need to win one. The chaos makes this so fucking annoying. Chaos makes this so fucking irritating. God damn it. Okay, at least I can do this. Damn it. So I'm gonna use this to overtake both of them. Not quite, not quite. Yay, there we go. There we go. Oh, and I got a card. I got a Zama, let's go. And I got a Zama, let's go. Do we think I can get a Rolga card on like one more attempt? Do we think I can get a Rolga card right now? How many stars is Rolga? Zama was 3. Somehow one of the 12 is worth less stars than Y'shtola. Oh, Rolga's also 3. Okay, they're both 3s, and neither of these cards should be insanely difficult to get. Neither of them should be impossible. Keeps hitting my bank on a card. Do you have Chaos on as well? Because the Chaos is fucking me over entirely. Chaos is completely and utterly fucking me. The Chaos is ruining me because I can't play properly. I can't do Chaos. When it comes to when Chaos rules are in place, it really just feels like the game decides whether I win or not. Like, will the game let me play my cards in an order where I can actually win? Yes or no? I do have a nice balance deck with one shitty card for them to eat and swap. Oh. But they'll never eat my shitty one and swap. That's never how swap works for me. It's annoying. Oh no, you're gonna. Okay. Somehow I didn't play a card up there. I guess I'm gonna do that now. Because now, there we go. Now I win. My journey of had no. I was about to say Journey of Avowed's a card that I don't actually have. No, it's the Field Notes I don't have for Journey of Avowed. I have the card. I have every bossy card, thankfully. I have every card from bosses, so I actually wouldn't need to worry about it. Here. Damn it! Don't kill Alpha. How dare you? Oh, so I could have put that here and it would have been sex. Oh, perfect. There we go. There we go. I'm not going to do another attempt after this. I'm not gonna make you watch me get every single card on stream for this stuff. I will grind. We're just gonna beat the NPCs. We're just gotta beat the NPCs. There we go. I now have a Zama, and I've marked off a Zama. There we go. There we go. Look at us all just standing around bullying Prudence. Also, hell yeah, Rogadins. Hell yeah, Robros. So, if I have a look at the list of stuff that we have to do today, 3.5 hours in, we've done the Alliance Raid 1. Now to finish off 6.1, the Master Role Quest. Are we just going back to, I presume we just start that in Rods and Hunt? Is it just in the same room as all the other role quests that we start the Master one? Swap also sucks. To be fair, most rules for triple triad suck ass and are designed to make it harder. Let me check. I'm gonna teleport because it's like, because I finally set Endwalker destinations to my favorite destinations. I finally did that. I finally stopped being lazy. There's a yellow here, Bitter Snow, and it's a 90, so that means it's a post Endwalker quest. Where am I teleporting to? All arenas. Bitter Snow. One of the regions that we didn't go to for all of these was indeed Garlemald. We went to a lot. I mean, we didn't go to any places for any of the Endwalker zones, obviously, but we didn't go to Garlemald. Garlemald was hit pretty fucking hard by the final days. Did we see this? Here's what I think is about to happen here. We didn't actually find the blasphemy. Like, the blasphemy for Garlemald. That never came up as part of the MSQ. Because you find the blasphemy for Fathernair, it's Kalzal. It's like at the end of Arn's Party. And then for all the role quests, fighting the blasphemy itself is like the overall points. We never, and like, Garlemald went into final days, and the sun, and like the sky broke. We never found the first blasphemy. We never found the first blasphemy. Why is Fortuna here? Why is Fortuna here? The glint in Shirabat's eyes. She was hoping you might pass through. Get on my capstone quest, you fiend. Honest to God, I can't even tell which one you mean. There's 3 characters you can be talking about here. I don't even... Are you talking about Kane Senna, Heian, or Fortuna? I don't even know which one you mean. Well, if it isn't Minifest, all around good egg and champion of, well, the whole world, I suppose. Word travels fast, my friend. Word all about your exploits defeating the blasphemies that plagued the good people of Eorzea and Doma. Sadly, there are a few other fell beasts I yet want for slaying, but fear not. Our efforts to bring them low proceed apace. What of it not but glad tidings from my allies. Why are we hating on Heian? I'm confused. I thought, I couldn't, some people are a Heian hater because of the sex trafficking thing. I mean, I'm a Heian hater because he wanted to murder Suyu, but... New title, good egg. Some people are Heian haters because of the whole thing where he's just like, this sex trafficker was a good patriot for his country. Which is apparently only in English. Apparently in the original script he doesn't compliment the sex trafficker. Apparently that's just an English localization thing. My thing against Heian is that he wanted to kill Suyu. It's a translation error and I will not acknowledge it. Yeah, I don't consider it part of his character either. For me, the thing for Heian is how easy he was, like, how ready he was to kill Suyu. And even during, like, this questline that we had here, like, he was a bit too much about just, like, I have wronged the people of my country because I didn't let the mob storm in and kill a woman. I know he eventually ends up saying it's just like, that's not what will help our country, but he does apologize to people, perhaps a little bit too much, that he didn't let a mob storm in and kill someone. In fact, we recently received word from the resistance forces in Bosnia that a blasphemy was slain, thanks to noticeable part of Lord Heian's timely assistance. Bosnia! Bosnia killed the blasphemy. Perhaps the most surprising report came from Whirlwind, where soldiers led by the infamous Black Wolf fought alongside Alamegan troops for yet another hard-earned victory. So much side content being referenced, let's fucking go. Reports from Garlemald, however, suggest another blasphemy threat lurks in the snows, and we received a petition for assistance. Strange, don't you think? When the effects of the final days began to spread in earnest, we encountered a great many monsters in Garlemald, but never a blasphemy. And make matters worse, they say the Guardians who chose to remain and rebuild have begun transforming into... Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Something attacked my leg. Something attacked my leg. It's like something flew at my leg. I felt something flying, like, whack my leg. I'm like, what the fuck is that? We're entering the spring season, so bugs are more apparent here. You know? And I live in Sydney, so you can never get rid of bugs, because bugs are fucking everywhere in this fucking city. Guardians who chose to remain and rebuild have begun transforming into yet more hideous creatures. That's okay, so how do... The final days are over. So how is that, like, the beast that existed, yeah, I can understand why the final days ending, like, doesn't kill all of the, like, blasphemies that existed immediately. I understand that. How are more people transforming? From Zand, it was you and your comrades who brought it into the source of the final days, is that right? And so it appears its effects will linger a while longer. I guess the idea is that, like, Ultima Thule is so far away that it was sending, like, a wave of dynamis. Some of those waves are still hitting. Or possibly this blasphemy is, like, filled with so much dynamis it's kind of, like, perpetuating itself a little bit. Until this malevolent influence on Arkasha subsides, I dare say this won't be the last time we hear of such sightings. As for the blasphemy, we have reason to believe it is a great deal stronger than any we've faced thus far. Your strength and expertise will prove quite valuable, if you're willing to help, of course. Of course I'll help. Surely, our contacts in Charlie will be thrilled to hear it. They do not explicitly request your presence. It was clear from the first they were hoping for it. Though maybe Frank wasn't expecting Charlene of all places to be so concerned with the present state of Garlemald, what with their strict policies on non-intervention. Perhaps they'll find out the reason before this is all over. But that's an inquiry for another time. I won't keep you any longer. Once you're over in Garlemald, I should think the intelligence officer stationed there will be more than happy to apprise you of the situation. Garlemald's also particularly full of bad vibes, yeah. Just the amount of bullshit that was going on there before and after the final day started could have just had an impact on, like, the Arkasha in the entire surrounds, and just, like, it's kind of, like, lingering. Keep your wits about you out there. To have eluded us for so long, this blasphemy is more likely to be cunning than most. Now, I haven't made Camp Broken Glass achievable. I figured I wouldn't need to teleport to Garlemald that much, especially now that I've finished my shared fates. For that. Seeing a wall in Garlemald called Deborah. Hell yeah, Deborah. The Warrior of Light, Denise. Oh yeah, it's a little cold here, isn't it? It is slightly chilly here. Do I still have my cold glam? That is not my cold glam. Manifest, what are you doing? There it is! There it is! There we go. There we go. Now, unfortunately, this shit's geared to shit. So if we get into a fight in this, I might die. But it's fine, don't worry about it. It's fine, don't worry about it. I'm back in my cold gear. Manifest. The Manifest. It's honored to have you with us, miss. I presume you're going to assist in our hunt for the blasphemy. Max and Lucia will be pleased to hear it. If you would come this way. Oh, so you're just straight up doing this at the same time as I am. Sorry, part of my finger's really annoying me here. I'm just going to cut it off. Just give me a second. Part of my skin on the side of my finger was particularly stiff, and I could feel it rubbing on my other fingers every time I slightly moved, and I'm just like, I'm going to get rid of that on both those fingers, just to be sure. I've got to do it beforehand. Good to see you, Manifest, though wish you were under more fortuitous circumstances. We were reluctant to call upon you, knowing you but recently returned from the far reaches of the heavens, but we're no less glad for your aid. No. Now then, I believe it is best that the man who first discovered this blasphemy explain the situation. Ulysses? We don't have a ton of Gallian characters. We don't have a ton of Gallian characters. Oh, it's fortunate. Oh. Why is there an emote that is so specifically just the slide in? Fortunate. Manifest. Good. We may follow your directions then. Thank you for answering our call for assistance. As the situation at hand, it concerns a joint effort between the Forum and the Loppers to find a new purpose for the moon. While there is no longer need for vessels to evacuate this star, we believe the moon may yet prove of use to the people of Atheros. After much contemplation, a rather ingenious proposal was put forward to transform the moon into a repository for man's knowledge. An archive of hitherto unseen scale. So you just want to turn it into Labyrinthos 2. Bigger, bolder, unguided, or whatever. China has long had the honor of boasting incomparable repositories of the world's knowledge, but it is far from perfect. Should a calamity befall us, natural or otherwise, the wisdom of ages we have long labored to preserve would be lost. But the moon is beyond any such risk. What's more, it is beyond the jurisdiction of any one nation. Thus we consulted the allied nations of Eorzea, the Far East, and Radzat Han. They agreed to assembling a survey team to take measure of the moon and its potential as a repository. Giant evil fucking tower. Our plans for assessment were forestalled, however, by the presence of an entity we believe to be a blasphemy in the Tower of Babel. Oh, so we're gonna like fight it like in the room before Anima? Badass. Claims of Gallian citizens transforming into monsters shortly after its discovery and gave further credence to our initial supposition. We're not ill tidings, only ill tidings to share. Reinforcements have been dispatched to aid us in quelling the blasphemy threat. Lord Artwell and a member of Gridania's Keepers of the Entwined Serpents have already begun an investigation into the catalyst of these transformations. Though the sky is no longer burning and the spread of this affliction is much curtailed, we must remain vigilant. Until the blasphemy threat has been quelled, Alphino and Alice have graciously offered to help keep the calm people of Tertium while we attend to the people here. I gotta be honest, more than any other expansion, in other expansions it hasn't really mattered, and in Shadowbringers it came up a little bit. I gotta say, doing Endwalker patch by patch by patch the way that we're doing it feels incredibly correct. Because I feel like dialogue so far and stuff that we've been doing post Endwalker is the most explicit about referencing other events that are currently going on, like in post Endwalker. Basically, every time we do a quest, it references something that is also currently like happening concurrently. Like you do 6.1, it mentions about, it's like, oh, you're gonna do the alliance thing, but it mentions like the other characters that are doing their things and their studies. You're doing this here, and it's just like, oh yeah, Alphino and Alice are still here in Tertium. It's like before they've moved on to anywhere else. There's a lot of things that are just very much connecting this. It's like, yeah, do this patch by patch because like everything is happening at the same time and I'll constantly reference it. But the matter of the blasphemy is not so easily resolved, I am afraid. We're recently met with certain complications that have hindered our plans. Yuri and Fodol are presently deliberating how to best resolve the situation. Perhaps it would be best if you heard the details directly from them. I should like to join you if I may. As this endeavor was originally undertaken on Charlene's behalf, I feel it is my responsibility to see this through to its conclusion. Again, I still forgive Fortuno for his past actions. As I've mentioned, I'm no longer going to make Fortuno watch me fuck his wife. He has done enough in my eyes to redeem himself that I'm now going to let him watch me fuck his wife. Thank you again for answering the call for our call for aid. I pray the matter can be resolved quickly before anyone else succumbs to the blasphemy's influence. I'll not spurn his aid if he's a bit stack mark, I will not step in it. Don't hang out with the bio dad of your adopted kids. That a blasphemy should appear now of all times bodes ill for Garlemald. Said I have faith we will find a way to fell the beast down. Trying to imagine how much. Hey! Does she? Let's go! Yeah! Let's go! Yeah! Whoa! Let's go! They got rid of her collar! They got rid of her collar! They finally did that! Let's go! Let's go! Again, I told you it was metaphorical. I've stood by the reason she still has it and characters like Gaius don't is because it's metaphorical. But still though. Very Destiny personally not wanting spiral of visions of harm because her suffering amuses her. Yeah, I don't get the reference either. Somehow I should have known you would turn up eventually. But doll, can you be like chill just like once? I know you've got a lot of baggage, but like, are you able to have one moment of being chill? I don't expect to see you here of all places, but I'm no glad less for your presence. I presume word of the blasphemy was what brought you here. In which case I believe it may be best if a member of the reconnaissance team's guard explain the situation. We're bringing back the company of heroes guy? An acquaintance of yours? Long time no see, Lawrence. I've heard tell you of the worldly sort, but bugging me if I knew where you heard my name before. I'm just a lowly sword for hire, hoping to fatten my purse with a touch of mercenary work after taking my leave from Limsa. Job sounded simple enough, but, well, I'm sure you wouldn't be here if it were, eh? like, I understand that it's like, we want to bring in the characters from the other ones, like, Yagiri was there, Fodola was there, so we're going to bring them in and stuff like that, and it's like, oh, Fortuno's Fortuno is here because Lucia, and Lucia and Maxim are here because Charlian and them, they want to get involved, and then it's like, what other characters did we have in the other role quests? Lawrence? But you didn't come all this way to hear about me, did ya? The blasphemy we're after making its nest in the upper reaches of the Tower of Babel. The auxiliary sector, I believe it was. Or wasn't alone, a sizable horde of beasts was circling about like knights protecting their queen. Naturally, we thought the strife from a distance before engaging in earnest, but not a single bullet reached its mark. They were protected by some manner of mystical shroud, as far as I can figure. They had a keen eye for magic and seeing them getting through. By the time we understood the futility situation, we've been spotted. True was our only option. Pains me to say, but there won't be any brute forcing our way through this one. My understanding was that once transformed, these blasphemies are completely devoid of aether. With what energies could it create such a barrier? That's the question, isn't it? My first thought was some heretofore unknown technique for conjuring shields. Let's say I'm out of my depth when it comes to matters of magic. Precisely why I plan to speak with Elder Seeds here when she arrives. But I'm gonna help us find a way to overcome the blasphemy's protection it's her. In the meantime, could we try to help with the not so small matter of people changing into beasts? Blasphemy's horde was large enough when we first found it. Can't afford more to join its ranks. Very well, we shall reconvene with Lord Artural and discuss strategy. Like the women's. No, they got one bit of dialogue each, and then Lawrence has to take over. Before you go, there's something else you should know about the tower. From the moment we set foot inside, I could swear there was someone or something watching us. I tried it off thinking a figment of my imagination, but in hindsight, I'm not so sure. I don't worry ourselves about it now, but best keep in your guard when we do finally return to the tower, right? Trying to think if there's any like dead bodies of any dead Garleans that could have somehow still had enough to spare to final like the final days started super soon after Quintus died. So did it like overtake his body? Or is it like when we killed Anima, it didn't properly die and some of the fucking corpse parts were still there? God's what I wouldn't give for a nice hot bowl of soup. I changed. Lenny will be arriving how long? Happily dressed for the cold, I should hope. Cassetto would no doubt count himself fortunate to be absent if he knew he were here. Anima sends his regards, by the way. He asked me to tell you not to push yourself, or we all know what a waste of breath that'll prove to be. What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We are in a really funny situation of just... Yeah, every questline now takes place in a post we saved the entire world by flying to the edge of existence thing, doesn't it? Oh my god, it's the Keeper guy. Under normal circumstances, I'd never dream of leaving the other seats side. But considering the nature of these blasphemies and the calamity they bring, she insists a representative for Gridania precede her arrival. Appear the investigation and recent reports of refugees transforming is well underway. Manifest, good to have you with us, my friend. Indeed, the road before us is not an easy one, and a woman of your talents will prove invaluable to our efforts. We've been recently returned from reconnaissance where we made a few rather surprising discoveries. First and foremost, we were pleased to discover that no one residing within Camp Broken Castle Tertium have turned, and now thanks to the concerted efforts of Maxima, Alpha, no one else. So I'll just throw Lucia under the bus. It's not like she's a fucking fellowish guardian after all. However, we recently believe that those who did turn all hail from Lucas Ammonius. I mean Corvus, the Gallian's ancestral home. The very same. When the FFXIV final days began to manifest there, a number of Gallian refugees from the region sought sanctuary in Garlemald. But the gap was already in ruins when they arrived. They offered asylum, but many refused and chose to fend for themselves on the outskirts of the city. We remind to go and speak with them directly if you would care to join us. Perhaps together we can learn if their recent circumstances have triggered such terrible change among their people. Saying our arm in the middle of current content will never look good to yourself. Lucas Ammonius suffered greatly in the wake of the final days. It's only natural they would have sought shelter at the capital. Can't but imagine the horror upon arrival. Not Gallian by blood, but having been raised in the Imperial provinces, I'd be lying if I said I'm not moved by their plight. Do we see, or have seen any of Lucas Ammonius? Lucas Ammonius has come up a number of times, because again, Corvus, but I don't think we've, like, seen it, or, like, had anything go there. I don't think we've had anything actually go to Corvus. Frozen Hope. Well, I guess this is the end of this, because I get rewards. Artwell, well, I get a choice. But would they really give me tinctures as my reward for, like, the final one? Time being of the essence, I believe it prudent we split into two groups and cover as much ground as we may, as quickly as possible. Your masterful show would inquire the people of Victor's spoils. Two of us shall sing what we may learn at the Mill Station 4. When you're finished, pray meet us there. I'm not saying Corvus at all. You know why I thought Dontra was Corvus, they kept name dropping it. Yeah, I haven't seen Corvus. But I suppose this is the east of here, yes? Let us be us. So is it Corvus? Corvus is the ancestral home of the Gallians, right? But in terms of current periods of time, the Gallians left Corvus to come to Ilsabad, and then other people ended up in Corvus, and then Corvus ended up being overtaken by the Empire, right? Because Corvus is where Grohar's from, right? I think they're the same place. The Gallian ancestors left Corvus long ass time ago, came to Ilsabad, and then overtook Corvus once other people were there. Is it the people from Corvus who founded the Rirana Lighthouse? I'm trying to remember how Evilist lore ties into Gallian ancestry as well. I'm trying to remember that. Or is it like the people of Lacelia? Or is it the other way around? Is it the people of Lacelia / Rirana who ended up going to Corvus? Is it that order? Evilist lore flew all over my head. Well, this is the history of Gallians is like directly connected to it. But I can't remember exactly in which order it does. I can't remember if it's like the people from Corvus came to Evilist first. Or whether it was, they said that it was like the people of Evilist, or some of the people of Evilist were the people who, like, went to Corvus who then became the Gallian ancestors. I can't remember. I can't remember the order of events. My brain wants to say it was the people from Lacelia that went on, and Rirana that went on to find Corvus. Just because Evilist is so fucking long, like, the city of Evilist existed a really long time ago. Ramses from, like, several astral eras in the past. The original Ramses, the Warrior of Light Ramses, not the current child Ramses. I should choose to reside here in the cold. And resume though not be amenable to conversation. Even so, it must not be deterred. Come. Is Fortuno gonna run into the people who are like friends with the two sisters who died because they ran away from Alpha and Alice? Is that where we're going with this? So I feel that's where we're going with this. Talk? What's there to talk about? No home, no future, nothing. This doom spells the end for us all. Come to hear our grievances, have you? More than you have time to hear them, I'm sure. Although it's not one but two homes. My loved ones. Our livelihood. There's nothing left. I served my time in the military. For what? To lose all my friends? My son. There was not to show for it, but I claim to Lucas Amonis. So we thought. Calamity is upon us for reasons we know not. When we thought to flee for it, followed us on our heels to Golemold. Ruin and ash at every turn. Was everyone the game broken glass in the end, didn't they? The people from here? Did they? I know a lot of people from Tertia went there. I can't remember the people from Victor's Spoils here went there. After the two girls died, I can't remember if we even came back. I can't remember. Should we back here when we have finished? I can't have one person to talk to. How they despondent refugee. Can't imagine why you and else would feign interest in our troubles, but if you insist. You'll find a great many of the people here were in the military at one time or another. Some retiring with honors and others without. Sadly, I'm one of the latter, but one too many scars in battle. Even so, my contributions were enough to warrant leave to move to Lucas Amonis. It was a land of warmth and bounty. Convosi rebellion admittedly proved troublesome for a time, but it didn't take long for the Second Legion to quell their uprising. Could practically drown in the calm and quiet. Then one day the skies came alive with flame. Okay, so it wasn't just Golemold and Father Nair that had the skies turn red. There was other places that we haven't been to that also did that. They were run by all manner of foul beasts, one of our brothers and sisters. Second Legion barely had time to assemble their force before they were overrun and snuffed out. Barely escaped to their lives. We were great not only with more rack and ruin our arrival here, and with not the strength to take our home back from the Corvosia a second time. There's nothing left for us anywhere. Did you learn aught of how they came to be in such dire straits? Basically, everything was fucked all the time. Basically. I see. I had much of the same. Military forces of Lucas Amonis were defeated in the wake of the final days. Desperate to survive, they naturally fled to Golemold seeking sanctuary. It was their hope the might of the Empire would allow them to reclaim the home they were forced to abandon, but the capital was already in ruin when they arrived. Needless to say, the lands they've long believed to be the ancestral home of the Gallian people may remain forever lost to them. Those unfamiliar with history would believe they'd always reside in the bitter cold climes of northern Ilsabard, but that was only after the Corvosi invaded 800 years prior. Wait, so the Corvosi, I mean, fortunately I could easily be biased here, but... So was there already people in Ilsabard and the Corvosi invaded Ilsabard and took it over? Is that the idea? With the advent of Magitech, I imagine it was all too easy for Emperor Solus to rally his people and take back what they believed to be rightfully theirs. That history would tell us true. That the land they call Lucas Amonis has been known by other names and served as a home to myriad peoples. Indeed, one only need to look back to the Alagan's reign in the Third Astral Era to give the lie to Gallian's claims to sovereignty. And even if there's such ancestral ties to Lucas Amonis, antecedents cannot justify their animosity to foreign peoples. Animosity poorly veiled by delusions of justice has been the case for so many nations throughout history. Would that man had the sense and strength of will to break free from such chains of hatred? But I saw grievance, they didn't leave, they were pushed out. That's what I'm confused by. That's what I'm confused by. Because the way that Fortuno says it, it sounds like the people left Corvos to invade Ilsabard. That's what I'm confused by. Or does he mean the people who now call Corvos home? And he's referring to them as the Corvosi. That's what I'm confused. That's why I'm confused. So the way that he's saying it is confusing me. The way that he says the Corvos, like, the way that he said the Corvosi invaded, it sounded like, okay, so the ancestral people of the Gallians are the Corvosi, and the Corvosi invaded Ilsabard, and I'm just like, wait a minute, I don't think that's how things went, but no, people invaded Corvos, yeah. The way that he said it confused me, because I'm just like, that's not what history is. And the Gallians getting kicked out of places by some Rogans until they ended up on some frozen tundra or something. I mean, yeah, the Gallian people have been kicked out of, like, a lot of places because they can't control magic. I think this is also why they left Evilis. I think it's also said during Evilist that the reason that they left Lucelia / Ridorana / all of that was also because they were kicked out because they couldn't control magic. So therefore they were just like, before Magitech existed, they were like on the lower hand of everything. Do you reckon there's people who play through this? Do you reckon there's people who play through this questline and see Fortuno talking about how it's just like, yeah, these people are trying to claim that this land is their ancestral homeland and they're the only people who have ever belonged to this place, is a very obvious lie. And even if it was true, like, being violent towards the people who now live there is clearly not the solution. Do you reckon there are people who play through this and be like, yeah, that is bad. The Garleans are bad for doing that, and then don't apply that mentality to, like, the real world? Do you reckon there's a lot of people who miss that, like, those ideas? Because, like, you know, I bet there's a number of people who see this and then don't tie those people who never done all 5 role quests. Fair, you have to do every role quest for this. The game's being hypocritical or never. Help! Someone help! They've turned! Another monster, greatly manifest. We have a moment to lose. Fortunately, you can't defend yourself. Your wife gave your weapons to Alphino. Don't run off first. You don't have your sage weapons anymore, unless you got another set. God, so what happened? The radio. The radio's there. One of my mates seemed unwell, so I thought to come over and look in on him. Next thing I knew, he not appears to be injured. Did he not attack? He just walked off the direction of the tower, and Days of It was calling to him. Is it possible that it's not people Final Days transforming, but this is still Anima Primal shit? Or the combination of the two? Can I have gone far? Could go after him or remain here and see that all are accounted for. You gotta take out that shitty couple. Have we not suffered enough? Cinematta's here. I'll find the beast before it could reach the tower. My brain's forgetting something. So, you know how the whole point, when it first happened, right? When Anima was like first a thing and it took over everyone, it was the people who were near the radios who were freed, right? From being tempered. Because basically the crystals within the radios acted as a shield, right? I just remember the special dialogue if you took Fortuno to Tertium to see the twins. I mean, he wasn't following me at any point. He wasn't following me at any point. Yeah, and then the radio also was the thing that's literally what I was about to ask. The radio was the thing that stopped them from being tempered because the crystal inside of it acts similar to the warding scales that we use. But it was also the radio that, like, was the thing that tempered them in the second one, right? Or is it just the idea, like, because the radio was making sounds, but is it not the radios that tempered them? Was it just that, like, the radios is a MacGuffin? Don't question it. No, I will question it because this game usually is pretty good with, like, making those things clear. Because my brain thing is like, is the point that it was like, oh, it wasn't the radio that tempered them the second time. It's just when the thing screams, the radios make sounds. But people like Euless were not close enough to the radio because you've got to be like huddled around. Well, it says Terminus. It does say Terminus, which does imply that it is indeed a Final Days. It is indeed Terminus. Which is slightly worrying. But I will question it. Game's usually good. This game's usually pretty good about not just being like, oh, MacGuffin. It usually gives, like, lore explanations for MacGuffins. I mean, they are still MacGuffins. I'm not denying that they're not MacGuffins. But usually the game gives a very good lore explanation for its MacGuffins to be like, this is why they are MacGuffins. And how they work as MacGuffins. Might add the right of it with the low gear when in full ground and two-shot at that monster. This just means that maybe there'll actually be a challenge fighting overworld mobs for a second. But I also didn't use my bow. Might go by a full set of moonwood. For a blessing, the others have turned, and a measure of calm has been restored, only for the moment. Witnesses were able to offer a clue as to the source of the transformation. They claim the afflicted was listening to this radio. So it's the radio again. Every now it continues to play the same cryptic message. Empire no more. Never again rise ashes. The sword by radio said you can hear a voice saying the Empire is no more. Never again shall it rise from the ashes. But how is this possible? Not enough facilities left standing that could possibly deliver a broadcast. Last time this happened, the signal came from the Tower of Babel. Be that as it may, Anima is no more, and the Tower of Babel has fallen into disrepair. By your hands, no less. To pose the question, who or perhaps what could be behind this? Manifest, Mas Forshlow, a moment if you would. Otwarel! Moab! Aimric! Shortly after we finish our inquiry at Luminosation 4, Lord Aimric and Admiral Moab arrived and requested an audience. Apologies for our late arrival, knowing firsthand the devastation of which blasphemies are capable. I discussed the matter with the Admiral. We're of one mind the situation warranted our immediate presence. Moab put on a scarf. No tits out. Freeze them off. She's ocean lady. She's used to the cold where water doesn't freeze. She'll be totally fine here. Is it safe to presume a representative of the survey team has already arrived? Fuck off, Steam Deck. Sorry. My Steam Deck keeps trying to update, and it really fucks up my computer whenever it tries to do that. Jack, why are you sending me my own hours? Yeah, I'm aware of what hours I worked. Yeah, I worked, correct, Jack. I worked those hours. I don't know why you're sending them to me. Those were the hours I worked this week. What? I've been sent a photo of my roster from the week that I just worked. Yes, I was there. Indeed I have. Thank you for coming all this way on such short notice. Recent events here at the camp have proved most enlightening. So this is a combination of Anima and the final days. It's particularly fucked. And this is the aforementioned radio. Empire no more. Never again shall it rise from the ashes. A harsh reminder of their misfortune. Sufficient to push some wayward few over the edge, it would seem. There still remains a question of who is sending this message and from where. Glory everlasting Garlemald. For glory everlasting. For Garlemald. No, it couldn't be. You recognize this message? A mantra spoken by Lord Nerva. Anyone who lived in provinces under his authority could scarcely forget those words. Nerva was one of the main ones who, did the civil war after Varus died. He sought to come to the throne of the assassination of Varus, did he not? After the war broke out, he all but disappeared according to the intelligence we managed to gather. How can he manage to breach the tower undetected? To have done so and remain unnoticed by the creatures infesting the tower seems a nigh impossible task. Unless... Maybe the voice on the radio is the blasphemy. We ever seen what Nerva looks like? Maybe armor, but I'm not sure. I feel like we may have seen Nerva in armor at some point. But I also could... You could show me armor and say that it oh, this is what Nerva was wearing. And I'd say, yeah, sure. If it's Agalian armor that's not Gaius, I'm probably not going to recognize... Or regular. I'm not going to recognize... Regular's a donut head, and Gaius I've done Praetorium. But you show me any of the others, and I'll just be like, oh yeah, it could be one of them. I'm not going to recognize the difference in Gallian armor. I do. And as it was with Anima, these radios are somehow attuned to whatever signal emits from the tower. What's more, I believe the true identity of the blasphemy is Nerva. Robbed of the throne and forced to watch the Empire he longed to command crumble before his very eyes. If such loss did not drive him to the same fate as Quintus, the despair he felt no doubt overcame and turned him. Again, it was like right after like all of that happened that the final day started, because we went like right from here to the moon. Nerva's illusions of grandeur aside, the Guardians' plight sounds not unlike the Sahagin, desperate to preserve their spawning grounds. Indeed. Though unscrupulous by any measure, the Guardians found solidarity in their ideology, as did the people of Ishgard in the church. Adrift without home or purpose, it is all too easy for despair to take hold. I just forgot who Regular was. Regular was our second legatus for the Empire, who our Scion characters ended up praising for his commitment to his soldiers. Even though Regular really didn't act like that until the moment that he died. And he wasn't really like that before. Would that a remedy were as simple as offering them a land, as we did the Sahagin? In all likelihood, the Gallians would refuse to settle for aught less than what they believed to be their ancestral homeland of Locus Amonis. The clan the Corvosi would readily take arms to the mountains. Would do not well to further fan the flames of animosity twixt them. The maps at the very least can offer them peace of mind, and it means to regain some semblance of stability in their lives. Always forget about the Endwalker high trials, but they're so important once you get the Shadowbringers. To offer them true comfort and stability, Garlemald must be rebuilt. I mean, like, they need somewhere to live that is actually possible to live. That can be Garlemald, just not the way that it is right now. By no means any solution, perhaps the only one worthy of pursuit. Of course, this new Garlemald must remain a sovereign nation, free from the oversight of others. No, come on, let's just Berlin Wall this bitch, come on. Come on. The Elsian Alliance can take the west half, the Eastern Alliance can take the east half. Put a wall down the middle, it'll be fine. It'll get referenced in a Mario Kart game in like a couple decades. It'll be awesome, don't worry about it. This has never been a problem in human history. There would be no meaning in that otherwise. If I'm not mistaken, Alphino and Alice have already made strides in helping the people here to regain some normalcy in their day-to-day living. Most important first step, it'll mean little without proper leadership. Rather than a single individual, perhaps a governing body of sorts will prove more effective. Sorry, 14 is in Mario. There are a number of former Senate members among the camps of refugees at Camp Broken Glass, as I recall. The help creating the framework for new governance is not an impossibility. Then let us call the people together and see what they make of our proposal. Man, I bet the people who hated the fact that you didn't just, like, have Endwalker be a Garlemald expansion where you slowly walk through all the Garlean like areas and just killed all of the Garleans until you win and save the day by killing them all. I bet those people really fucking hate this quest. I bet those people are really mad about how this quest line's going. Final days have taken much from you all. I can but imagine the pain you feel in the face of such immeasurable loss. And though the final days has been averted, its effects yet linger, and blasphemy has been born of your suffering. Decisive action must be taken before further harm is wrought upon you. To overcome such adversity is too great a task for any one person. But as a people united, there may yet be hope for the morrow. While it is not our place to decide how you'll move forward, we would offer a small measure of guidance. Will a total number of former members of your Senate yet remain among you? Would you be amenable to an interim government led by these individuals, until such time as Garlemald can be rebuilt? Rebuild Garlemald? Is such a thing truly possible? And we do cobble together some governing council, they won't be making anything of that pile of ash we dare call Garlemald. There's no going back to Locus Amonis either. Rack and ruin. Those are our only options. I realize to rebuild Garlemald is a seemingly impossible task, but you needn't undertake it alone. My children are working with members of the First Legion as we speak to begin an organized relief effort. And there are others from the provinces no doubt willing to lend their expertise. You need but ask, not as would-be conquerors, but as brothers and sisters of this star, and others will heed your call. If you should still see no merit in rebuilding of Garlemald, then I would instead offer you residency in Sharlayan. I promise you will be welcomed with open arms. Sharlayan? Say any better, I was going to let the boots in some country I've never even heard of. I offer it as an example. My apologies if I appeared overly forward in my proposition. Considering our strict policies on non-intervention until but recently, it's not surprising that you're unfamiliar with my homeland. There's an island nation to the north, home to myriad peoples, which is why I believe it would not prove difficult to accommodate you and yours. To be clear, you would not be migrating to Sharlayan to live in servitude. You have my word that each and every one of you would be guaranteed citizenship upon entry. And why exactly would you go to such lengths for us? For the conquerors you barely know. Man, this government is us. They don't even know what Sweden is. Sharlayan was long aware of the coming doom that would be the final days, and so we're preparing to evacuate this star, taking as many people and resources as stores would allow. Initially, it was our intent to save the people of Garlemald as well, but we had not forgotten your transgressions invading Alamigo, your rejection of our entreaties for peace. After a great deal of deliberation, it was decided that we would forego an invitation to Garlemald. A determination made with great trepidation. We convinced ourselves it was ultimately for the greater good, though I can think of at least one individual who would continue to protest. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom. It is indolence. Yo! Forsha knows using the Louis Suarez line now. It was one of the first things that I said to him back in 5.5. Sage counsel I brazenly cast aside when confronted with the final days in earnest. But Minifus here and her companions refused to forsake those we would otherwise unwilling to save. With great risk to themselves, they achieved the impossible, and opened my eyes to the error of the Forum's decision. All our roads lead to Rome regardless. Perhaps we should at least consider it. I mean, my dad would probably do this. Then it would be my pleasure to invite you all to Camp Broken Glass. We shall have warm food and beds both. How will all these old people survive the apocalypse? Well, some people have to. Admiral Wob and I shall speak with Maxim and the others. And say our best to assist the Galleons moving forward. Should we broach the subject of the blasphemy over, we'll not hesitate to call upon you. All gather in one place is odd. I think they all deliberately came here once they realized everyone else was fucked. Just the idea. This is one of the few houses that still exists in Garlemald here. Oh shit! There's a person with boots. I don't know if I meant to recognize those boots, but if I meant to recognize the boots, I do not recognize the boots. I know those boots. I don't know the boots. I don't recognize the boots. I don't know who it is. Who is our boot man? Misguided few. Though visibly relieved, I'm bad at lore. I failed at lore. I don't recognize boots. The visibly relieved the Garleans are safe. The hardness in Farshano's eyes suggests your work is far from over. With the Garleans' hearts at ease, the likelihood of others turning has greatly diminished. Said there is no cause for us to grow complacent. One needs to find a way to overcome the blasphemy's protective warding. If I understand correctly, the blasphemy's behavior is oftentimes influenced by the memories and emotions of their originator. In which case, it would be prudent to learn more of the man who birthed this monstrosity. However, Chew is in the number of soldiers from the 3rd Legion are in our custody. For a mercy, their tempering was not so severe as to be broken beyond our ability to heal them. The person being treated at Camp Broken Glass. Perhaps the camp's intelligence officers can tell us among whom them knows aught of Nova's whereabouts. Recognize the boots or the books or the boobs or the boots. Show me a character's tits and I might be able to recognize it. And I'll just be like, oh, I recognize those tits. That character must be this. Trying to think there's actually been any situations where I've recognized a character by their tits. I ended up confirming that Crystal Exarch was Graha based on lips, but it's not quite tits. I recognize that redacted blindfolded. Why are you not teleporting? Because I forgot that Camp Broken Glass had a teleport. We just went to Victor's Spoils and I forgot, and that place never teleports, so I forgot this place had a teleport. I forgot this place also had a teleport. And intelligence officer, wait. We should max it. You have any dial? Nah, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Intelligence officer. Oh, so you recognize based on tits, but they're all Harlefels. I see. First, be best if you spoke with Vigilia, Legatus of the 3rd Legion. She's still on the man, but the Chirurgeons aren't like to oppose a brief conversation. Good, wait here a moment. Oh, Virginia, my best friend, Virginial. If you asked me to recognize a character by their Virginials, I probably wouldn't be able to. Primarily because we're not showing them in this game. Oh my god, is this Law's Order armor that we got? I was about to say we got someone in Law's Order armor. Why are you wearing Garlean Glam in Bosnia? That's what I don't understand. Like, I understand the idea is that, like, we've not really had much Garlean Glam in the game, so they've got to, like, put it somewhere. So I get Imperial stuff for, like, doing Tara Babel. I don't understand why, like, best in slot for Bosnia is fucking Garlean Glam. I don't get it. That one, the Law's Order stuff confuses me. Recognize the virginity status, of course. You look like you haven't fucked. Are you this champion, I presume? One of our cohorts. It's the one casting armor in the game. Oh. Deep Shadow. Deep Shadow, I think. I think it's Deep Shadow. What business have you with me? Credendum is there, but it's not Cunty. What about Deep Shadow? Isn't Deep Shadow also armored? Elsebard is faced with the imminent crisis, and we believe the knowledge you bear may be key to stopping it. Thus we believe the blasphemy to be Nova. His whereabouts in the wake of Garlemald's fall or lack thereof give credence to our theory. Lord Nova. From what we have pieced together thus far, you won't last to see him alive. Please, will you not share with us what you know? Very well. Thus best what me and knowledge I possess shall avail you not. I spoke with Lord Nova shortly after the warring with the First Legion began. Do you show gloves and boots? The chest just a robe? Oh, that's what I'm thinking of. Oh my god, this music's back. Close to within the lower levels of the Senegilium Imperialis. He spent the better part of the day listening attentively to the radio. He seemed hopeful, or perhaps desperate, for news that the tide might turn in our favor. The next day I left for the front line. It was there that I heard a terrible noise, which I assumed came from the Tower of Babel. Then darkness took me and I remembered naught after that. So the roads protected those close from the effects of the tower, in which case Lord Nova would have remained unaffected. But he's ever been devoted to Garlemald, oh glory everlasting, who would say. To watch the Empire he loved so dearly crumble. I ain't nothing and no one who would be more stricken by the sight. It seemed right to assume what became of Nova. It doesn't surprise me the beast would choose to make its nest within the Tower of Babel. Silence all the remains of the Imperial Palace and the throne he revered so highly. But the Empire is no more, and Lord Nerva, apparently, is no longer the man he once was. He deserves to be laid to rest, together with these dreams of glory. We will fell the beast. You have my word. Apologies for the interruption. Kind of centers arrived and we're ready to depart. Just good to see you, Manifest, Master Fortuno. Even though last time Kind of Center saw Master Fortuno, he was kind of a total dick. Bye, vagina. Trains mass people when they go in for bottom surgery. I have spoken with Lawrence of the Ward protecting the blasphemy, and I'm quite confident some manner of aether-based magic bars our path. It might be so bold to here. We reached the same conclusion initially, but it's simply not possible. Two brain cells. But duplicates of each other. These creatures born of the final days are devoid of aether. As such, they would be unable to produce such a barrier in a manner which we are accustomed. I suppose it is possible they manipulate dynamis to achieve a similar effect? I too thought dismissed the notion of a barrier filled by aether. That is until I set foot in Gala molds. Even now I can sense streams of aether flowing toward the tower. Is it still doing this thing to power the fucking moon laser? Its purpose was, after all, the harvest reserves energy sufficient to reach the moon. Even one wasn't able to manipulate aether directly, stands a reason to control the tower would alleviate such a need. It is merely conjecture, of course. I cannot say for certain until I have examined the currents with my own eyes. I ask you to accompany us. I'll join you as well if I may. My interest would keep me from being used in battle, but my knowledge of the land should serve as well as my blade. I'll be opposed to your company, but it's not my decision to make. She may go, as long as she remains under watch by you and the others. Very good. I suggest to begin with Regio Urbanissima. I sense the greatest confluence of aether in that vicinity. It's cool that this is like, okay, the boots. No, I still don't recognize them. Virginity's gonna turn and no! What do you mean? Virginity is totally not gonna be lost the moment that we see the monster. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I'll be honest, I don't even recognize what boots they are, let alone which character wears them. I don't even recognize what type of boots they are. I recognize that gangly gait. If there's a particular walk cycle that is unique to that character, no. Is it Karasu? Like, what do you want? Only character I can think of that might have a unique walk cycle, is it fucking Karasu? like I would assume based on it being red and Gala molds, it might be Nero, but I also, like, I have no idea what Nero wears at the moment. I don't, like, I would, like, if you ask me what does Nero wear right now, I have no fucking clue. It would make sense for Nero to come back to Garlemald at some point, maybe, but, like, I don't know. I heard about that Aldin should be arriving before long. I got a picture of him knocking his knees, muttering under his breath about the cold. How often do we hear people actually refer to him as Aldin? Like, other than, like, fucking, like, the one, like, traveler dude who, like, speaks to people is like, aren't you Aldin's lad? I don't understand how anyone could grow accustomed to such a cold climes. Part of me doesn't wish to believe this blasphemy is Lord Nerva, that I further protect him. And yeah. Just my imagination, but I kind of feel we're being watched again. So now that I think about it, that's like the Earth's entire thing in AR. He's watching us on cliffs, from cliff sides. Someone just made the resourcefulness of our adversary. I have absolutely no idea. Like, Nero is something that would make sense to me. Bring in Nero and have, like, Nero have a character arc. As I thought, the aether stream here flows towards the tower, as will the others in this region, no doubt. Its convergence first began when Slothful erected spires in all corners of Eorzea to fuel the Tower of Babel. Once destroyed, this divergence of aether should have ceased. Alright, whoever you are, if your business well, keep your skulking about in the shadows and speak your piece. Was you in the tower? Was you there in the tower, wasn't it? It is Nero! It is Nero! No, I do not recognize the boots at all. I do not recognize the boots at all being Nero's, but I'm just like, it's red. It's Garlemald. Could be him. My, you're sharper than you look. I recognize you. Nero, yes. Why are you following us? Who said I'm following you? His gaydar went off. Being a native Garlemald does not stand to reason I might be inclined to come and see what has become of my home. I know what you're scheming, but no time to entertain your games. Perhaps Master Garland make better company for you. Spare me. I am a man of great ambition and greater intellect, far beyond the scope of anything Garland could hope to achieve. He still keeps his head in the clouds while I'd set my sights to the stars beyond. You know, worked on a fucking ship that took us to the edge of the universe. What are you talking? Which is why you stuck into the tower. But like us, you couldn't get past the blasphemy to reach the transporter. You don't have a bed and top, Jesus Christ. Yes, well, I was very much hoping you would dispense with that little obstacle. Nero, whatever happened to your armor? What happened to your stapler remover head and your giant fucking hammer? You brought it out like once in Omega. You can fight. Why don't you do that? And having caught wind of your plans, curiosity compelled me to see if you were truly up to the task. Do you have reason to believe we are not? Or perhaps is the great genius Nero mean to dispense with the blasphemy himself? Far be it from me to steal your glory having come all this way. But as I am feeling generous, I'll tell you what I learned during my time in the Tower of Babel. I was able to access the systems, you see, and discovered one of those dreadful spires still appears to be active. Why would he fight when you could do it instead? Fine. Impossible. They all vanished when Animal was destroyed. Yes, and I've heard of your escapades reclaiming the remains of the Emperor. But obviously you failed to reclaim his entire body. As it stands, a piece remains powering a tower of Fabrica. You forgot to grab his dick. Yes, manufacturing district, just northwest of Erstwhile Imperial Palace. Rather impressive feat considering how these lands are so utterly devoid of aether. Really enough to sustain life, let alone the spire. But if one used Varus's remains to forcibly create a confluence of sorts. Precisely. And from what I gleaned of the tower's systems, his heart serves as its core. Of course, not with blood, but your precious aether. And now Nervo has amassed a surfer to shore up his defenses. Oh, no one's seen it. Those things are huge. Because it's a much bigger tower, like right here as well. Like, does Lothario Tower stand out when this fucking bowel of shit is here? How about Childus? He should find so perfect an impetus for his design, stolen from better minds than his own. How very like him. Oh, did I say that out loud? You'll forgive me if I fail to show concern for Uriah. What you say is true. These lands could never hope to recover from such a paucity of life energies. Was Hiram find Varus's heart to both spare the land at this wanton harvesting, and to bless me the source of its protection. I presume you have any intention of aiding us. As I said, no intention of stealing your glory, though I fear victory may soon slip through your fingers if you don't act quickly. Tataru was designed specifically for anima to serve as its core. However, forcing himself upon the system has caused it to grow increasingly unstable. My calculations are correct, and they always are. It will not be long before his presence triggers a system meltdown. The resulting explosion will destroy what tenuous streams of Aether breathe life into the lands of Garlemald. More importantly, we would lose our only means of reaching the moon. The heavens forever denied my genius. I mean, I can teleport there, I have an Aether current, but like, yeah, the rest of you are fucked. That's very unfortunate. In any event, it would seem time is of the essence. It's all well and good, but even if we know which district to search, finding the heart will be like looking for a needle in a bloody haystack. Actually, I may know where we can start. It's all rather hazy, but I still have vague recollections of my time serving on him when I was enthralled. We were commanded to some manner of facility tucked away in a corner of Fabrica. I remember not what it was for, but it was as good a place as any to begin our search. Certainly sounds promising, but surely this facility will be heavily guarded. It may be best to divide our forces. It's just the four of us should prove difficult to sneak inside and find the heart. Is this a dungeon? Four of us sneak inside. Are we doing a... Am I about to do a dungeon? Meanwhile, main force could stand ready to storm Tower of Babel when the barrier gives out. Leave it to us. It sounds like we're about to do a dungeon. I gotta say, compared to what we did for Shadowbringers, like Shadowbringers was like what, 1 or 2 quests to talk to Silver. I didn't realize that this like finish, like this cap one here for the whole thing in Endwalker would basically be the equivalent of an entire quest line of one of the blasphemies to begin with. Like, it's basically, instead of being like one final quest to conclude it, it's basically a final quest line that's the equivalent of the others. That's cool. This is what? Very well, we shall return at once. I'm regardless of camp for the Tower of Babel. I somehow misunderstood the threat of the tower and convinced themselves that Nova has taken refuge there. Still clinging to their ill-placed patriotism, no doubt. Could not have gone far. Perhaps they can be found before they come to harm. Wise men will not waste his time on a few wayward refugees. I thought you scowling and scholars knew better. Nero, are you gonna have a character arc at some point? No? Okay, you're gonna continue being bitchy gay? You're not even the champion of that anymore. So ignore the plight of those whom I conceivably save is not wisdom, sir. Yeah! Yeah! If it's all the same to you, Manifest, I would join you. I'll return to camp and begin preparations for our assault on the tower. I assume the tower assault's got to be a solo duty. Oh, they've been building it up and we are fighting a blasphemy. I assume it's going to be a solo duty. I suppose I should go as well. Bye, Nero. Though I am unarmed, I promise not to be a burden. That said, it'll behoove us to avoid any undue confrontations if possible. Now then, let us be off. See, there we go. There we go. Can I teleport? If I teleport, does Fortuna go with me? Does he come with me if I teleport? He does! Hey. No time to lose. If they should reach towers, no telling what might happen to them. So now we're here. There we go. Yo. Oh, Manifest. If you're here, the currently the situation at Tower of Babel is worse than we feared. I'll stand attending to the people here as best we can. For a mercy, there have been no signs of anyone succumbing to the lingering effects of the final days. You needn't worry about us, Father. Matters here are well in hand. That is well. I will not keep you away from your work any longer then. Yo. I do appreciate that they thought about it. It's just being like, hey, you're in the place where the fucking kids are, and also, like, you're with the dad. Go talk to them, and there is actually unique dialogue. I don't know about you, but I've seen enough suffering and despair to last a lifetime. They say, we'll do all we can to keep anyone else from turning. Can't think of no one better to take care of them than you, Alice. But please do be careful. And you, Father. By the sounds of it, you'll have your hands more full out there. Didn't expect to see the twins in Garlem. Oh, I think that's... I don't think that one is new. I don't think that one's new. Before we continue, I need to go to the bathroom, and I was like waiting for this questline to finish before I did that. I don't know if I can hold it for that long. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and I'll be back in a second, and then we'll continue with this. Yay! Yeah. And we are back. I'm now realizing I teleported here, and unlike when I didn't teleport to Broken Glass, there is another teleporter here. Fortuno, get on the chocobo. Or I put chocobo, or I put Fortuno in my saddlebag. One of the two has happened. One of the two has happened. We're not sure. We are unsure. But yes. So they didn't mark any like specific, come over here and speak to, with unique dialogue boxes over here with Fortuno. They're just like, hey, if you realize that, hey, the twins are here and I'm with their dad, what if I talk to them? They give you unique dialogue for that. There's definitely a number of moments where there's like super hidden unique dialogue like that. At times when people will say, oh, we're gonna go and handle these things. And you go and do this, and you go and teleport. Like, we've had a couple moments where it's just like, Manifest, go and handle this. We're going to go do this in this region, and it's like a completely separate zone. But you teleport to that zone first anyways, and they are actually there. It's honestly surprising how often it does it. Which is probably why it's really annoying when you finish, like, parts of the story and then characters start disappearing. Like, you'll be in between patches, and for some reason, characters just don't appear on the map. Unless, like, it's like after 5.2 where, like, your stroller was specifically in Anna. Sometimes character... Like, where the fuck is Reen? Why can't I go to the Crystarium and find Reen? Reen should be hanging out with Gaia. Why can't Reen and Gaia, like, somewhere in the Crystarium to find? It's silly. If they're willing to have characters hang out for, like, very particular moments in just a quest line, why aren't Reen and Gaia in the Crystarium? Just hanging out. I can understand Reen not hanging out until you finish, like, the Eden stuff, but I've finished the Eden stuff. No trace of them here. Let's keep searching. I hate these automated bits. Fuck these automated bits. I hate these automated bits, they suck. For some reason, because I finished my Shared Fates here. I have been working through my Shared Fates. I am actually back on this grind. Don't worry, look. I am actually doing it. I'm, like, 2/3 done down there and actually finished Garlemald. The way that I'm doing is I'm doing five fates a day. 5 fates a day is enough for me to not get frustrated with like how long it's taking. 10 a day is too much. So I'm doing 5 a day. But there's this one particular fate that's up here, like in the city, where the enemies that you have to like over here is like you gotta kill the dogs. Up here you gotta kill some robots. Up here's like a boss. But there's one that's somewhere over here where you gotta kill bits, and for some reason their damage is just way fucking higher than any other fate in this zone. So running, even like fighting them as DPS, if you pull 2 at once, each time I've done it, I've had to bloodbath to actually survive if I pull 2, and if I pull 3, I'm basically dead. Love range enemies that don't get you pulled, don't get pulled right and also kill you dead. Yeah, okay. I'm glad it's not just me, because it's also because they are ranged. So the more, like, if you do a range check on them, they start hitting you immediately. They're so fucking annoying. So much dialogue changes on specific times between patches and stuff that you'll probably never see. Yeah. Like, I try to do a lot in this game, but without knowing what everything is. And I don't expect all the people who watch me to know it either. Play Picto and 2-shot them. I find Picto annoying to do fates with. It's fast, but, like, the way I have to play it feels annoying. Help, someone please! Did you hear that? It came from over there. My go-to for fates at the moment, unless it's a boss because it just doesn't survive because it has no personal mets, basically, is Viper. Because Viper's brain off enough that I can do it. Here we go! Okay, actually do my buff first. And so if I do this, it's fine. As long as I do my buff. Let's go rescue the stupid people! They're just like the sisters we tried to save. I understand I was shaken, but otherwise appear to be unharmed. I do appreciate that, like, what we're doing here is basically doing the Garlean section, like, doing the Garlemald section of the MSQ again, but now with the twins' dad as opposed to the twins. so we can see how much Fortuno has, like, accepted the lessons that his kids have basically taught him, because now he's doing that. You live through the final days and are actively running towards a blasphemy. You're a fucking idiot. You're the ones who came to speak with us before. Lord Nova had returned and was assembling his forces in the tower, but... yeah, he's a blasphemy. Like... no, not Lord Nova too. Then there really is nothing left for us. Uh-oh. I do not know your situation is dire, but you are not without a path forward. I believe you have the passion and conviction needed to rebuild Garlemald if you so choose. Or failing that, you could begin life anew in Charlian. Rebuild Garlemald? No, there's no point in entertaining such a so lofty a dream. And we would sooner die than suffer life under the rule of another. You would sooner seek death than sanctuary. Your resolve is admirable, but sorely misplaced. If you would not see Garlemald rise from the snow and ashes here in Ilsabard, might you consider venturing onto a new frontier? A new frontier. And where exactly is this land ripe for exploration? There. On the moon. I'll build my own Garlemald on the moon with blackjack and hookers. It is our goal to create a repository of man's knowledge there, free from the jurisdiction of any nation. As I understand, the magitech and technological advancements of Garlemald were without peer. Your expertise would be indispensable in the endeavor. Should you be willing, of course. It's somehow not as cold there as in Garlemald. You really expect us to go and live on the bloody moon? Is such a thing even possible? Have you a better alternative? Nero! Lest you forget, Garlemald did not rise to grandeur from complacency in the present or rumination in the past. We live for the future. It is in our blood. Life is not without its hardships, of course. Even I have met with the occasional stumbling block. But even should I stumble, my eyes are forever fixed skyward, seeking ever greater heights. I mean, like, the idea that there is Gallian history is kind of true. Like, motherfuckers fled to Ilsabard, a place that is frozen as shit and is cold as fuck. And we're still just like, yeah, we're gonna make a life here, and made it work. And like, even if they need to fight, they're just like, well, we can even do Reaper shit, so fucking... I love to complain. Why can't I complain? Why are you letting me complain? I just want to complain. The Empire may be lost, but I still possess a great deal of knowledge gained from it, and a desire to seek more. The very notion of exploring the moon is an unprecedented prospect, and that you would balk at the proposition boggles the mind. Consider this. You have heard that beasts of the final days were born of those hapless souls that had given up on everything, yes? If that is indeed the case, can you tell me why you still stand before me? Because deep down you believe your life is yet worth living. Deep down, you long to reach for the unreachable. Or perhaps you don't. If you should choose to lay down and die here in the snow, that's not my concern. Reach for the unreachable. Sounds something I would have said back at the academy. Alright, we'll go. Suppose it's better than dying here in the snow, as you so grimly put it. Then we must first dispense with the blasphemy that commands its tower. It's hard to believe Lord Nerva, of all people, could be turned into one of those monsters. Please, you must stop him. Put a soul to rest. I love the trope of worst person. You know, just made a good point. The fact that Nero, of all people, is inspiring people is pretty funny. But it's the closest thing is going to get to a character arc, so thank you, and sorry for causing all this trouble. Like, I like Nero. Nero is fun whenever he's around. The fact that Nero has, like, not had the equivalent, like, I don't expect Nero to go through the, like, as much as what Gaius went through, but the fact that Nero hasn't even had an arc that is, like, similar to what Gaius is going through. Or even what Sid has gone through. Because, like, Sid used to work for the Empire. Sid's gone through the whole struggle of just, like, having to make peace with his past and everything like that. And Nero's just, like, too gay to care. Nero's, like, the exact opposite. Nero's, like, the exact opposite. Yeah, I'm probably a war criminal, but I'm gay right now, so I don't have time to care about that. Nero's the exact opposite of, yeah, I'm probably non-binary, but everything bad's going on. I don't really have time to think about it. Nero's the exact opposite. Thank you for the browsing call to action. I thought you had no interest in meddling in our affairs. But he's also fun Haze Code gay villain, so nobody cares. Lest you misunderstand, I abhor the idea of my countrymen blindly following nobles they know next to nothing about. Besides, it would be most pious sight for not a single galley to be among those venturing to the moon. Oh, piteous, not pious. Those might prevail upon the to learn the new findings up there. I mean, it's probably it might be why they use Nero so sparingly. Nero comes up very infrequently, and when Nero comes up, he comes up to do his thing and basically bounce. He's not been the focus of any story arcs, and maybe that's why, because maybe they're just like, Nero going through an arc of reckoning with his past is out of character for him. So he'll pop up as a small piece of storylines for the parts that, like, for him to basically rock up and just be like, look at me, look at how shitty I am. Why the fuck are you like me? Have a character arc. I don't. You should, though. Go over Sonic Racing crossover. Come out tonight. Yeah. That's to. I didn't realize it came out that fucking soon. Jesus Christ. I told myself I'm not gonna leave in overly involved. Because here I am. Forlorn glory. Fortune was eager to regroup and make ready for battle. From what Nero has told us, time is now a luxury we can ill afford. Let us turn to camp broken glass, if only for the moment. There's no doubt finishing their preparations for battle. Time's of the essence. Quick, actually use the teleport and spend 100 gil. Like, oh. Do I have any of my... I do have some Tic Tac shrink left. Let's go. I thought I was out. Now I'm out. So when I went to the bathroom, I got a bottle of water. I got a bottle of water. So I'll be okay. Bro, it makes you play 3 days earlier thereabout. Game unlocks tonight, midnight on the PS5 timer. Why am I talking to you? What should this be? I thought Crossworld was like months away. I thought it was like an October-November release. I didn't realize it was a now release. That's also where I was confused. Thing is, I've not actually heard anything, like, not that I've gone out and looked for it. I've not heard anything about the game. I just see people on YouTube just trying to use it to just be like, stunting on Mario Kart World and just being like, look, a game that's made good on like Mario Kart World, which sucks and is bad. And I'm just like, I like Mario Kart World a lot. I've had more fun with it than any other Mario Kart, so I'm just like, not to say that I think like Crossworld is going to be bad or anything. It's just I've only seen people use it as a bludgeon on YouTube, which is not me saying anything about the quality of the game or anything. It's more so me complaining about the quality of YouTube more than anything. Comes out tomorrow morning. Oh no. Oh, sorry, I skipped dialogue accidentally there. That's not. There it is. I should hope the other's absence means all proceeds apace. There we go. Good, you're here. Recent arrival of reinforcements. Our preparations are all but complete. Hey, they showed up and not dressed for the weather. Not dressed for the weather at all. Awesome. Dudes being dudes, am I right? Oh, it's freezing the temperatures out there? I'll see about that. Says a dude who's lived in a desert or a different desert for most of his fucking life. Apologies for our lateness. Seems we're at least in time to help deliver the crushing blow. Ha ha ha! Bonjour, j'adore Paris. La Tour Eiffel. I know the fates are kind, this will be the last we see of these damnable blasphemies. J'adore la tour, I feel. Commander Aldin, Lord Ian, thank you both for coming. Yes, of course. Understood. Lawrence and the others have reclaimed Varus' heart. Barrier protecting the blasphemy should soon dissipate. Then the time has come at last to storm the Tower of Babel. Oh, then the Spiros me and make out well inside. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't speak horny French enough to understand. Admiral Merwin and Lord Aemric await our arrival at its base. Then we should be about it, eh? Suppose a good opportunity is in to keep my hammer from rusting over. Hey, he's finally gonna fight again. Let's go. I will accompany you as well. As the forum's representative and a member of the survey team, it feels my responsibility to see this through to the end. That's what Eiffel Towering is. Yeah, but I didn't understand it was like a sex thing. I understand what Eiffel Towering is. I'm personally familiar with it. I just didn't realize that like that's what you would try. I didn't, because the Eiffel Tower is also a building in France, and I didn't realize that's not the one you meant when you were saying that. I take you for the fighting type, considering your son currently has your weapons. Despite appearances, I'm no stranger to the battlefield. Indeed, I've seen my fair share traveling the world in service to the Forum. Though I may not be equal of Alphino or Alice, we shall not find ourselves wanting, I can promise you that much. Did you get the weapons back from your son? He's currently holding them. How's a building in France? Source? Wikipedia, but I know people might edit that to be false. When you've all finished your preparations, we shall converge to the Insulati. France's fictional country invented for Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Alright, now we fly up to north to the Insularium, which is, yeah, basically next to... But I say, because we're going to Babel, basically going to be next to the thing, right? Yes, we are. Yes, indeed, we are. Where the two Aetherites in Garlemald are fine. They're fine. When you come here for, like, non-story purposes, where the Aetherites work here are fine. Whenever you're doing any questing here, the Aetherites are in really bad places. Like, if you're coming here for fates or anything, it's fine, because both of them will spawn you relatively close to where at least some fates spawn, and then you just go from one to the other or anything like that. But that being said, I have no idea where the gathering spots are here. Or, like, where the time nodes are. There might be some timed nodes that are around, like, on these trees here, and then it's completely and utterly fucked. Reminiscent of freaking some of the ARR places where it's just like, ARR really insists on making sure that every times node is as far away from any Aetherite as possible. It's not as bad as Heavenswood, but Heavenswood, everything is far away from every Aetherite. It's not unique to time nodes. It was very fun. It has way more arcade feel in comparison to Mario Kart. Short snappy courses in the second lap is always a second different course via a choice the person in first makes. Okay, so it's basically... Okay, so basically they took the premise of, like, going from one track to another and just said, what if that happened instantly on the track? I mean, if there's a demo for it and I can still play it, I might give it a try. I really like Mario Kart World for what it is. But what Mario Kart World is also very different to other kart races. So, having a more traditional kart racer might also be fun. Also, it has Hatsune Miku in it, so like, there is also that. All the present then accounted for? Shall we proceed? Your progress through the battle will be saved at certain points. Long enough to have checkpoints for this. Okay. Long enough to have checkpoints for this. Interesting. This kind of... I wonder... Are we gonna get, like, freaking... Like, solo instance, like, playable Fortune? Playable Nero? Can I play as Nero with his hammer? Can I play as Nero with his hammer? Our objective is simple. Locate and eliminate the blasphemy Nerva. Though the barrier guarding him is no more, a number of beasts will surely block the way at the auxiliary sector. Off to a smashing start, I see. Lieutenant Tower will reach its limits sooner than I anticipated. But to save the transporter, must hurry and find Nova. Now! So we're on the fucking clock here. Give me an actual time limit. Give me an actual time limit for the duty. I don't know if we've had one of those for a while. No, not like an hour long, like the one that we had from the Gulf. Should go that same percent in your guard. It's quite the menagerie of horrors and last I was here. Reaches over Tataru Babil! I'm doing a duty sport dungeon. Onward! Really is a duty sport dungeon, Jesus Christ. they're upon us. To arms! I apologize if you can start hearing things. I probably should have put in headphones for this. Well... Can you hear the sounds doubling up? Because if so, I will actually do it. Put in headphones. Because I would not be surprised if you can. Also, we have so many tanks here. Are they going to remove the centipede things? Probably sometime after people stop freezing to death. Mo and I should hold them off. Press on, my friends. Leave this to us, yo!
The winds favor us.
This sounds like loud, to be honest. I think it's like how much of it is echoing and how much of it is just what it normally is. Could be a bit different to tell. Persistent lot, aren't they? The winds favor us. I gotta say, having a solo instance where basically like all of the fucking leaders are with you going through it is really cool. It is really cool that it's just like, hey, literally all of them are here, and they're going alongside you for the solo instance. Just hold the line back. When you see an opening, take it and do not look back. Oh, they're all just joining us. That is really sick. Game is currently very loud. I'll turn it down a little bit. I will turn it down a bit. Are we just gonna do the entire dungeon? Are we just gonna do the... Well, I guess we didn't do the train, but... Are we just gonna do most of the dungeon? Oh my god. Never did make things easy. Let's get this over with. Just turn down ability noises. I've turned down... The amount of times I've turned down ability noises in this playthrough is so much. I keep turning them down and just being like, it's fine. And then I progress further through the game and I get access to more abilities, which then end up keep being louder. It's a consistent problem that keeps happening, because I'm just like, oh yeah, I've adjusted my volume for like my Heavenswood abilities. And then I get into another expansion and then there's more abilities. And it's just like, oh god, it's even louder. Gets being part of the boss fight, but it's only got 5 minutes left. Doesn't really matter, 'cause it's not a duty, but... Alright, after this I will turn them down. I should turn them down. That's right, pings for like war bosses and stuff. It's one of those things where it's like, once I'm current, I can actually join those discords myself. Once I'm current, I can join the discords myself for all these things. It's just I can't do that because otherwise they'll spawn me on location with Montreal. There is no end to them. I'm so excited to be current in this game. Like, I'm enjoying the experience going through it, but there's a lot of things that I can really only do once I'm current. And it'll be fun. It'll be quite fun to do stuff actually on content. I'm able to like play alongside the community a lot. I'm looking forward to it a lot. Yeah, not that I'm begrudging how long it's taking me, because how long it's taking me is like a big part of the reason why I've enjoyed it so much, because I've been able to like actually take my time with things and have things processed mentally and like not rush through things and then things just like kind of wash off my back a bit more. I've been able to avoid that. Oh, okay, I guess. You know, no one else was standing in the middle of Pokemon. We could have stayed there. Longest battle ever took 3 seconds to resolve. Oh, so it's like the Alliance raid we did earlier today. So it's like the Alliance raid that we did earlier today. Don't know if my solo instance should have more complicated mechanics in the Alliance raid, but it's fine. But it's fine, don't worry about it. If there's one thing that is kind of dawning on me with the way that we're doing patches, because we're doing things in patch order, we're very much going to get a lot more scattershot streams from this point going forward, which I think is fine. That is how the game is. Oh my god. Oh no, it's the bellwether. Oh no. Oh no. You focus on the large one? Alright, okay, I got it. Very well then, with me, Manifest! Attack! Tizona! Yo! Hell yeah! Hell yeah. Oh, get in their hand. Limit break, yeah! Yeah! Boom, 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 boom. Bam. My rotation has drifted so fucking bad. Oh no. It is cool actually, but it's be like, hey, remember when we fought a recreation of this thing in Armorot? And guess what? We've got the real deal in front of us now. Oh dear god. Oh, it's growing bigger. It is getting bigger. You know, I'm still gonna hit this just in case. Oh! When you kill one number, it still explodes no matter what. Hey, Yunsa! I'm in a dungeon. Was that the last of them? Oh shit! They're teleporting in, which is not normally how these creatures work. Of course not. Done the first alliance raid? I have! It was simultaneously a lot of fun and also the most disappointed I've been by any battle content in this entire game. I had very mixed opinions on it. We can't afford them to impede our advance any further. Commander Aldin, let us hold them here. Master Fortuno, take the others and go. Quickly. He did get some weapons back at least. Understood. Fortuno did manage to get another pair of Nulets at least. Well, not pair. Quartet? Why are you disappointed? Way too easy. Eye level completely and utterly fucked it over. Slowest mechanics in the entire game. Really easy to do mechanics when the boss stands there for 6 minutes before it doesn't attack. Oh my god. We really are just doing Armorot, but in Garlemald. Holy shit. It's Therion, but like a bit smaller. It's Therion, but smaller. Garlemald is mine! Actually cutting off his model's arm, they just covered it up. Iron Worm. We're back to where we fought Armor. Alright. Send here, Nova, for Garlemald, for her people, and all who call this star home. I don't know. For glory everlasting for Garlemald! Oh Jesus! Death walls. Oh god, actual death walls. Rise, my legion! Eager arrows. For glory, for Garlemald! We really are just doing Armor. This is so cool. It's cool to see this be like, hey, like, oh Jesus. They're even lasting longer than the Therion fight. Like, everything that we've seen in the final days has been like, yeah, similar to stuff we saw in Armor, but then this one is just like, yeah, it is the, like, similar stuff. Gravest evil. I'm chained! Are you gonna rescue? Yeah, whoa! Excuse me? Rescued by a teleporter? Yo! I now want, like, an alternate timeline where rescue actually looks different depending on the job you're playing. That's cool as shit. Oh, it's also doing, okay, it's also doing that. I can do that on Blue Mage now. Like, you're not special. Definitely feels possible that this is dying slower than it should because of my fucking insistence on wearing some winter clothes as opposed to wearing shit that actually has an eye level that was designed for the fight that I'm going. But it's fine, don't worry about it. Oh, they're just explosions. Well, simple enough to just stand at the boss. And it still works out just fine. But they are staying there for a very long time. Really does feel like we're in the Alliance raid again. Jesus. This thing stood there forever. Can you pull in mid? He keeps jumping back. He keeps jumping back. Tataru. And then Iron Nero. My rotation is so fucked. My rotation is so fucking bad. Stop jumping north. For glory, for Galamos. Getting off my burst. So fortunately, this thing's just a DOT. So if I want to stand far away from it and don't worry about damage, it actually doesn't matter that much. Don't play the game I play the game. Kids. If you're playing Final Fantasy XIV and you're in a dungeon with other people, don't play the way I play. Also, don't hold on to your burst. Oh dear God. Come on, Nero, get in there. Fuck them all up. Yeah, hell yeah. Fine, McGuiggly, I shall take the brunt of it. Big shields. Yo! Is that a unit? I've not seen. Okay, is that unique? Yo! It's like the thing for the virus fight. Yeah! Is this a unique, like, this shield thing? Like, is this a unique thing for Fortuno for this fight? Because, like, goddamn. If they gave Fortuno, like, a unique fucking shield thing to do this for this fight alone, hell yeah. Like, everything else here is clearly just for using armor on shit. Yo! Not too far to give up now. Orange pulls up during. I thought I did. Wasn't that one of the kids? Oh no, something like that. Singer. I thought that was like. I thought that was like the Heimer stuff. I thought they used Heimer. Galamold is mine. Yay! We did it! It wasn't supposed to pull on shields. Cutscene happened very quickly. There's a lot going on. I must have missed that it was that one. I must have missed that it was that specific design. But still, going from a cutscene, turning a cutscene thing into a gameplay thing like that. That's so cool. Like if Alphino pulls up that shield during a cutscene and they're just like, we're doing it in gameplay now. That's still a cool twist on it. For glory everlasting indeed. Was the shield used for an actual Sage skill? Maybe that shield is like a part of one of the Sage things, and they just made it way fucking bigger for that for that attack. I don't know. There might be like a small thing that looks like that when you cast like Hollis or something. For glory everlasting indeed. This house fucked up. Is it over? Has the danger passed? By a hair's breadth, perhaps, but yes. As I've managed to avoid a fiery ruin. Yay! Our path to the moon is open once more. The duty of Charlene has ever been to chart the course of history, not to change it. Thus, we fervently hold to our policies of neutrality and non-intervention. In truth, it's all in service to our plans of exodus, to abandon their star to its ruinous fate. Harsh though it may sound, I still believe it was ultimately for the greater good. Thanks to you and your comrades, however, it was a fate that did not come to pass. Charlene will now find a new way forward, not merely for the preservation of knowledge, but for the betterment of this star and all who call it home. I believe I speak for all of the forum when I say it would be an honor and a privilege to work towards such a goal alongside the allied nations. Hey! Charlene, like, officially just being like, okay, crisis averted, can we be bros now? Yay! Aye, an age of true and everlasting peace is finally within our grasp. We will seize it together. Let go! Let go! Well, a lot of people send a lot of messages there, so I'm gonna read a lot of stuff once the cutscene ends. There we go. There we go. Poopiest raid wide ever. Well, they don't know what job you're gonna play, so hard to make raid wides that are like meaningful. I've seen people suggest that we're just gonna get more role action upgrades like we did in Dawn Trail, that they could at least make them more job unique. I do agree with that. I do like the idea of just like make reprisal look unique for tanks, make rescue look unique for that. I know back in the day, Skull and Astro had their own unique estimates for they made Essenate a role action, so that sounds cool. That sounds cool. And also, no, we don't know how Nero's armor works. We also have no idea how Nero's armor works. Then they may have repurposed it for its Dawn Trail damaging OGCD, but the animation looks different. There are like a couple of. Could it be? Is it the fucking? We can also understand how back into next time there's any conflicts, probably. I'm gonna attack a thing out here. What the the fucking? My glam has gotten completely enough. My glam got 10 types of fucked up. Jesus Christ. Is it the thing when you do this laser? I'll be honest, it looks like the Numa laser all put together. Nah, it might be the Numa laser all put together. It might be the Numa laser just actually not spray out into 3 and put together. I can't show you for another 95 seconds, but by the way, Rena Skater code. Well, I think technically Akio Kingdom. No, sorry, Kazali. Sorry, this is Kazali. Kazali code, by the way. Do you like belts? Kazali armor likes belts. Try using Psycho's uncle then. Or wait, is this it? No, it's Flick. Flick balls. None of those doing things. What if I do shields? Like, what if we do... No, that's a... What about Holos? No, Holos doesn't have any shields to it. Torachels? No. No, it's not any of the shields. No, it's not any of those. Narcosis. Nah, Philosophy gives us a diamond. So he doesn't do anything. Nah, Psych's definitely different. Psych definitely looks different. I think it's Numa. This trying to get fucked over by Big the Cat. Okay, so like let me stand here. So if I stand here, right? Like I'll stand here so like you can see it like front on without this. I think it's Numa. I think it's an adjusted Numa. That's what it looks like. It looks like it's Numa, but with like the different effects put together. It could also be a PvP skill. It could also be a PvP skill. No, yeah. Okay, well, let me get off stage. No! Cold weather. There we go. Manifest has had so many looks in Endwalker. Endwalker was the big expansion of like, yay, I'm finally going through a full expansion in like the proper Manifest outfit because of her commitment to a resolve of being herself in 5.3. And then Manifest has changed outfits so many times in Endwalker alone already. Admittedly, they've still all been Gunbreaker, but like Manifest is on like 4 Gunbreaker outfits for freaking Endwalker alone now. It's really funny. They give you more reasons to be like, hey, do you want to specifically dress up in a different, like, glam for this story reason in Endwalker compared to any other expansion? Like, there's explicitly just like, hey, Garlemald, you want to dress differently. Hey, Elpis, you want to dress differently. Hey, post-Endsinger, you want to dress differently. And so I'm vibing with it. Much as I enjoy a riveting conversation with Eorzea's champion, I really must have ready for the mood. Now, if you'll excuse me, have you told Nero you do, like, you work there? You work for, not Nero, Sid. You know you work for Sid, right? Like, you are hired as an employee, right? Have you told Sid about this? By the way, I'm living on the moon forever, Garland. By the way, I'm running away. Bye. 'Tis a relief to know we've no longer a need for battle. Despite my experience, I must confess I am ill-suited to it. The Allied Nation leaders, meanwhile, demonstrate an aptitude for combat far and above what I might expect from diplomatic figures. Last few years have been fucking a lot, fortunately. You know, you don't experience much of it in Charlene, but the last couple of years have been a fucking lot for everyone. Well and truly before, like, anything Final Days related. And you, my friend, I see now why you were so well regarded as Eorzea's champion. I also, like, killed Endsinger, surely that's what... I guess he didn't say it firsthand. The others have already begun the arduous journey home. But before you go, I'd offer a word of thanks to the both of you. Not for your timely assistance, our plans would be forfeit, and the lands of Ilsabard forever defiled by the blasphemy. Please, I've no need for your platitudes. I live only to further my own ends, nothing more. No, don't worry about... Please, do not try and ascribe character growth to me. I'm consistently a selfish piece of shit. Don't you fucking dare try to say I've grown as a person. How dare you? We heard the news. Thank you for everything. The Lord never laid to rest with the peace of mind to move on without regrets. Oh, hey, Living Way. Oh, by the way, these are the things that live on the moon. Living Way's here. Yeah, when you go hang out on the moon and, like, that's, like, the new Garlemald. By the way, bunnies live there. They run the place. There you are. Not since I've heard about you cleaning out the Tower of Babel. I'll be finally ready to return to the moon. Oh, what fortuitous timing. Well, I'm going to introduce you to Living Way of the UberEats, Moon Dweller and Overseer of the survey team. Living Way, these good people will be the moon's first residents. I trust you and the other UberEats will take good care of them. Pleased to meet you? I guess all of this, like, ties in to the idea of, like, when we did Smarlton, where we had to, like, fix the 3D printer to make moon housing more, like, feasible. How long do you give Nero the Loppers before he comes back to Earth? I think he's not leaving. I think he's seen Living Way, and I think he's already staying. Presidents? Oh, no. I mean, yes, splendid. After many, many long years of planning and preparation, the moon is absolutely, most definitely ready to accommodate your stay. Don't worry, Manifest already killed the 3D printer that was going to kill everyone, so it's fine. Glad to hear it, and apologies for the delay. Must have spoken with Lawrence and see for our preparations, but your residents to be in the survey team shall be along ere long. I thought you really would have access to Shirobats and Rads at Han. I should think the tidings all the more heartening coming from you. Until next we meet. Wait, you're not leaving for the moon without me! Okay, maybe a day. Maybe a day. There is still a lot to learn on the moon. Maybe a day. Very good closing quest line. There's more than one quest. I'm pretty sure this took a... I'm pretty sure. Wasn't the silver thing 1 or 2 quests? Wasn't Silver's, like, capstone 1 or 2 quests? I mean, we also had the extra quest that you got later on. For, like, bringing over a nuclear hype. So that wasn't, like, we did have a little bit more than just that. It did go further. But, yeah, actually making that, like, an equivalent quest chain. Like, that, again, it's basically treated as this is the same as any of these other ones with a similar premise of go to a place, find the blasphemy, go to work out a deal with the blasphemy. It's basically just another full thing like this. Like, it's still an epilogue. It is still an epilogue, but the epilogue is treated as another full arc rather than just a closing statement. Very good close to this. I'll be honest, like, all of the role quests that were here, not all of them were good, because, you know, Gridania still existed. But, like, these were, like, I enjoyed my time with the role quests. And they definitely made the threat of the final days feel way more real. And some of the places got, like, the Uldar, like, the, Uldar and Alamigo one with $4 was, like, awesome as shit, right? So you have stuff like that going on. I wasn't expecting the closer for this to be so, like, Endwalker tied, if that makes sense, in the sense that I wasn't expecting the finale, like, I was expecting the finale to be, like, a wrap-up to all of the previous areas, like, combined. I wasn't expecting it to be, oh, by the way, it's like an epilogue to the Sharlayan and Garlemald parts of the MSQ that you've done, and I think that was a really good decision. I really like it. I really like that. Because in Shadowbringers, if you don't do all the role quests, the MSQ feels incomplete. It straight up feels incomplete if you don't learn about the history of all of Ardbert's friends. And then if you don't learn about Silver, it just makes, again, the MSQ feel incomplete. I wouldn't say the MSQ's incomplete without the rest of these ones. Because they are, like, it is about the final days and it's about, like, the main threat of it. But it doesn't really tie into, like, any of the events that are happening there. It's just, hey, by the way, these are more so, like, epilogues to prior expansions more than, like, really core parts of this MSQ story of Endwalker. Whereas this final one, Endwalker would feel incomplete. Endwalker would feel incomplete without this. Not having, like, a follow-up to Garlemald and what's happening there, and Fortuno, and basically Fortuno being a representative of Sharlayan, and Sharlayan's changing an approach and everything like that, Endwalker would feel incomplete without this. The official Rollmaster quest for Shadowbringers were 2 compared to 4 here, but then the void quest adding 3 more. Fair. So it's true then. Blasphemy and Garlemald has been struck down. They're right to call on you, it seems. And with no other outstanding reports of blasphemy sightings, I dare say you've slain the rest of them, the last of them. I was now can finally start to put the final days behind us. Strange though that may sound. On behalf of my fellow delegates and the Radiant hosts, I extend to you our humblest thanks. Hope on our next call on you will be under more fortuitous circumstances. Eyo, we did it! Let's go! Some of our parts. Oh, I fucking closed my... Right, because I did it in the middle of cutscene. Some of our parts! Look at our parts added together. Blessed relief. Hey. There we go. Oh, by the way, I finished all my ARR crafting leaf quests. Let's go. I also did this, like, this week. I finished the last of my, ARR leaf quests for crafters. I've done all 60 unique leaf quests for all the crafters. So I can finally move on to later expansions for, crafting leaf quests. Which is significantly easier, because they only had like 15 per expansion per job, as opposed to 60. And also, you don't have to teleport around the entire fucking map to find them all. They're all in the main city to turn in, and like the accepting quests and the turn in next to each other. It'll be so much easier to continue my leaf quests. The 6.1 done! Let's go! Alright, so now, we just quickly clear Dragonsong's Reprise, right? That's what we're doing next. We just start Dragonsong's Reprise and just quickly clear that ultimate, right? Woe heavens with temple leaves upon you. I am saving large leaves for last. I am saving large leaves for last. You get achievements based on how many you complete. I'd rather get those achievements sooner and worry about large leaves later. I will take a break on that. What the fuck is a temple leave? There are leave quests in Heavenswood where it cost 10 allowances to do one leave quest. The reward is roughly 3 times as much as one leave quest. But it costs 10 leave quests to do it, and in terms of like achievement progression, it only counts as 1. So basically they're fucking pointless. But if you go down to if we go down to quests and go into leave quests, right? So you have all of these quests here for completing unique leave quests. So you have the ones that are unique for each job. So like complete 100 carpenter, 110 carpenter, 120, 135 carpenter. So the large leaves will count only as 1 for all of these. But also these ones that are up here that are like complete 5,000 leave quests for each role. Also, it only counts as 1 for those. By the way, I've done 1 gatherer leave literally ever. I'm a little more behind on that compared to. I'm worried about crafters because crafters give way more money from the start, and there's like way more jobs, and also gathering leaves suck ass. I can pre-prep all these and just hand them in. Leave gathering ones you can't do that. But the problem is if you want all of the unique ones, if you want all of the unique leave quest achievements, then you have to do, because I don't know how many are in Dawn Trail. I don't know how many leave quests have been added in Dawn Trail, because they're slowly adding less unique leave quests per expansion. Because Stormblood, they give you 15 per, but I think in Endwalker, they give you 10 per job. I think Shadowbringers has 15 per job, and then Endwalker has 10 per job for, like, unique leave quests. I don't know how many Dawn Trails added, but at a bare minimum, like, this achievement here of 120, this was added during Endwalker. So if you're doing all the leave quests up to Endwalker, you need to do at least 5 large leaves to actually have enough leaves to do 120 unique ones. And then this is what's concerning, is that if this is the achievement that's added for Dawn Trail, again, they added 10 leaves per job in Endwalker. So if they only add another 10 unique leaves per job for Dawn Trail, but the achievement is increased from 120 to 135, it means to get this you need to do 10 large leaves, which is 100 fucking leave quests down the drain, which is like 2 weeks. It's over 2 weeks. Why the fuck are we still adding leaves? Leaves are good money. The main reason, well, okay, we're still adding leaves for 2 reasons. One, there are these achievements that cost 5,000. Leaves are really good for 3 reasons for a new expansion. One, there's still 5,000 achievements. If you want all of those, it takes years upon years upon years upon years. If you want all of the 5,000 ones. So giving something new at least gives you something new to do. It's easy achievement points for new people to get there. But, crafting leaves are good money. If you actually do crafting leaves and you do like the highest on level crafting leaves you have, it's like 50 to 60k a day. Crafting leaves are actually good money. But also, crafting leaves are really good for leveling at the beginning of an expansion. Maybe gathering as well, I don't know, but if you do freaking leave quests like new on expansion, and also actually do your daily turn-ins for your supply and provisioning missions, you can level up all of your crafters in, I bet, under a week. Like, I bet you could get every crafter up to 100 in a week if you actually did all the supply missions and, like, did all of the unique leave quests. I think you could get done in a week. Easy. Stormland Shadowbringers have 3 leaves per level, so 15, and Walker and Dawn Trail only have 2. So yeah, so I'm gonna have to do to get the unique leave quest achievements, you need to do 10 out of the 15 large leaves that exist. Because Heavenswood is evil. Heavenswood is also the expansion that introduced the 5,000 leave achievements. Heavenswood is evil. Heavenswood is fucked up in terms of leave quests. And yes, Yunso, you are incredibly correct. The fact that leave quests were like one of the selling points of ARR is retroactively embarrassing, especially with how bad leave quests are at ARR. It is embarrassing that they made like entire expensive CG cinematics trying to advertise leave quests as the main form of gameplay for ARR when leave quests in ARR especially are so fucking bad. Like, they've kept their Encarther and Gatherer ones because they're decent money and leveling into future expansions. They stopped the combat ones in Heavenswood because it was very clear by Heavenswood that it's just like, the combat ones are just Fates, but worse. The combat ones are just Fates, but worse, so why bother? But then also in Heavenswood, they're just like, we're gonna make achievements for doing 15,000 fucking leaves for some reason. Because we're insane assholes. Well, whoever designed the achievements for Heavenswood is. Whoever designed the achievements for Heavenswood in general is an insane asshole. They're sadistic and they're just like, I would like to do this, and just being like, putting that on everyone else for some reason. I tried for one point, I even had the main character picking up leave quests. Yeah, that like, it's the whole, leave quests are like such an important part of the advertising of the early game, and it's just like, they're so bad though. They're so terrible. Are we doing Hildebrand next? Also, if we're doing Hildebrand next, is that one of these? Is Hildebrand's that excitable youth over there? Because we're not doing 6.11 because it's DSR. No. So we're on to 6.15, which, yeah, we'll have time to do that today. So what we're doing now is Hildebrand, Society, Custom Delivery, and 2 special quests. So that's the plan. That's, honestly, all of those could be long enough possibly for an individual stream if the special quests are long, but we're doing it all today because we can. I guess when Hildy was 0.2. Hildy in Stormblood was 1 per patch. I think in Heavenswood there was only 4 Hildebrands, but in, yeah, I think Heavenswood had 4 Hildebrands, but Stormblood had 5. So I guess this also has 5. But by the way, I have a Hildebrand glam. I have a Hildeglam. Now, I believe I have shown this. I believe I have worn this glam for Hildebrands in the past. Let me stand here so I'm in the light. I believe I'm not in the light anyway. Lighting in Rattan Hunt sucks. I have worn this glam in Hildebrand in the past, but it is updated and improved now. This jacket and the glasses, I'm pretty sure, is what I was always wearing for Hildebrands. Even though you can't see the fucking frames right now with like that on that angle, that is like perfectly gone. I think the gloves are the same gloves that I've worn. I don't think I've changed these. They're the Silent Server gloves. But I do have new pants and new boots. I do have new pants and new boots for my Hildeglam. These pants are just the Loyal Butler slacks. Man, I mean, it's nighttime. That's why the lighting sucks. Light up your Aetherite Plaza. Put some night lights here that aren't like fucking 20 arms away from the thing that people hang out at. I've got Loyal Butler slacks on. So this is just like that gold suit that I wear. The Loyal Butler is the top. This is what Van Daniel was wearing when he was serving us dinner. But these are my new shoes. And these are the best shoes for this. The Bouncer Dress shoes. I bought these on the market board for like 4 mil, like the day or 2 days. Like after they came out in one of the patches, and I bought them for a lot of money because I'm at a point where I just spend way too much money on glam items if they're new because I don't really care. I did the same thing for my Sage Hat. My Sage Hat's probably really cheap now, but I bought it for a couple mil when it first came out, like the day it came out. So yes, I do have really good shoes now. Like it actually all comes together as a much better suit now. I'm a secret agent. I now look like a secret agent. But also, yo, Buzz your relic. I have a Buzz your relic also. Yes, this is a Blades. This is Blades, by the way. This is a Blade set. This is the very final set for Red Mage. This is Blades Temperance. So, yes, I finished an entire second Buzz Your Relic specifically for a weapon for Hildebrand, because I'm committed to the Hildebrand claim. Because also, just mind if wearing this suit looks awesome. But look how cool this weapon is. I fucking love this weapon so much. It is basically just like a nice, cool, sharp stick, but it's also kind of like a cane. And also the catalyst is not even a catalyst. The catalyst is just floating words. It looks so cool. I love it so much. I freaking love this weapon so much. It is so cool and different from so many other red mage weapons. And also just for a suit-based glam. It is also very, very pretty. But yes, I have a Hilda glam. So we're gonna do some Hildebrand. Hell yeah. Oh, out of every hole at once. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I'm surprised I didn't sneeze at the same time and reset my fucking body. Jesus Christ. I dropped my headphone earlier when I was trying to put it back in the box. And now I don't know where it is. I was going to put my headphones back in. And I'm realizing, one, they're not charged, and two, I dropped the other one of them. I don't know where it is. I will just have to use the terrible pair. I will just have to use the terrible pair. So when you say special yellow quests, how long are those roughly you talking? I mean, society and custom delivery shouldn't take that long. Lord of Mercy Water Palace is a hard map for my build. Not sure. I was trying to think of what game you were playing, and I'm just like, Water Palace, I can only think of a Zelda game, but I also can't think of a Zelda game that has builds. You say Sonic Racing has builds? There was one that got updated once per major patch that gives you an idea. Hildebrand 2? There's perks and stuff? Well, there you go. There we go. I can actually hear the game properly now. So one of the yellows is basically like an equivalent of a second Hildebrand in terms of like big deal shit. God damn. We'll be fine. Look, if the stream goes for 10 hours, the stream goes for 10 hours. We'll finish it all. It'll be fine. Once we respawn with the other, will probably take a bit. Well, the main other things is that, like, the other ones are society and custom deliveries. Those should, assuming I don't ramble forever, I'm gonna ramble forever. They're like half an hour each. They don't unlocks to start. They're not gonna be super long. Do I have custom delivery allowances? I do! So I can finish the first thing in custom delivery. I can finish the first step for custom delivery because I did actually keep some allowances. I guess I could also technically finish the first step of society quest because I'm obviously not turning in any of those. This will, I think, is like custom delivery in society is going to make every future stream a little bit longer because we're going to have to turn in those steps every stream. And also we'll only just be unlocking more custom deliveries and more societies. So we'll make future streams take longer because of it. The Sleeping Gentleman. The pungent Lalafell could scarcely conceal his except pungent! I know you, we met Kagane! I'm surprised I didn't kick you into the moon. You're that stone cold killer I asked to look after the love of my life. What's that look for? Surely you haven't forgotten me. You and me, we had a moment, a connection. Not the one I've got with her, of course, but I know I left an impression. Creepy little bastard, it smells like Jason followed Nasha Kagane after stalking her for over 5 years. Hey, there's nothing creepy about my love. It's pure as the pristine waters of a forest stream. Fair point about the chase stick, though. But enough about me, this is about Miss Nashu. Ever since she got sucked into that weird portal back east, I've been scouring for... Right, that was the end... Right, that was the end of the last Hildebrand thing, wasn't it? The end of the last Hildebrand thing was Greg fucking teleporting Hildy, Nashu, and the... I guess that was actually... I think it was a Razat Han trader from Kugane into a portal. Which, I mean, after that is when Greg got, like, hired by the Gold Saucer, so... I don't know what the fuck the others are. That was it. This guy's given up. Huzzah! I found it here in Razat Han. Not very happy to get back to playing the silent invisible guardian, but she seemed pretty distressed by the plight of her inspector friend. He's here too, but laid up and showing no signs of waking anytime soon. My Nasha's been fashioning all sorts of medicines hoping for rousing him, but to no avail. I mean, couldn't care less if you keep the bucket, but I ain't saying it like this. She's liable to work herself to death. I'm going to point you into the sun. So let's see, will you deliver my dearest Nashu from my plight? You'll find her over the High Crucible, no doubt slaving over in Alembic. And with that, I'll get back to cheering on from the shadows. You too, I guess. Now go quickly, save my beloved! We need to kill him at some point. Seriously. Like, the game is aware that he's a fucking weird creep because all the dialogue options you have with him is pointing out he's a weird fucking creep, but we still haven't killed him yet. So, like, what are we doing? We still haven't killed him yet. Why isn't he dead yet? Like, he's there! Like, come on! Kill him! Kill him! Hey, Nasha. Because it smells like cheese. Kill him. I thought you'd do it. Now take this medicine and... What's up? Cool, manifest! Feels like it's been forever. But definitely less than a year, I'm sure. Okay. 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 So the entire idea that this game takes place in less than a year is now being actively lampshaded by the comedy side quest. Okay. Definitely less than a year, I'm sure. What brings you to Rods at Han? Enjoying a spot of adventuring? Or perhaps... I heard Hildebrand was laid out. Then you've heard! That's true. But Hildebrand's gone to hibernation again and... Oh wait, give me that look. The one that streams... What about the whole weird portal business? Alright, since you silently asked. So back on the Ruby Sea, remember how Greg got doused with hubris and was forced to whisk us all far away? Where'd you end up? Did you end up like an island over? How the strange rift then opened up, which the inspector got sucked up into, and how I followed him in after that. Well, after that, we all ended up in this bizarre place. Couldn't tell from down, left from right. And so we wandered, lost and confused. Fortunately, Greg came to his senses and explained that we were in the inspectorial rift, and then used the same trick to bring us back home. So, is this basically just saying that, like, you were in the ASEAN, like, rift between worlds? And that Greg has, like, the same ability? Bizarre place called Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I mean, if Greg has the ability to travel between the rift, like, the same as Omega, I wouldn't be surprised. It is Greg. Greg himself stayed behind, though. Something about a score he had to settle? Not sure what that was about, but hey, you know Greg. He had to go to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Anyway, we're back now, but the representative at the Hildebrand hasn't opened his eyes since. I know he needs his beauty sleep, but it's been an awfully long time. We've got cases to solve. I'm trying my hand at apothecary stuff, seeing if I can't make something that'll get him up and moving. But nothing seems to work. But I think we're making progress. Me and Mr. Chupacabra from the Shakshuka concern, that is. You remember Mr. Chupacabra, right? Got something served along with us, former evil mastermind. Not so bad once you get to know him. Oh, right, yes. The drug dealer. Please, I'm honored to meet you once more and under less compromising circumstances. Ever make right down, mutual friend. I'm Jabraka, chairman of the Sagatra concern. Pull out a weapon. Your distressful and somewhat bloodthirsty glares are unwarranted, but in my defense, who among us is not contemplating enslaving the rich and powerful to bend the world to their whim? Not me. Not me. I pray you forgive me, my poor joke, and allow me to assure you that after wandering the interdimensional rift for the sisters only know how long, I'm a changed man. I can hear the music track playing, my guy. The music track playing tells me that you're still evil. Naturally, I understand that words alone will not suffice to absolve me of my sins. Thus, since my return, I've operated a humble apothecary that caters only to the needs of one and all. Furthermore, I made arrangements for Shasha's workshop. We're sure that'll spare no effort in helping Percy and Inspector Hildebrand awaken and return to full health. And then you would excuse me, I must see to other business. I like, by the way, the explanation that Nashu is an alchemist. Because, you know, she makes bombs. Damn, I wonder if he's evil! Damn, I wonder if he's still evil. Is he the nicest ex-villain you've ever met? Nashu, I've met so many of those. The dude doesn't even rate in the top 5. Ah, but that's right. I've just finished my latest medicine. Got high hopes for this new recipe. Suppose I ought to look, get to look at the Mandible Man himself. Are you sure he's not dead? Till the brain camp. I don't think that can happen. By all means, the inspector's resting in a room up in Come. I'll wake her asleep. I'm sure you'd enjoy your company. Let's go. question. Question. So you know how, like, Hildebrand got trapped on, like, on the moon? Like, because he went to fight the Dalamud? Did Hildebrand actually end up on the moon during that? And if so, has Hildebrand already met the Loperids? Because I know he went to the Dalamud. And, like, when he came back down is when zombies. But did he ever, like... I'm going to kill you! But did he ever meet the Loperids? Oh. Well, he is breathing. He is breathing. Oh my god, oh my god, I know exactly what this is. I think go to the real moon or even Dalamud, maybe. Him getting Dalamud's 1.0 lol, so it's hard to say. I'm now realizing I actually know what this is. I actually know exactly what this is. Because we've seen Hildebrand since. And given where and how we saw Hildebrand, it would make sense that his body is like this. Oh my fucking god. Right, yeah. We did see Hildebrand in Shadowbringers, didn't we? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Holy shit, that cameo is like actually directly important to the fucking... We have Shadowbringers Hildebrand at home. Isn't this room nice? Mr. Chupacabra's taking care of everything. By the rent full. But I'm distracting you, aren't I? You need to concentrate while you examine the inspector, yes? Sorry, I'm a bit silent because I'm trying to kill Sonic the Hedgehog. This feels... Hello, hey Nasha. She's fallen asleep. Beside the bed, Hildebrand's little sister Nasha dozes peacefully. Her ability to stay calm in the most trying of times has been sorely tested of late. What about Paraga? Paraga, the master of the house, searches the shelves for remarkable dexterity for one so large of body and limb. Is there anything else I can see? Are you out the window? I was about to say, can I look out the window? Half expecting somewhere to be a shoe bill. Well, actually, no, sorry. We're not doing shoe bills anymore. We're doing axolotls. Sorry, it's axolotls now. I had forgotten. Hildebrand's face. Hildebrand's legs. What's up with these legs? Abistomas. There we are. Exquisite buckles of the stylish footwear are designed unique to House Mandeville. Shoes would almost certainly fetch a small fortune on the markets. Is that the important thing here? Rippling muscles bespeak impressive strength, while smooth skin suggests that only the rarest of occasions does the man resort to violence. Troubling, his limbs are stiff and cool to the touch, and his blood run cold in his veins. And Hildebrand's face. Rugged features below what is, at closer glance, the sensitive mien of a cultured gentleman. While he still breathes, he appears to be locked in a deep slumber. I am now realizing this magic edition is disturbingly reminiscent of the Scions, who were summoned to the First for a time. Remember how mad Becklog was at me for a nucle high? Remember how mad she was at me about a nucle high? I feel like she might be well, I guess they might be significantly more pissed. In regards to Hildebrand. Nashu! Wakey wakey! Oh, finished already! Any theories as to what's wrong with the inspector? I suspect he may have been summoned to another reflection. I mean, I literally saw him there. Fucking Christ. I see! I mean, I don't. That's what you're supposed to say at times like this. I know that much. How do we wake him up? I gotta go there and fetch him. Return his soul to his body? But where'd it go? What's it doing there? When's the first to become a gentleman of darkness as you do? Go to another world on unholy locales, still slight locales. World of contrasts. He's become a gentleman of darkness as you do. Well, here's the question. Did Graha summon him, or is it actually Exarch? Not Exarch, Elidibus. Because he was there for Elidibus, but Elidibus' whole summoning trick was that people don't come over with their full soul. But maybe specifically because Hildebrand has one brain cell. I see. Right. So you can go there. Great, in that case, I'll leave the soul searching to you. I'm sure it goes without saying, once you've arrived in this otherworldly place, look for a place that smells of mystery and intrigue and chat with the people there. That's saying an agent of inquiry and protocol. I'll send this Inspector Hildebrand we're talking about. Don't be surprised if you find him asleep or having forgotten a thing or two. But not to worry, I've prepared my traditional medicine just in case. Don't hesitate to use it. And like that, and with that, do take care out there. Am I gonna be the one to throw a bomb at him? Do I now have to be the one to throw a bomb at Hildebrand? Yeah, I literally fucking got them in my inventory as a key item. When in doubt, use Nashu's delights to blow the cobwebs right out. Spectre will thank you after, I'm sure. Oh no. Nashu's delight. Put an explosive put by Nashu with the power to jug one's. Oh no. Oh no. Glennard! We're actually just going to the Wandering Stairs, because of course. Go to the nearest tavern. Go to the nearest tavern. Of fucking course. Why does that sheep have a quest? Why does that sheep have a quest? World is strange. This world is strange. Hey, look at everyone hanging out. Look at everyone hanging out. Yeah. Look, they put silver and a nuclear high on the map, and for some reason, not fucking Reno go. Welcome back, friend. Whatever you plan, Mama Barmanson tells me that's not why you're here. Was this why you thought we'd go back to the first? For fucking Hildebrands? No. No. Pretty comfortably not my expectation that the first reason would go back to the first post 6.0 was for freaking Hildebrand of all things. I realize my microphone's been in the wrong spot like all day. Oh well. Ah well. So this friend of yours has gone missing. Sorry to hear that, but plenty of travelers pass through these parts. Could you describe the fellow to me? Hume Burley wears a monocle, well-meaning idiot. He's wearing a tattered suit, most like. I don't want to call him an idiot. He was wearing a tattered suit, most like. I do appreciate that our Warrior of Light remembers enough to call him a human, not a hero. Yes, it does sound familiar. Mind you, I didn't see him myself, but I do believe one of our bounty hunters spied such a man when you were all battling that horde of spectral warriors. They're literally referencing that. Yes, by the way, this is... Yes, it is literally the Hero's Gauntlet that did this. Yes, it is explicitly about the Hero's Gauntlet coming out. Jill, come here a moment. There's someone who wants to speak with you. So, make it quick. I'm gonna drink itself. Hey, Jill. If I don't mind it first, what brings you back to our neck of the woods? I'm looking for a man in a tattered suit. Now that you mention it, I did see someone like that. Back there on the battlefield after you ran off to do more hero work. Thus, I thought he was going to attack me like the rest of the spirit what's-its. But no, he just stood there striking a pose, trying to scare or seduce me. Damned if I can tell. Still, he was gone. I wasn't about to take any chances, so I said, hey, piss off, ghost, and sent him packing. Did he die, you asked? What did I say? What am I, a chirurgeon? Also, I kept my mug waiting long enough. Good talk. Bye. Could it be? The Warrior of Darkness? Yo! Valov! Honored! Yo! They're back from their adventuring. I thought that was your voice, but I was convinced my ears were playing tricks on me. It's good to see you again. Didn't mean to eavesdrop, but we overheard you discussing the Renegade Poser. I was searching for him for some time now. Them Vela. There have been sightings in Lakeland, you see. Mon and I have been tasked with getting to the bottom of it. You know, I never thought about what this quest is like if you don't have at least Jield's quest on. Probably just like still has a mask on or something. I guess you would, yeah. Well, they still bought MSQ, so yeah, there is that. But yeah, Giot, I guess it's just like, yeah, I guess that'd be. Does Giot have the mask on during Heroes Gauntlet if you haven't done the quest? The Renegade Poser, he's been terrorizing emo shows ever since you left. We're a little in the way of useful information, though. All I know is that he appears without warning and strikes at a disturbing pose. He's not caused any harm, and if you discount the shock of a strange man gesticulating in a general direction, that is. Nevertheless, what worries behavior might escalate. Have you tasked with apprehending the miscreant as well? Not quite, Vonnet. One of us come back to track down a missing friend. Yeah, should still the mask. I mean, like, because like Heroes Gauntlet changes based on what you do anyways. Like Hildebrands can't appear if you haven't done the quests. So I guess it also makes sense that like Giot would also change her design based on whether you've done her quests. That would make sense. Your miscreant, I regret to say, might be my friend. based on gesticulating poses. The man you're looking for might be one and the same. Then why not work together? So the three of you, you're bound to have a better luck. Would be an honor and a great help. But I was about to leave to gather testimony as it happens. Come and join us in Solomon when you're finished here. We'll solve this mystery in no time. And not only come back to the first, but Vaylor and Vonnet are like directly part of this. That's so funny. You always get interesting company, that's for sure. I don't know if it'd be better or worse if this pose as your friends, but I wish you the best of luck. Hey, JR. Your dialogue didn't change, sadly. Aww. Foot job! Foot job, foot job, foot job, foot job. To Sullen! I mean, the next place over from Sullen is a bit better. Actually, is that the no? Sullen's the overall area, isn't it? Yeah, sorry, Sullen's the overall area. So I'm thinking the best place of Sullen is the first island of Sullen. Weed. But we're not going to Weed today, apparently. Boo! We gotta go to Knot and Lap instead. Boo! Oh, by the way, Lakelands with like being able to see enemies from a distance. Holy shit. Holy shit, enemy distance in Lakeland is impressive. Well, I can see snakes over there. I can't see the Tartavitos or whatever the fuck they're called over there. Ones that outside of Footshot. Not quite over there. Oh, well, they grow the good shade. Thirstless Shore. Sullen. Weed. And Brick. And Nuts. There we go. Hey. It's amazing how fucking pretty the places in Shadowbringers are. I fucking love the Shadowbringers zone so much. Oh, that fellow. I saw him the other day on the way home from Clearmill. Took one too many libations after my bath and ended up wandering into the forest. Before I knew it, the sun was dipping low and the sky turning dark. I was beginning to wonder if I'd ever make it home. And I felt a gentle tug at my arm. I wouldn't believe it, this old looking man led me out of the forest and sent me back on the road. I thanked him profusely, but he said nothing in reply, just struck this pose and walked off. Again, the question is, if Hildebrand was summoned by Elidibus, why didn't it suck the body out of the soul? Because the whole thing was that Elidibus wasn't summoning over the souls, it was just their fervent desires. Because, you know, he didn't have the time to focus on the souls of all of them because, you know, he was rapid spawning in dozens. Did I see him? Bet I did. He's crossing through the forest a lost shepherd on my way to deliver fish to the hostile imperative. I know this old man leapt out in front of me. Thought he was abandoned at first, but he probably turned to the side, called his neck, and put his fist to his head as if to say, I don't know. It was baffling. Right when I realized he wasn't going to do anything else. You asked me, I skipped this whole thing. No! Hildebrand's good. Hildebrand's awesome. Is it possible I'm one of the most positive people on FF14? In terms of, like, the content of the game? I feel like we go through the game, and there's so many moments throughout the game where people are just like, yeah, I haven't done this content, or yeah, I didn't bother with this, or yeah, I skipped this. And I feel like, for me, I'm the one person who's done it all, and, like, actually, like, read all the dialogue. There's still parts that I dislike, obviously, but... Well, yes, I saw someone like that when I was up picking mushrooms in the forest. He even spoke to me. I was repulsed first by his form, but he only wanted to warn me that fell beast lurk in the forest. I should be wary. Contrary to appearances, I'd say he was actually quite gentlemanly. Remember everything but Hildebrand and crafting. And here I was talking about my crafting leaves earlier today. And Pargos, I mean, no one can handle Pargos. I don't like Pargos. I did it though. I may not like Pargos, but I did at least finish Pargos. Yeah, so I'm not sure what to make of all this. Finish question locals, have you? You able to learn anything? Gentleman figure has appeared and helped people a lot. Where's the post that caused no harm he's even helped people? So he's a gentleman, albeit a suspicious one. Something of a contradiction, you might say, but there's no reason to doubt what we heard. Everything seems to encounter him in the forest or shepherd, right? So we'll look next. Shall we? You have a much higher tolerance for bullshit than me. Sometimes it feels like I don't, but then sometimes it feels like I absolutely do. Sometimes my tolerance for bullshit is particularly low. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I feel like I have a really high tolerance for bullshit, except for very particular kinds of bullshit. Bullshit in general, I have a high tolerance for, but there's very particular types of bullshit that I don't. And it's just unfortunate for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth that most of the types of bullshit that I don't have a tolerance for are the types of bullshit that are present consistently all of the fucking time in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I mean, for me, Hildebrand's not a, I'm tolerating its bullshit. For me, Hildebrand is a, I genuinely really enjoy it. On the other hand, some folks might argue a suspicious gentleman is more dangerous than a man more blatant in his villainy. This gentlemanliness could well be a ruse mask all kinds of evil intentions. It's my friend you're talking about. How dare. How dare. Well, here we are. When was I always supposed to begin our search? The woods are, well, woods. We need help. We need to look like we need help. Got a plan, do you? Far be it from me to doubt the warrior of darkness. Show us what you've got in mind and we'll be back you up to the best of our ability. Oh. Gotta do the mandible. This is what did it last time. Back in AR. Oh, you gotta do the mandible. But we're not summoning the dad this time, we're summoning the son. So it's gonna be the mandible mambo! Perform the mandible mambo! Yeah! Yeah! And they are so confused right now. I do like how time goes on. The Warrior of Light is more embracing of Hildebrand's bullshit to the point that we're now the ones actively starting it. Yeah, let's go! Warrior of Light's so aware of what's about to happen that we're the ones who actively begin the bullshit. Hark! What familiar gentlemanly gyrations are these? He's clad in white. You are not a sin eater! Forgiven gentlemen! Fucking beautiful. Fucking amazing. On your guard, it's a Sin Eater! No, wait. That's no Sin Eater. That is a gentleman. It's the Gentleman of Light! Gentleman of Light? Who is this Gentleman of Light of whom you speak? I am the Forgiven Gentleman, Devourer of Sins, Light Warden Extraordinaire! You're not a Sin Eater, you're Hildebrand, the Gentleman Inspector! I think we might have to jog his memory. Inspector! Sin Eater! Inspector! Sin Eater! You're acquainted with this, gentleman? This is the friend I was looking for. Right then. Clearly your friend's been through a lot. But still, how'd he get in his head that he's a Sin Eater? Is there no way to bring back his memories? Oh, there most definitely is. Yeah! Explosives, but still trying to save him, right? We're just now the ones doing it. Ah! Yo! Okay, baseball pitch into volleyball spike. Go after it! Why are we playing volleyball with the bomb? Oh, we gonna spike it? Beautiful! Fucking beautiful! There it is! Wicked right, we've killed him! Trust me. No, you haven't. I guarantee you haven't. I love that we're now at the point where the Warrior of Light is just all in on the bullshit. It's so good. It helps it so much. But that we're the ones who are giving him the smirk as we do that. We're playing volleyball with the bomb and spike and that shit. Hell yes. Ah, I say, Minu. I'd resign myself to Nashu's on gentle mythology, but you too, my British friend. But never mind that. I do not recall the world being quite so purple. Have a nice hard think about it. Previously, I was with Nashu and Greg, wandering the bizarre, shadowy realm known as the Inspectorial Rift. Getting an echo? Oh yeah! Because everyone on the fucking Thirst has the echo now! Right, yeah, fucking literally, basically everyone has the echo now. I forgot about that small detail. So now anytime the echo happens, fucking everyone gets it. Where am I? Who am I? Maybe this is why, maybe the idea is that Hildebrand was summoned over more fully because Hildebrand was already in the rift. Maybe that's the idea. Maybe the summoning spell naturally was able to grab Hildebrand's entire soul, because Hildebrand was already in the rift. So instead of bringing it over from one reflection to another, it just pulled it out of the rift. Because again, Elidibus' spell was very explicitly not about bringing over the whole people. He couldn't do that. But heroes from other worlds wouldn't be in the rift. Hildebrand was talking about he probably hijacked Elidibus summoning purely on accident. It also could have been something that Hildebrand himself did. It could also be that, by accident. Geode! Wearing a helmet. I guess wearing a helmet for this cutscene just in case you haven't done it. That sickening light. That aggressive posturing. I know what you are. You're one of them, ain't ya? Combat's up regardless, but I have to double check the dungeon. True, yeah, possibly. Because it would be like protection. That is true. I can't actually remember. What you need is a good old-fashioned dwarven decking! Immediately the dwarven fist. Piss off, ghost! Bye, Hildebrand! God damn, Geode! So the same thing can happen with Hildebrand even in walls? Oh my god, it's an actual Senator. Just making a perch out of him. Are you trying to swim? You're not swimming, Hildebrand. You're stuck in a rock. No, I'm fucking out of here. No. Run for your lives. It's a sin eater. Is he just a sin eater? So he just assumed you were one of them? I fucking love Hildebrand so much. I fucking love Hildebrand. I'll be damned. Saw a vision of the man's past. No wonder he became convinced he was a sin eater. I saw it too. It was, quite possibly, the most ridiculous memory I've ever glimpsed. Answer me, my faithful assistant. Where are we and why is it so purple? We're on a reflection of the source. The first? The first what? Are you telling me we've somehow traveled to an entirely different world? Yup. Good gods! To think that I have transcended the very boundaries of time and space! But worry not, my adoring fans! Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, will return to you forthwith. Yeah! Yeah! Look, you two, you said you wanted to go adventuring. You said you wanted to go be heroes. Sometimes these are the people you come across when you go adventuring. Sometimes this is what happens. Sometimes this is what goes down. I can't help but feel that this is not what the echo was intended for. What makes you say that? Explosions, dwarven deckings. There's nothing this man can't withstand. A soulful reunion. Hildebrand is back and full of spectral beams. Well, I've enjoyed what time I've spent in this far-flung first that I can remember. We should get back to our own world soon. But you happen to know how we might go about doing that? Like it was intended for plot dumps. This is a plot dump somehow. I can bring you back. Beckla's gonna be pissed. Restore my soul with a spirit vessel? Cinema! Your cursory description was more than enough for me to grasp the concept completely. It is unlike brewing the perfect cup of coffee. But to me, that task is clear. We require the services of a skilled soul sommelier. I know a soul sommelier named Becklug. He's gonna be really mad at me. Splendid! I say that even in this world, you rub shoulders with the cream. Let us pay this Becklug a visit. I'm not sure what you're planning to do with souls, but if you require Becklug's assistance, we can help. I evade assignment again, and I reckon they do the same for your friend here. Come with us to the Cabin of Curiosity. Am I gonna get unique dialogue because I've done the Eden follow-up quests? Am I gonna get unique dialogue for Becklug just being like, that was meant to be a one-time thing. Stop coming to me for this. Every time it's a massive risk. Why do you keep doing this? Stop it. Where's Rain? Rain should be hanging out. It is so bullshit that Rain's not just like chilling. Put Rain in the overworld, you cowards! Let me talk to my goddaughter. I'm back in the fucking building again! I've not watched the full fan dub, but I am familiar with it. Hey, Becklug. Manifest! I think you're hiding something so enormous as the potential end of all life. I didn't tell you about the final days, did I? Feel just say I should give a piece of my mind, but I understand that you meant well. Therefore, it's fitting me and feasting you hell and hollow. Overlook this once. Enough with you before I change my mind. Some people actually have unique dialogue about the final days. Let's say if you make 1,000 coffee biscuits, you can summon Rain's yellow location even if it's not on the first. I'll work on a term. Okay. Nothing specific there. What's up, friends? Let me get a return home. I'll miss this strange world. Perhaps I can visit again someday? Sure, there are cases here that require my preeminent powers induction. I haven't worked out a way to do that yet. And also, if we did, be the first person to come back, it would be. You sure all thank God. Top message. Lord Oswald's the main village is the devil, as introduced in Shadow the Hedgehog real-time fan dub. Seeing as he's a friend of the warrior darkness herself, I should have known, but Hildebrand is no ordinary man. He's a gentleman. Love that everyone loves breaking their fucking ankles in this goddamn library. They really gotta put up a sign, no breaking your ankles in the library, please. Unless you do it quietly. If you're ready, I'll call for Becklug. They're gonna be so fucking mad. Hey, Becklug! Ready for round 3? Oh, the Genius Soul Sommelier! You've come highly recommended by Manifest. And what an adorable little puppy you have. Oh, no. Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. So what? Puppy? I beg your pardon, there seems to be some confusion. Puppy? Who is this imbecile Manifest? I'm half a mind to make him dig a hole so I can throw him in it. I presume he's a friend of yours and one in need, no less. Daddy's gonna die. The one thing that can kill Hildebrand's Becklug. What? Another of your friends that needs to be sent back to the source? Have you forgotten how complex and difficult it was to do the last time? Hey, you waltz in here and ask me this favor with the air of one shopping for a new hat. His cases are different from the others, at least. He is present only in soul, as they were. Need another spirit vessel, of course. You don't have one on you already, do you? Are we just entrusted to you by the Crystal X, like you say? Really, he knew how you were using it. I guess I did have to use this, like, to actually activate the Crystal Tower when I came back during MSQ. I guess I never gave it back. Fortunately, I have a Poxy on hand. We've been using it to treat patients at risk of transforming into eaters, but I suppose it's due for a change of pace. There is, however, one concern. Guess I didn't make it clear before, the process can be great strain upon one's soul. If he's lacking in resilience, there's a chance he'll not survive. That his very essence will be Beck, look, you don't need to worry about that. If we're talking about someone with resilience, if you're talking about someone with resilience, I don't think we know someone with more of that than fucking Hildebrand. After what he's lived through, it would be implausibly anticlimactic for him to die like that. Ha! Mine of us knows me all too well. I assure you, my good Similia, who is most certainly not a dog, you needn't worry for Hildebrand, Hillador, Maximilian Mandeville. Yes, I get the distinct impression that the gods themselves cannot kill him if they tried, and they have. Come along then, Hilda, I can't be bothered to remember that name. 1,000 thanks! Simply point me to the soul siphon, I shall hop right in. Notice if you can wait here. I promise I won't hurt him, no matter how much I might be tempted. Oh no! Damn, Manifest, the spirit vessel broke. Damn. What shame. You'll be pleased to know that the process was smooth and uneventful. Honestly, I was hoping for more of a challenge. All you need to do is take your spirit vessel back to the source and bring it to contact with his corporeal body. You should awaken immediately with your soul and memories intact. Yay! If there's nothing else, but I should be getting back to my duties. It was a pleasure, Manifest, if all too brief. I won't pretend I understood even a fraction of what happened, but I'm glad I was there for it. Till we meet again! For sure that Thaler and I will be doing our damnedest to look after the people here in your absence. Wait until you meet the Shard of Hildebrand on the 1st. And you'll deal with this this kind of thing constantly. Move the dad over. No, Hildebrand's awesome! Don't hurt my friend. Hildebrand is my friend. The brightly glowing spirit vessel currently houses the resolute spirit of Inspector Hildebrand. Gentlemanly spirit vessel. I apologize, Graha. Okay. I was wondering if they'd have unique dialogue, just in case. Just in case. No, it was outside, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it was a siren outside of my plate. I've not closed my window, so sounds from outside are probably louder today than usual. My bad. Turns out I forgot to close my window, so any sounds coming from the road that is basically right out my window are going to be louder today. Oops! Oh well. I also didn't have my headphones in for a lot of today, so the speakers probably echoed. Ah well. Oh no. Why is the body not here? You're back! And not a moment too soon! We have an emergency on our hands. Seems like it would have been better if I was back a moment sooner. Where the fuck did the body go? The Inspector's soul is in this, you say? That's great, but we have another problem now. The Inspector's body has gone missing. Went to the market system shopping when we came back. It was nowhere to be seen. I double-checked every door that was locked before we left. But I think she said someone forced their way in. We got a case on our hands. The case of the evaporating Inspector. Must begin our investigation at once. Come on, let's start looking for witnesses. Oh no. Was anything else stolen? Oh, this is distress. A person was stolen. Had nothing to do with the evil guy lurking around. Definitely nothing to do with the evil businessman, who was like the evil businessman in the last quest, who's still evil now. I see anyone get carried out of that house, you ask? I see the try was sucked out to make note of any comings or goings. I could do more help. Oh no, suspicious individual. Oh, sorry, dubious individual. I'm going to kill you. Tell me everything you know. The inspector's life is in jeopardy. Yes, this is the most distressing situation in. What the fuck are you wearing? What the fuck are you wearing? But I didn't see an Hungarian person out of that house, no. But I did see a man carrying a particularly large sack, so heavy strained to lift it. I don't think much of it at the time, but now that you mentioned it, was a bit suspicious. So they're not an adventurer. They clearly weren't able to hold him. Could have held a full person. Nihat, why is the eye glowing? Surely we should alert the radiant host. Oh, there you are. This man says he has vital information that will help us in our investigation. You have a name. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Delian, editor-in-chief of the Fathnarian Truth, a monthly publication devoted to... Oh. You're the person who has to join us who doesn't understand what the fuck is going on and is very confused by the bullshit. You're a Briardian. Got it. I'm Delian, editor-in-chief of the Fathnarian Truth, a monthly publication devoted to exploring unexplained and otherworldly phenomena of our isle. Your companion shared with me the news of your friend's disappearance, and I happen to know precisely who was behind the incident. But I fear you may not like the answer, for the kidnapper is not of this star. The Loperates take him? They come from the heavens, from beyond the great expanse. They descend in curious, saucer-shaped airships to study our world, our society, our buildings, our very bodies. You shudder, no doubt, as you realize whom I speak. It couldn't be your protest. Oh, but it could, and it is! Your dear friend, the Inspector, has been abducted by aliens! You know, normally, kidnapping way. Normally our Briardian is a down-to-earth person who is surprised by the bullshit that we're dealing with. So the idea instead that this time it's the exact opposite of someone who imagines over-the-top shit instead that somehow outscales what we're doing is very funny. That's a brilliant subversion of the trope. Hildebrand is now the straight man. Oh, but he'll be fine, you assure yourself. After all, there's one to understand us better. You poor deluded child. That they do, but to what end? Why, also they might one day overtake over our world. So the near image looks like on a man that looks truly heinous. Is it actually just a near thing? Why does it have glowing eyeballs if it's a near thing? What's worse, they plot to do that with the aid of collaborators. For the Sharlians are in league with our would-be overlords, providing the aliens with vital information on our vulnerabilities in exchange for a position of power within their regime. The final days is also the work of these alien invaders. But I think they're so chaos that our world would be easier to conquer. Blessed it was thwarted, only by dumb luck, because as did the thwarting while blissfully unaware of the true nature of the threat. That was me. I flew to the edge of existence. No. I know this ever would discourage aliens from coming back, if not move them to abandon their ambitions. But it would seem events have only emboldened them. They are indeed carrying out abductions here in Radzat Han. Even as we speak, your friendly is prone on a sterile bed in their base on the surface of the moon, where they poke and probe with inscrutable instruments as their floppy ears wiggle with fiendish light. Ah, but I've said too much. Must continue my investigation in secret. The fate of the world is at stake. Look, it may have been Kidnapping Way, but I promise you Kidnapping Way did it as a joke. It wasn't... Oh no, that sounded awful. We have to go to the moon and save the Inspector at once. I think it was a few materia short of a full meld. That is an incredible fucking insult in universe. A few materia short of a full meld. Let me see what the floppy is, alright. Dotting way, improving way is sweating bullets now. So you don't think Inspector's somewhere getting probed by aliens? But if not them, who's probing him? Who said anything about probing? I mean, carrying a especially large sack. That sounds promising. Maybe someone else can tell us more. Oh my god, an accompaniment. Right, we are an Endwalker. We have to do this mechanic in every single quest line. The show off. Look, we can change things. Someone up ahead maybe have seen something. Let's ask around. If anyone can lead us into the Hildebrand, it'll be that man with the large sack. I know it. Okay. We have one unique dialogue as we walk through here. Hey, this new pop up so much. The following thing? Or is it a pop up like for the Aeosia collection thing? Oh yeah, Aeosia collection. Every time you click on it, it's now just like, please support us by letting us run ads that cover the entire fucking page. Go back. I can pause walking somewhere else and talking to someone. I have to check. Huh. Yeah, it is actually, okay. I don't think I've seen this armor set at all. Why the fuck are the pants camo fatigues? Why the fuck are the pants for this set camo fatigues? What does that have to do? Actually, I think this might meant to be Jackass. There's a possibility that most of this look is based on Jackass. Never mind. It might. I think Jackass was similar shit. Never mind. It's my Canon glam. No! I don't recognize Averil wearing a bulletproof vest. This shit has a bulletproof vest on it. I don't recognize Averil wearing that. I don't recognize bulletproof vest. I thought you wore a moonwood top that had a scarf. Oh, okay, the female. Okay, now I recognize it. The male and female are completely fucking different, right? Because it's near. Okay, never mind. No, okay. I was on the male set, and I'm seeing like camo fatigues for pants. I'm seeing bulletproof vest on the top and weird glowy eye patch. And I'm just like, I don't think I'm seeing Avril wear any of this. But in female, okay, no, I absolutely do see it. Yeah, I absolutely do. Yes. That I do see. Never mind. Now that I see the female one, yes, that is what Avril wears. I've never seen anyone wear any part of the male set outside of Delian here. Again, why army fatigues? But again, maybe there might be some characters in Automata in like the Resistance camp that wear that. There might be. It's probably a reference to one of the Resistance camp members, or it's a deep cut on a dragon gun. I don't know. It is also. It is like from the I think the final dungeon, the final raid. So it would make sense if it's dragon guard deep cut. Brogan is family of the nicest people. They got such gentle eyes and long snouts too. Longer than anyone I've ever met in Aeosia. The retreat. We need to kill him so badly. The man with the sack, he couldn't help but take note of him as he passed around, so very hard to be inconspicuous as he was. He sent to Alzadal's path and went over the fountain. We met with a merchant, I believe. Such an empty sack it was, my mum was resting on possibilities of what it might contain. Had to be our man, right? We need to hunt down that merchant. Any dialogue as I walk around Alzadal, down to Alzadal's path? Nope, then I'm gonna. Alright. Sorry, I need to kill someone quickly. I must kill you! Die! Stab! Murder! Ah! I don't have like any attacks that can actually do this. You never shared that clip made by the Christina Martison's model on the guard cloak in the color of the tower. Aww. 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 Whee! Manifest made her own pirate code. She's a show off like that. Fountain. It's incredible, isn't it? I see the giant statue of Lord Godbird at the Gold Saucer. Once he's made this back in his feet, we'll have to show him. I refuse to acknowledge near. I mean, Manifest wears near boots. They don't come from near. They're just boots. Traveling merchant. Did you sell off a gentleman? Remember the large sack? Ha, you bet I saw him. But I sold my chocobo. First I told him to get lost. The bird and I go way back and so forth. But he was in a hurry and his offer was very generous. We're gonna buy a line we can't afford to get too sentimental. Now I can buy a whole stable's worth of chocobos. Did he say we was planning to come next? Yeah, the I'm having to go to get Saltwind's welcome in a hurry. Probably way else deficit for a chocobo. It's a long way to go on foot, never mind the sack. Did you hear that manifest? I need to head to Saltwind's welcome right away! Not the rain. Not the rain! No! Don't bless the rains down in India. Come on! Dog, I have my dog left a piece of beef and now I keep finding bones and super cushions. I'm gonna catch you in. She's looking for him at Saltwind's welcome. Can't imagine he's moved on that quickly. Unless he read my bird's death. Didn't seem to be in a rush, but surely he would not have done such a terrible thing. Your bird's dead, I'm sorry. I had to break it to you, but your bird's fucking dead. Alright, to the gate of the first sight. No! One side of my headphones is already dead. God damn it. Oh, jeez. Okay, it's not just raining, it is fucking torrential. Jesus Christ. Well, oh, dick. Teleport into great work. They can't stop me. God damn it! You lied to us? You're not Italian. Oh my god. Biggest plot twist ever. Technically a love seat. I couldn't afford a full couch. What is a love seat? I hear the term. I don't know what it is. I hear it and my brain just immediately goes, ah, it's a chair you fucking. I need to kill you so much. Well, it looks like you're about to die anyways. You're gonna drown in that. Couch 3 or more seats, love seat 2 seats. Oh. It's a lot less interesting than I thought. Here we are, which means a mysterious man with a mysterious sack must be nearby. Keep your ears peeled. Are you gonna rain in the cutscene? Yes. Thank you, weather! Thank you for raining in cutscenes! Thank you for raining in cutscenes. I love you, weather, in the video game. You're so good. Over there! That man is definitely up to no good. Maybe he's waiting for a co-conspirator? We should stay outside and watch what happens. We're gonna wait to fix the weather! Let's go! We're gonna wait so the weather can be fixed. Let's go! Ah! Mr. Chupacabra! But he expressly told us he had put his evil schemes behind him. He wouldn't go on the internet and tell lies, would he? The goods appear to be none the worse for wear. Very well, your payment is promised. Are you just mad at him? Are you just mad at Hildebrand? My client will be most pleased. Are you the same model or actually the same character? Oh no, is he going to defeat the inspector of that giant sea monster? Why? What the fuck? Why is it Luke? Why the fuck? What do you mean? What do you mean it's actually Dr. Luke? What the fuck? What the fuck do you mean, Dr. Tower of Babel has come up twice. What the fuck? It's an honor and a pleasure as always, Dr. Luke. I have faith this specimen will meet with your satisfaction. So this is the one said to be the strongest, most resilient in all the world. The Mandible Man! None other. He has weathered countless explosions and a multitude of martial abuses, including a devastating suplex I myself did witness. As even said he survived the journey to Dalamud itself and survived the Lesser Moon's fall with nary a scratch. Oh my god, we have an evil scientist who wants to use his body for the fact that he can't fucking die ever. Oh no. Oh no. Most fortunately for us, he has fallen into a coma from which I am assured he will never wake. You are free to do with his body as you please. I forgot who Logo was for a while, so my god, he also just forgot who he was. It's just we were at Babel literally earlier today as well. Even the mightiest of warriors can't fight while asleep. Those meddlers may have gotten the better of me and my beautiful boy in the Tower of Babel, but my next child will be all but invincible. With this body mind to command, I shall exact bloody glorious revenge. I forgot who this guy is. Second boss from Tower of Babel. Robot man. You gotta turn into frog. You turn into a frog during the fight. It was really weird that like Tower of Babel was like so serious with Anima, and the two bosses for it was so fucking goofy. It's real, like Anima was so incredibly serious and like horrifying eldritch horror shit, and then the first two bosses of Babel are fucking Looney Tunes shit. It's weird. Me and my boldness on the other guy, but when might I expect the rest of my payments? I have debts that must be repaid. Worry not, with the Telephoroi gone for good, a vast fortune of House Brutus is entirely at my disposal. I shall shower you with wealth, my loyal minion. And gladly shall accept the spoils, Doctor, and resolve never to renounce my wicked ways, for surely this time I will suffer no comeuppance. Comeuppance has come! Up your hands! The guy's not even tempered. He's. Can a remote be tempered? I mean, a soul could be tempered, but is he even a soul? I don't even know. No, not you! Not now! Bah! I must away! Smoke bomb! Wait, Dr. Luca, my payment! Wake up, Inspector! Oh dear God, not like this. Nasho! The fuck? Nasho! Jesus Christ. Well, at least she's confident in her skills. I still hope it doesn't break, or I'll still be mad at me if it broke. No, it immediately knocked him out! Could it be? The world's no longer purple! Flash Step Hildebrand! Stop moving, damn you! You're supposed to be the comatose centerpiece of my glorious revenge! Yeah! Yeah! Go, Hildy! No, you pressed the button! Oh no. Oh no. What? Jump off! Don't hold on! No! Mommy! Isn't he meant to go blasting off at the end of the quest line? Not at the end of the first, like, section? Shouldn't this be how this ends? Hildy, you're doing this a little... I guess we've done the Shadowbringers one, so he's blasting off again immediately. Hildy over the moon... Oh. Not again! Hold on! Can you aim it for Luca somehow? Buttons! Press buttons! Aim it like a Labubu missile! Hildy, let's go! It's not a pass. I guess it is a passcode. You are aiming it like a Labubu missile. Let's go! No! Ah, you kissed the missile, little guy. Ha 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 ha. Oh, the guy's just ahead. Yay, thank you, Radiant Host. And yeah. After a Slim Pickens adventure, that makes sense. Kiss the missile, it makes it blue gay. Yeah! I say, that was a rather dramatic series of events to awaken to. But more importantly, after a brief detour, I find myself in my own world once more. My most sincere apologies for causing you such trouble, my loyal assistants, but rejoice, for Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return! Yeah! 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 Let's go! No, not to be brought. And so once again, for the second time in a couple of minutes, oh no! Damn you, abducting way! What do all the Hamses do? What do all the Hamses do to you, abducting way? No! This is meant to happen at the end of the quest line! Oh my god. Alright. Wait, Inspector! It does feel like this is meant to be... Okay, well, this is Shadowbringer's done. He was on the first, and then he went blasting off again at the end of it. There's the Shadowbringer's arc. Now we're doing the Endwalker one. Oh, I knew it! Alien abduction! And to think I would have the chance to witness one with my own eyes! This month's issue of Fathnarian Truth shall be the best one yet. I appreciate the twist that we're doing on the typical Hildebrand formula. I'm loving it so far. And just when I thought we finally had the Inspector back, off he went. And then came back, and then floated off again. I'm sure we'll see him soon enough. Bye, Hildy. He'll be fine. Oh, alright, it's still raining. Alright, it's still raining. I know it's not the first time that he's taken to the skies without warning, but still. It's always a little disappointing. Still, there's no use crying over flying inspectors. Let's return to Radzedan. We'll find him again soon enough. I love Hildebrand so fucking much. Incredibly strong start for Hildebrand. Incredibly strong start for Hildebrand. There was a lot there back to back to back. That was an incredibly strong start. Oh, Inspector. Why have you left me again? Where have you gone? No, this won't do. Get it together, Nashu. There's a case to be solved. Just you wait, Inspector. Your loyal assistant Nashu will solve the mystery of your disappearance. Again. And don't worry, Manifest. As soon as I have a new lead, you'll be the first to know. Till next time. Oh, gotta have our outro cinematic. Gotta have our outro cinematic. It's always gotta happen. We need to see next time on Dragon Ball Z. Meanwhile, in Mare Leventorum. Does the alien actually just go onto the moon? Abducting way! What are you doing? Oh no, I said a UFO just go. Oh my god, it's an actual fucking alien! Oh my god, it's an actual fucking alien! Well, Dalian was wrong. No floppy is. Oh my god, it's adorable! It's adorable! Hildebrand's gift, a major spelling mistake. Oh. With astute mind and explosive panache, you'll find the crime, crack the case in a flash. Dashing debonair, pure gentleman's flair. Our agent of inquiry, Hildebrand Mandeville. Truth and justice never go out of style. See you, Inspector! Just full-on fucking anime outro now. Full-on anime outro. I love it. I love it. I love Hildebrand so much! I love Hildebrand so much. There's the gif. There's the gif. So, otherwise, that's my favorite sports anime. See, you know how they use Hildebrand to test facial animation shit? Like, Hildebrand is this explicit, we're practicing how to do animations for faces and bodies in cutscenes, where it doesn't matter if we don't polish it because fuck it, it's Hildebrand. I feel like that shot at the end of Hildebrand seeing that, the thing that turned into the GIF, that's also them testing the lighting engine. I feel like that's them also testing the lighting engine because they go hard as fuck with it right there. Anyways, one of my headphones is dead, so I'm going back to speakers. I gotta find the other ones so I can actually wear a good pair. I'm going back to speakers for the rest of it. Alright, well, we're about 7 hours in and we've got 4 things left to do. So assuming each one's only an hour long, 11-hour stream. I'm sure we'll be fine. Would have been very easy to actually have enough time to do everything today pretty comfortably, just, you know. I had to rant about freaking a Goliath for an hour. Well, we're in rather let's go out further and do the blue out there. To the blue! To the blue, to the blue, to the blue. To the blue. I am getting hungry though. I am getting hungry. Ooh. I did have breakfast before stream. What the hell? To the balloons. Where's the blue? The blue. The blue. Hippo's born to run. I don't see any other blues actually. Actually, don't see any other blues. Hippo's born to run. Try to crack my neck. There it goes. Hell yeah. Father, can you stop raining? Come on, it never rains in India. India definitely never, ever, ever rains. Why is it raining? That just doesn't make sense. India never rains. Wondering whether to go Hongshu or actively wait until I collapse. Kankana! Welcome back! Oh, so this is society quests. And you have to finish Kankana's stuff to actually activate this, I presume. I thought they stopped doing that. I thought they stopped doing the thing of you have to do Aether Quest to activate stuff. That's why India has the it never rains here season. Yeah, I thought in I think Shadowbringers, they didn't have any of those, did they? Because Stormblood, it was, I think, all 3 of them. I think all 3 in Stormblood for the society quests, it was a case of you have to finish the Aether Quest before you can even start it. Like, the whole chains. I think in Stormblood, all 3 of them were that. But in Shadowbringers, I think you just start all of them. And then in this one, they're just like, nah, do them again. Nah, come on. I mean, to be fair, I think you actually, like, you can interact with Kankana, like, in the first section with, Ogul. So you might have to do the whole thing. So let's get just further already. It's like 8 AM at this point. I could just go straight through, 9 PM. I doubt... Do you think you could stay awake for another 11 hours? If I stayed awake until 8 AM, there's no fucking way I could stay awake for another 11 hours. Kankana shifts from foot to foot with agitation. Your adventurer's instinct was with a tantalizing taste of a problem to be solved. Manifest just was open to see. Have a moment. Just when I thought normalcy had finally returned to us, I received word of some truly peculiar hippo sightings. Mundane quests. Should I bring us the dwarves and Geekum after the 8th occurrence? Oh, were they? Oh. Well, there you go. Oh, of course, yeah, the Grey Serpent. Fucking, of course. Of course. I was about to say I thought the dwarf ones weren't because of all the blues that were in Tomra, and then I'm remembering that one of the blues that was in Tomra was near, so no. The pixies just appeared in frickin' Crystarium when he started that one. That one I remember. The pixie one was just we went back to the Crystarium after Ilmeg, and there was just a pixie hanging out in Crystarium. Just when I thought normalcy had finally returned to us, I received word of some truly peculiar hippo sightings. Yes, hippos! A veritable herd of hippos. Hurling down the high road, no less. Yeah, pixies didn't have that. I mean, none of them have been as bad as Moogles. None of them have been as bad as Moogles in frickin' Heavenswood. Again, Heavenswood is like... There are so many aspects of Heavenswood that are just like really bastard design that is mean-spirited. It'll never be as bad as Moogles, because Moogles was several yellow quest chains in a row, and also some of those quest chains would just appear, like you'd finish one yellow, and then another yellow would appear in a different fucking area, and it wouldn't tell you about it. The Moogle ones were like, you don't find that shit out unless you do every yellow or you look it up. Okay, the game is way too fucking loud. I'm gonna go on speakers, the game is way too fucking loud. The fact that they haven't changed them to be blue is ridiculous. Moogles wouldn't be so bad if they just went back and made them blues like all the expansions when they changed yellows to blues. They still haven't done that for the Moogles though. For some reason the Moogle quests are still fucking yellow. It's like they're trying to trick you. I thought that was normal for out there. Hippos hang out here. Yes, well, though hippos have long inhabited Vanaspati, it's quite unusual to see them in such numbers outside their natural habitat. Let alone harrying travelers on the high road. Okay, now the game's too quiet. I can't balance. Yet harried the travelers are. If these hippos have been displaced by the fires that beset the jungle during the final days, must find them a more suitable home for the sake of all concerned. Normally Australian hosts for help with such affairs, but they already have so much on their hands. Nigel happens to be away, so can I ask you to look into the matter? The society quests themselves also fucking suck. I like the Moogle ones. You build shit with the Moogles, and then they like bond with the dragons. I like that. The fact that half of the Moogle quest that you do there, where the result of the quest is you slap a Moogle, also helps. Well, thank you, you are truly a blessing. I don't know much more than what I've already told you, but I am sure others in Yedler might have spotted a hurtling hippo or two. By the way, in case you weren't aware this is a society quest, there's the sound. Can I repeat what I've told you? Hippos, hurtling, etc. With any luck, the townsfolk will have more details for you. Hello there, willowy resident. You have to fly the length and breadth of the entirety of the treading mist every single time. It's harrowing. Hurtling hippos, you say? Yes, I saw them, running down the high road at tremendous speed. It was frightening just to watch. I think there's so much dust that I couldn't get a clear look at them, but everyone on the island knows that Smith silhouette. An adorable yet fearsome creature, the hippo. This is still just happening here, by the way. That's still just happening in the other mod. Don't go to the other mod. Find that way so loud. I'm like changing my volume like 1 or 2 spaces on my volume thing, and I'm constantly flipping between it's too loud and it's too quiet. And I think it's just because the music in the town here has gone between very quiet things to ba ba ba. ba 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 ba. Yes, I've seen the hippos on a number of occasions over by the Great Work. It's the second time I've answered that question in as many bells. One of the refugees came by asking the very same moments ago. Turner, I think her name was. Looking for the same hippos, maybe she could help. Set off towards the perfumed horizon last I saw. So now I can't even like hear the sound of like me summoning my friggin' thing. I can't even hear the sound of me summoning my chocobo. But if I turn it up a little bit more, then I'm just gonna get flashbanged with my sounds. What's about those dreadful Archosaurs up north? Hitching carts to the hippos and Cinderuva knows what else. What? They come down and join the other refugees. I doubt they'll be stirring up trouble. So not enough people leeching off goodwill already. Okay, so you're just an asshole. So you're just a prick. Okay. Sound banged. My favorite Transformer. Itchy face. Itchy face. Chad, how excited are you for an 11-hour stream? Because at this rate, it's going to be an 11-hour stream. Here's the real question. Do you want me to do the society quests for this today to hand it in? Usually you can hand in the first one by doing 3 quests. Are you willing to sit through that as well today? Or should we maybe wait for next week? Because it'll be long enough as is. What are you looking at? Can you see me in the middle of something here? Yeah, you're looking for hippos. Damn, I was having to put paid to this before I got out of hand. Well, those hippos you're looking should be rolling through any moment now. Just stand back and watch. Come join my friend, we're going hippo watching. Yo, it's the feed that you give the chocobos to train them on the gold saucer. They found a way to reuse that model. Let's go. Here they come. Okay, I was about to say, how are hippos just like kicking up that much dust? They're on carts. See, you might play Mario Kart Worlds, you might play like Sonic Cross Worlds, but what about Hippo Kart? Hey, no stopping. Oh yeah, the thing with the really loud wheels. The thing with the incredibly loud wheels. Right, yeah, I remember. What? Why's that for in the middle of the... You've done it now, you hams heads. Maru, what are you talking about riding this high road? Oh, boss. Well, the road's back home ain't good for riding no more, boss. We ain't got much of a choice. All right, I'm still in my inspector clothes. Right, I'm still in my inspector clothes. I've got to change back to my adventuring gear. Be a bit off the high road, will ya? Yeah, rolling down main road, kicking up dust storms, you're scaring people. What, you already forgot about the Tower of Zot? The fires and the screaming and the people turning? You really think the raising of racket's what we need right now? In case you ain't got it through your heads yet, I'll spell it out for you. Our racing days are over. They were over yesterday and they were over the day before that too. Oh my god, it is actually Hippo Kart. They are actually racing. I take it this solves your hippo mystery. See, I'm solving mysteries. So I'm an inspector. Now let's have to apologize to these sorry sods. Okay, tell me where to direct our groveling. Most people in Yedlamon, honestly. Alright, let's have a chat with this Kankana. Thing is, I'm in the middle of the quest, and especially because it's a society quest, it syncs to your job, so I can't actually change out of this until we finish a quest. Come on through, Maru. I left you in charge, and the one in charge takes responsibility. That's how it goes. Aww. Just like in that Hippo racing play, the Fat and the Furious. You'll be there to give your report or something, right? Seen you soon enough then. How's that society quest to do with hippo racing? Like, this is immediately where this is going. Hippo racing, by the way. Yo, they teleported me near the town. Yo, they have the technology. Let's go. Hey, Kangana. How might these fresh faces be? I was expecting news about hippos, but perhaps you brought back a few lost souls as well? Something like that. Turner's the name, and on behalf of my hippos and associates here, I apologize for the caution. Was you expecting Matanga racing? Don't make me laugh. We're used to racing hippo carts on the less traveled paths of Anaspati, you see. We never took much to society, even before the skies had rain fire. Mostly just kept to ourselves and lived off the land. But being new to these parts is no excuse. Should have been able to take the high road at high speed, and we're sorry for any undue stress we might have caused. We ain't got much to offer, but we'll make up for you however we can. But that's in a bad way. So if we're gonna do any good for anybody, now's the time. Or at least I'd like to think. I ain't got much in the way of ideas concerning how misfits like us can contribute. Puppy smells like chips. Does puppy smell like chips? Grovark and Soja are looking for purpose and speedy hippos to steer them true. Perhaps there is something Turner and Associates can contribute to a recovering pathway. Have you considered going from street racing to UberEats? Could be Uber drivers. It's what a lot of people end up doing when they're staring down the end of the world. Do some DoorDash with your hippo carts. Assuming the hippos themselves don't eat the Grubhub, but like it should be fine. Skill? You think so? I don't even seen it as a hobby, but it's an excellent idea. Look, with traders on the way to recovering, the delivery of goods by hippo cart can only be a boon. However, delivery won't require a great deal of trust. You're transporting someone's precious possessions, after all. You not only need to learn the trade, but earn the respect of the people as well. That sounds fake and gay. Everyone starts somewhere, so there's no need to feel intimidated. This sounds like something you'd like to try, then why not let mine if I show you how it's done? Just happens that a parcel intended for the great work was accidentally offloaded here today. It's open medicinal herbs from Gridania, so I'd like to send it over as soon as possible. Would you be a dear and deliver it with dinner? With your worldly experience, I'm sure you'll serve as a shining example of professionalism. All these bird things, they are really good emotes. Everyone keeps popping in emotes from other people's chats. You've got the birds, Deku's got the dogs, Mikey's got the waving Luigi, and Doodles has got the rabbits, and everyone keeps popping up with like great emotes, and I'm just like, I really need to pay someone to make good emotes on mine. I'll address the parcel to you, Turner. I have no doubt you'll see it safely to its destination. Sorry for taking me out of the way, Manifest. But I look forward to seeing a professional do whatever it is that a professional does. I don't want crabs? Hell yeah. I'll be waiting by the gates, so give me a shout when you're ready to go. You don't like vaguely shake dropped? It's pogging! I'm going to get someone to draw Pogsarios better. I'm getting someone to draw Pogsarios but better. That one I definitely want. What the fuck is that? Truly have a gift for finding those in need. Can't but want to nudge each and every one. Not a little more than you bargained for, but Dylan Tinner and her associates a helping hand. There's a great potential in them. See, one that I've definitely realized I want, thanks to crafts and the birds that I constantly see. I think there's never a lot to take this slow. So there's a dog. There's a dog's riding like a taxi apparently. But Jesus. But one thing, I don't know why. But no. One emote that I definitely realized that I want, and it's thanks to crafts and the birds. There's the one that is like basically the crying cat emoji. I need something from one of the games that I played to basically be that. I do need a crying cat equivalent emoji. I do I do need that. I need that for one of my emotes. I need Missile doing cat jam. I need Basarios pogging. Yeah, that one. I don't know about, like, because you've got that, but I want it to look like the crying cat that goes, ah, with the, like, the sad eyes. I need something to do that. You got watery eyes there, and it's a person. Oh, it's animated too. Oh no. Work, respect, us. Sure, we won't have to scrounge for food anymore and it'd keep us busy like the boss wants, but wishes were hippo cards, beg us right, you know? We're ready when you are. Our partner, sorry you're here, is pulling the fastest car on the island. I said the goods were delivered under the seat, so they won't get damaged or nothing. And we ain't about to leave you high in Hippolis. There's another cart just for you. Hippos are usually shy around strangers, but you were there with the fruit earlier, so you got nothing to worry about. Smarter than to bite the hand that feeds. I don't let anybody ride our carts, but the boss thinks you can handle it. No need for bellyaching, Maru. We ain't racing the carts down the highway like some hamsterheads. I know. Now off we go, slow and steady. Hippo cart. Hippo carts, yeah. Bad way to travel, eh? It's like these cars can scratch it, though. Hell yeah, look at us go. Yeah, I got him. Look at them go! Look at adorable faces. Historically, we Arkansas never went around choking chocobo characters and the like. But at some point I got wondering, why not? Why not? Do you have any chocobos around here? I think chocobos are like more native to Aussie than ours. Sure, we're a heavy bunch. Nothing's impossible if you put your mind to it, right? Well, after auditioning all kinds of critters, we finally came around to hippos. Actually, I guess you see chocobos as far as Buzz do. And we have run into them in, Yankshire. Hippos run a team effort. Hippos can sprint with the best of them, but they ain't got a lot of stamina. So a good rider knows when to push and when to let up. I mean, we put an elephant on top of Chocobo, you end up with a dead Chocobo, so we stop doing that. But hippo cards, this looks great. But hippo cards are great. Crack the knee? Fuck yeah. Here we are, safe and sound. Now to hand over the goods, right? You wouldn't happen to be talking about an imported package, would you? I'm expecting delivery ship, but I see neither keel nor prow of it. What's up? Wait, are you the one who's saving the Dana? And the rest of the star, yes. We brought you your sweet Gridanian wheat, don't worry about it. Ah, I see, well, thank you both for going out of your way to bring this over. You saved me considerable grief. Well, our Trojan vessels can dock here, see? Usually our orders are offloaded at Alnair and then shipped to by Dow, but they sometimes get mixed up in packages destined for Yedlamad. And then the logistical nightmare begins, I'm afraid. Better to see if you indeed have my herbs. Was it elephants out grudges for life? I think elephants, because elephants are super smart. Elephants never forget and they never forgive. Yes, this is it. This is that dank kush I was after. Porting these without is trying enough with that delivery mishap, so I'm relieved they made it here safely. And I think all the hippo hubbub was, in fact, industrious delivery work. A little frightening to watch without proper context, but you've done a marvelous job. I'll be sure to call upon your services again. Yo, we've developed UberEats, but for weed, and delivered by hippos. We've saved Fathnir. That wasn't a delivery, but I guess a little misunderstanding never hurt anyone. People sure do trust you, though. I got trusted just standing next to you. He looks happy, so happy about his herbs. I'd be smiling right alongside him. We really can make a difference in this delivery business. It's Elephant, remember how no one killed the lady and then went and wrecked her funeral? Jeez, no, I do not remember this. But the idea of an elephant just being like, killing this woman is not enough, I need to crash the funeral, is incredibly funny for an elephant to do. Probably not for the woman who was killed, nor the family, but like, unless she was a hunter, like, but, thanks for showing me the ropes. I've been doing all the talking too. Oh yeah, straight back to Gankana, but from the looks of it, yeah, Hippo needs a breather. Nice surprise, considering what it's been through lately. Here's what we'll do. Let this big boy rest up a bit while you go and head to Vasario. I'm trusting you with my prized set of wheels, so be careful. My scratches are nothing. Just ride like you did coming here and there shouldn't be any problems. Just don't become separated. Now, unfortunately, what you don't realize, Cherna, is that I have increased riding mount speed in Father, which, now that I'm riding this, I feel like is not applied. Let's go. I don't think my mount speed's been increased at all. I've gone the wrong way. But if you had taken a baby elephant or something like that. Kidnap baby elephants. Get wrecked by other elephants. I don't know. How's mount speed increases nowadays? Well, it doesn't have 2 stages like it did back in some of the older expansions, but it's bicolor gems. Bicolor gem shops have riding maps. It only goes up the 1 stage, so you can't go as fast as you could in some of the older areas. But you know, that's because they introduced flight. Can you at least fly? I know there's sometimes they even let you fly on society quests. Nope. Nope. Nope, no flight either. No increased mount speed, no flight. We just gotta slowly go. It's funny because some of the Heavenswood ones like give you flight guaranteed. Because you get the Kongomadas and you get the Sunowers. And you also get the Mellow the Mallow Puffs. All of the mounts for the society quests in Heavenswood guarantee flight once you're on them, even if you don't have flight unlocked. So for some of them, it was a case of, like in earlier expansions, it was a case of even if you haven't got the thing unlocked, this will give you a unique example to see what it's like to fly in these areas. And then they eventually reversed it in terms of, no, even if you can fly, no, you're not flying this, fuck you. Feels a little mean-spirited, I'm not gonna lie. Her mission accomplished, Triumph and Saria travels away with the cart in tow. Gankana will be pleased to hear of your successful delivery. Yay! And now get back on my bird that can fly. Hippos can't fly, but birds can. Okay, that's actually a reasonable thing. I was trying to say that like it was unreasonable, and then I realized actually what I'm saying is completely reasonable. Never mind. Chad, I think we might be cooked in terms of how much stuff we have to do today. It may have been a little ambitious. Or maybe I should have not ranted for an hour after a Glaya, but I really need to rant for an hour after a Glaya. Welcome back! Mind if it's to tell me about your successful delivery? Thank you for your help, Tanner. What do you think of your first job? The delivery part seems really straightforward, even for our work, but the whole build and trust thing won't come easy. Sounds like we can give up and go home to Venice party. Sooner or later we'll have to get used to living with the other folk. And you should have seen how relieved that alchemist was when he got his supplies. Feels nice to know we did some good in the world. There's no greater reward for a job well done in my experience. If you choose to continue on this path, I'm certain the joy will return to you tenfold. And as this new endeavor for you and your associates, however, do you believe it best if someone oversees your progress? Minifest, you did so much for Ogolon that I have to ask. Will you lend your aid to Tiana and her associates? I know we're a right crew of misfits, Minifest, but I promise you we're hard workers. Give us a chance and we'll make you proud. Your spirit, kid. I'm with ya. Kid? How old is Jonah meant to be? Dark Sojourn, it's hard to tell. Thank you. I swear you won't regret this. Also, the Megan Manifest do the cutesy animation more frequently. I'm not complaining about this, by the way. This is not a criticism, I'm saying. Now that that's settled, I think it's time you saw your new home. You see, you're in possession of an old trading post that has since fallen into disuse. The structures may be a little worse for wear, but the plot itself is very... Oh, right, because always when you do a society quest, you need an area that gets built up and expanded upon when you do it. Right, I forgot about that aspect. It's been a while since I've done any of them. But the plot itself is very conveniently located. You're free to fix it up however you would like. You're just gonna... We'll just use it. Just like that. I'll listen to you for a small fee. That is, if your new business fails to turn a profit, I may have to rethink the use of that space one day. Well, we can talk about that... Yeah, we can talk about the particulars later. But how about you go and take a look at Martin's location on this map? Even Marty's like a teenager who fucking knows how old any of those elephants are. That is true. That is true. Gladly. Thank you for everything that you've done for us. Let's reconvene our new headquarters. Round up my people. Oh. I have high hopes for that one. Is there anything else I can do to help? Do not hesitate to let me know. So here's my honest question. If we do 3 society quests, enough to like do the first rank of this, which also includes that quest, do we legitimately think this is gonna be a perfect place to build it up? You can see that it's like indices, and then we're gonna build it up perfectly. If I was to do them, do we actually think I'd have enough time to get all the stuff done today that we need to get done today? Tin is 21 and Ogle's 18. Ogle being 18 feels young. Ogle being 18 feels young. Bigger than I thought. But what a dump. I'm grateful, of course, but it's had fallen into disuse. You gotta make it look better. Manifest. Glad you turned up. As you can see, this place ain't no mega cheaper. Once we get the basics up and running, it'll start feeling like home in no time. Oh, also, by the way, this stuff's in E3, so maybe I can't read E3 yet. We'll need a cart shed for starters and a place to store packages and whatnot, even though it's fucking raining. Well, honest boss, I'm still not sure about all this. But if you say we should give it a shot, I guess I could try. Thanks, Mara. I'm counting on you, you know. Remember when we landed by there for the first time and you went, what an especially abandoned building, so many people are flying. Yes, I do. Now that you're saying that, yes, I do. Suspiciously abandoned building that everyone keeps flying to. Right, yeah. If you see a spot on the map that looks abandoned and people keep going to it, it's probably a society quest. Alright, as of today, we're making our name our reliable delivery workers. Or possibly that's delivery. We've got a lot to learn, but don't go easy on us. Teach us everything you know. Now we need a name for our new business. Something real trustworthy. But I was gonna fix this place up. We ain't got time to be worrying about names. What's wrong with our team name anyway? Our team name? You're right. We don't need to be fancy, just fast, reliable, and ride Hippo carts. Hippo Riders it is. Hippo Riders. Hippo Dash. Let's go. Wow, you fixed it up real fucking quick. Jesus. I wasn't expecting it to look fixed up this quickly. But damn. This is a really big first step for the improvement of the place. I feel like if we keep improving it at this level, like, holy shit. Oh, I guess that's, okay. This specific section, it's these buildings that are fixed. Everything else is still shit. Okay. So it's gonna be like each individual section. Alright. Led by their charismatic leader, Tanner, the Hippo Riders have retired from racing and rebrand themselves as speedy delivery workers. However, they're still known on the island as local delinquents. Use experienced adventurer as trusted hero to help them better their reputation. Not the music I was expecting to hear. Can't hear it super loudly, but I started hearing it then, and I'm just like, this is not the music I was expecting. The Hippo Riders! We're friendly! Okay, so just decided quests are now available. You may purchase quests from Gantha. Hasty, hasty hippos! Let's go! Rolling around there? If you find yourself needing a pair of wheels, look no further. I urge you the happiest hippo we got for the low, low price of a smile! Unless you're feeling generous with the eel, of course. Oh, absolutely fuck yes. Okay, no, the other one's here right now. Absolutely fuck yeah. Trying to hand deliver was exciting, but sometimes I work cut out for it. So I said we'd do it, so we're doing it. Pull through somehow, like we always do. Fucking DKC3R's music track, let's go! Love feeling like I'm in the northern hemisphere, let's go! So question I ask. Stretch. Oh, big stretch. Oh, my cat. Oh, stretching. My body is locking up a lot. Ow. Question. Joanna? Again, it's more so about keeping in mind how long the stream will be if we do this. Actually, okay, 5, 10, actually. I'm thinking of custom deliveries where you can finish the first one in a day. No, we can't. Never mind. We can't even do this. No, I was about to say. I thought my brain was saying, oh yeah, the first one you do in a day because you just do like the 3. I'm thinking of custom deliveries. This requires 5, 10. You get 60. Oh, to unlock all the other side quests. Everything's in patch order. Absolutely everything in Endwalker is in patch order. Absolutely every single little bit of details in every capacity possible is in patch order for the entirety of Endwalker. That's the plan. The idea is that we're going to do everything in patch order for Endwalker, so we're getting an idea of like things that we might need to adjust or how we change things when we go to the future. It's our testing grounds. It's our test bed. It's going to be a little different because we are going to be streaming every single week. Then we just like do what we've done always in this game, where we hand in like one bit of quest thing. We hand in we hand in the next stage of like the society quest. We hand in the next stage of custom deliveries and stuff like that. That's how it'll work now. But in the future, it'll probably be we do the stream where we unlock everything, and then by the time we do the next stream, like, oh, if I'm ready to unlock the next stage of the society quest, I will stream like just that after a stream during the week. And then when we do another episode, in the middle of that episode, I'll splice in all of the little bits. My inventory is very full. I have a lot of things in my inventory. Look at all the stuff that I keep my inventory very, very organized. I'm a very organized inventory person. I need my inventory organized at all times, otherwise I will completely and utterly lose track of everything that I'm doing. But the next on our list, assuming we're saving special yellows for last, custom delivery. Yeah, I thought it was going to take ages because we were going to do this, but I can't even finish it today, so there's literally no point. I can save doing the final 3 of these the next time. Alright, it's time to journey to Charlian. Struck a bargain with one of the shares I'll give. Probably why I'm imagining the custom delivery is not for Kryl. Wild guess. Wild guess, the custom delivery is not for Kryl. I would presume Montashane. Oh, custom delivery. I'm gonna need to change this. I already know. Yo, I appreciate how woodland themed the Femro is. You don't see many like forest themed Femros. It's Xenos. Custom deliveries for Xenos specifically. There we go. I have so many texts. Stop telling me that you think I would like my own stream. For fuck's sakes, Twitch. I keep getting notifications on my phone just being like, this is who you should want to watch on Twitch, and they keep recommending me my own fucking video. If you shop over there, though, innocently as a gift for the Gab. It's good for the Tataru one. Custom deliveries for pudding. Wait. How do I fish pudding? I have to work out how to fish pudding for puddingware. I like it. I sure hope you would. Well-dressed attendant. Hello there. Of mothers and... Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Are you, is this what we're doing for custom deliveries? Wait, what? Now realizing, based on the way that you're dressed in the title for this, the well-dressed attendant has been sneaking glances at you since the moment you entered the Agora. You are... Pray forgive my directness, but you're none other than Madame Usenblatt, are you not? If this is what I think it is, which I'm pretty confident in, I am now realizing a level of dangerousness that this quest could possibly inflict on the community, given that it's custom deliveries, and a typical feature of custom deliveries, that if it gets applied to this one, is gonna be a fucking thunderstrike on the community when this came out. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. I am Merrill, the humble servant of House Levio. Stop texting me. Busy. I have heard that you are an exemplary artisan, is this true? If so, I should hope you'll be intrigued by a proposal from my employer. Shut up! Muting my phone. You see, Lady Emilians has been focused on a rather important social welfare endeavor of late, and seeks the aid of an artisan possessed of talents commensurate to the task at hand. The continuary tells me you wish to know more. Emilians involved, so I invite you to speak with her in person. As fortune would have it, she is available at this very moment. You can say another word, I shall arrange a seat for you under the House Levio reservation. Pray make your way to the last stand at your earliest convenience. Lady Emiliance's arrival. I had to set my blue sky to hide, not simple work. Just a full-on fucking atomic bomb of a fucking quest line. Oh my god. Just. Oh dear god. This one is one where I'm just like, they know what they're doing. There's no way that they don't. I thought I saw something flying. I was like, there's no flight in this zone. Birds can still fly. This is absolutely one where it's just like, they know what the fuck they're doing. They know what the hell they're doing with this one. Out of all of them, there's no way they don't know. There's no way they don't. Manifest! I presume it was Meryl to send you hither. Emilians! And Flamin! The other one's not a MILF, so I'm not gonna mention her. Okay, so it's just full-on MILF party right now. Full-on MILF party right now. Lured by the prospect of fresh endeavors, no doubt. I myself am guilty of the same. Our Lady Livio's correspondence has been full of the most tantalizing hints of late. What are you doing here? It's almost like it's mothers and merchants. Surprise, surprise. What, not happy to say? I mean, like, every custom delivery always has to find a way. MILF, but she's 34. Flamin falls under the category of MILF because of the way she dresses. Flamin transcends typical age barriers for MILF because she insists on dressing like she's 55. Correction, 60. Honestly, 65. Because every single time we do one of the custom deliveries, they always tie it to the House of Splendors because they pay you in script. So there's always something of just like, and the House of Splendors has agreed to do this. And usually there's a person there who's a representative for it. It's very, very rarely Rowena herself. It's very rarely just Rowena herself is here. Surprise, surprise. What, not happy to see me? I just, left my oven fire burning at home. I I left my oven fire, burning at home. Relax, this ain't my venture. I'm here at Flamin's invitation. At the very least, I insist you join us for a cup of tea. Do sit down. Millions for you, I will. For you, Emilions, I will. If I can stomach Rowena for Gerald, I can stomach Rowena for you. Yo, Rollenberry Pie, let's go. I see. So the studium is beginning to accept foreign students, is it? Yes, as you know, Charlene has long closed its borders and avoided interfering in the affairs of other nations. Bounded by a single-minded focus to secure the safety of the peoples of this star. With the final days averted, the need for such drastic measures has dissipated. It took an awfully long time in the near end of the world, but the winds of change have begun to blow. Charlene is trying to become an open nation. So, something that I'm realizing. Something that is already becoming very clear as a theme that is extending on the theme of Endwalker. Specifically with side content. So Endwalker is about like living and like holding on to that hope in the face of despair and everything like that. There's all of that stuff, right? Answers, you could say. It's about answers, you could say, for Endwalker. So you have base Endwalker that's all about, like, despite the despair, despite the inevitable end, despite all of the horrible things, holding on to that reason for living, holding on to that hope, holding on to that and everything like that. Between the Garlemald stuff, the Hippo stuff, and immediately this, we're being hit back to back to back with the same theme, but from a different perspective of, okay, well, holding on to your reason for living is important, but what if your reason for living was to see past the horrors? What if your reason for living was to survive, like, the horrible things that have happened? Like, you face down despair, you face down suffering, and you've made it to the other side. Now what? You still have to live. You still have to hold on to that hope. You still need to hold on to that purpose. But when the goal isn't something as so sure as making it through to the next day, when the goal is something that's not as immediately driving you because it's not as dire or serious or imminent as it, what do you do to continue holding on to it? What do you do when the thing that you've dedicated, what do you do when the answers that you've had no longer need to be your answers because you've made it through? Oh, Charlene's answers were to hold on to the knowledge to try and work out a way to continue onwards once the Exodus happens. Okay, that no longer needs to happen. Garlemald's purpose was for their empire and their great glorious empire to continue going. Okay, that's ended now. Even the Hippo riders, we were driving around racing cars, but then our racetrack burned down because our racetrack was a forest. Now what? It feels like that's very much what we're now doing post Endwalker. We're still addressing the same theme, but from a very different perspective. And I really like that. I really like that. Because I feel like that's gonna, like, I feel like whenever we come up to the Loporrits again, I feel like that's gonna be a really big deal for the Loporrits specifically. Because the Loporrits have existed for millennia, just being like our things about the Exodus of the Star, and like created from Heidelind's love for the Star. We no longer need to Exodus the Star. What the fuck do we even do to like show that love for the star that we were born of from Heidelin. What would we even do with it? The final days averted, the need for such drastic measures has dissipated. So we're lost on time and near the end of the world, but the winds of change have begun to blow. China is trying to become an open nation. That said, not all students can afford the costs incurred by studying abroad, let alone the steep price of the student's tuition. I can scarcely imagine how those from nations who suffered the worst of the final days might attempt such a feat. To ease the financial burden, I plan to offer all necessary school supplies free of charge. Furthermore, I've already begun talks with a number of Charlian families to propose an academic homestead program. Oh, what a lovely initiative. Good old-fashioned cultural exchange is sure to be a mutually enlightening experience for the many Charlians who remain cooped up with their dusty old homes. Such is my hope. Alas, you'll recall that a great deal of the Levio fortune was poured into outfitting the Ragnarok, yes? As such, I cannot hope to carry out this endeavor long term without a financial backer. A partner, if you will. Emilion's using the fact that she knows that Minifest has the hots for her to her advantage to, like, get her to help. Older women are dangerous. I'm all for noble causes, but you can't possibly suggest we provide everything for free. But of course I am. Were I to require students to repay the sum of their tuition after graduating, as some few could afford, it would be no different from a loan after all. Why are you wearing Kupo pants? I see. Well, I wish I could help, but with no prospect of income, I must respectfully decline your offer. Some might intend to be rude, but I run a business, not a charity. I completely understand. Recently, I find myself reminiscing over the time I spent in the Dravanian hinterlands. Fortunately, the children and myself were also happy living in the Emporium. Idle though it may be now, the town was once tremendously effervescent, filled to the brim with inquiring souls who travelled from every corner of Eorzea in pursuit of knowledge. Of course, not solely prospective students and researchers who journeyed there, far from it. As a hub for seekers of knowledge, no small few merchants made a living by procuring research supplies. In turn, they had immediate access to a reservoir of cutting-edge inventions. Come to think of it, I dare say my contact at the Aldnut Trading Company will be intrigued to hear of similar possibilities arising from our program. So very kind of Tataru to introduce us. Hey, remember how you, like, took over our home and took all of the tech and the buildings for yourself? And how, like, you've used that to create your merchant empire? Man, imagine if one of your biggest competitors got access to all of that as well. He sold that trading company. Hold on a minute now. What in the hell's could possibly be giving this woman the confidence to act so bafflingly indifferent? Well, husband's supposed to be a big one, that form of theirs, ain't he? Stands to reason she may have heard rumblings of Charlene investing deeper in its education system. But in that case, it'd be wiser to invest now to reap the benefits later. Fucking love this sketchy direction. Better yet, the students who end up attending will be the best and brightest of their respective nations. If I make them feel indebted to me now, they'll be obliged to repay the favor in the future. Once they've become powerful, distinguished members of society, of course. I will also have need of a skilled artisan to procure the necessary supplies. No doubt the demand is sure to be immense. Goodness, just look at me prattling when you've no interest in the matter. I really must get going on home. Countless preparations need to be made ere my distinguished guest arrives. Hold that thought. The fact that of all people, it's fucking Emiliant who is able to get one over and put Rowena in the trap. Mwah. I love this woman so much. I love her so fucking much. I've come around to your proposal. Aye. And as your partner, the House of Splendors, it's considerable support for your endeavor. An investment to the future, let's call it. That is on one condition. Manifest must be the sole supplier. Just one? You know how many suppliers it is? Fine. My, how fortuitous. I don't expect you to pledge your support, but full glad am I that you have. Together we can give countless students the opportunities they deserve. But what say you, Manifest? Would you be able to spare some time from the seemingly infinite number of responsibilities that require your attention? I feel like Emilian's also pulling one over on me just because she knows how hard I find her. God damn it! This woman is too good! Old women are dangerous. Don't you dare! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it. You're lucky you're fucking hot. Wonderful! I'm counting on both of you. God damn it. Woman is dangerous. Woman is so freaking dangerous. See where Alphino gets it from. Honestly, and Alice. Honestly, the both of them. Flapping around and have already left if you're wondering. I intend to do some sightseeing in town before returning home. I do hope you're able to enjoy our tea time together. I think of none more deserving of a brief respite. I must apologize, however, for dragging you into this matter. It does have a full explanation, but not here. Would you care to meet me at my home? Oh, no, it's not. Splendid. I shall be waiting for you, waiting you at the Olivia. As many times as Manifest may try, unfortunately, her actually hooking up with Emilian's never happens. She may try consistently, not really giving up on it, but it's not gonna happen. Oh boy, is she gonna continue trying. Oh boy, is there not gonna be a situation where Manifest is around Emilian's and she isn't flirting with her, but Emilian's is too clever to be baited by any of it. Thank you for humoring me, Manifest, and welcome once again. For years I've supported my children from afar as a sponsor of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Even if the Scions have disbanded, it has done little to diminish my desire to be of service. That is why I decided this past summer I made my own contribution to the world, to this star that you and my children have sacrificed so much to save. But I'm merely one person. My resources limited. But can only express how grateful I am for your aid. In time, I hope you'll come to see me not only as the mother of Alphino and Alice, but as your partner and friends. Now, when we say partner, as I said before, I'm counting on you, Manifest. Now, there is, in fact, another reason I invited you here. Oh, no. The Olivia household will also be partaking in the Homestead program, and I've already accepted a student. She comes from a family of accomplished alchemists hailing from Falconer. Merritt has already gone to fetch her from the port, so I imagine she'll arrive ere long. Will it be someone we know, or will it be a random student? Ogle? An adventurer. A student. Lady Emilians, I pray I did not keep you waiting over long. Miss Milladine has arrived. I don't recognize the name. Nice to meet you. I am Milladine, freshly arrived from Falconer. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The pleasure's all mine, I'm sure. Must be utterly exhausted after such a long voyage. I am Emilians, and sitting behind me is none other than... Oh, I know, it's Mistress Alice, isn't it? I'm afraid not, my dear. Another female student who immediately has the hots for Alice, even without meeting her. It's a freaking lesbian magnet. This charming personage behind me is in fact Manifest, my business partner. Better known as the hero who saved our star from the final days. just this absolute starstruck. I'm just like, oh, I'm so sorry. It was rude of me to presume. I've heard much more of your many heroic deeds in Falconer. Never had a face to put to the name. Putting that aside, it's a dream come true for me to finally stay in the magnificent halls of the studium. I collapsed with happiness on the very spot. With these dignified walls surrounding me, Feels though I stand in the very annals of history itself. My mind wanders to the countless brilliant minds who made discovery after discovery here. No. This is just their house. Miss Milladine, I'm afraid it is not the studio, but the Levelera estate in which you stand. This residence shall be your lodgings for the duration of your stay. It may take some getting used to, but it's my wish that you come to feel at home here. Emilion's taking up another excuse to raise more kids. She didn't get a massive chance to raise Alphino and Alice. They ran away pretty freaking quickly. This is your home? I have much to learn, and the thought of your present impression of me fills me with dread. I hope that we can get along. Oh, you needn't be so formal. Tell me, what can we do to make you feel more comfortable? I know. Please call me Mila. That's what my folks call me back home. Well, Milladine is usually reserved when I'm in trouble. Pray forgive me, but I'm afraid I must continue to observe formalities, Miss Milladine. If it please you, I shall escort you to your room. We don't need to use them. Emiliance has finally fulfilled her lifelong duty as a rich white woman living near a university. She's adopted a foreign kid to raise. A number of other families will also be opening up their homes to students from abroad in the coming days. I must set a good example as the first host mother, for if all goes to plan, we can expand the program to include even more students. But it's waste no time. There's plenty of work to be done. Classes at the studio will begin once students have the time to settle in. I'd like to use this period to procure all the necessities needed for their matriculation. If I find any materials you need speaking with me in Sinnoh, the FFXIV and Nagara. Let's give the students the welcome they deserve. Yo! And then we get our crafting and gathering food. Let's go! Emilion's living there! Yeah! Satisfaction guaranteed. Hell yeah, it is when I'm with Emilion's. You bet it is. Greetings, Manifest. Have you come with the delivery today? Would you perhaps care for a spot of tea? I'm familiar with how custom deliveries work. I've done them all before. I'm aware. Yes, she's got an outfit! She does! She has an outfit! Devs, what the fuck are you doing? And thank you so much! Alright, okay. I can hand that in Emerald. My name is Blackman. My apologies for getting me off a tad forceful earlier. It was simply imperative that you meet with Lady Emiliance. And you were kind enough to accept her request, and for that you have my gratitude. As for Miss Milladine, please be assured she's in good hands. She not only just arrived, yet her nervous energy and scrupulous manners have only endeared her to all the servants, myself included. I don't believe I'm alone in thinking the manor feels different with her here already. The day at Unlocked was a big day. Hey, they made you read this fuck-ass paragraph anytime. Has the person who is unlocking this custom delivery unlocked custom deliveries before? Has the person who is unlocking this custom delivery have achievements for 150 deliveries to nearly every freaking custom delivery person that already exists? The only one that I'm short on is Kaishia, and I'm honestly really fucking close to Kaishia's. I'm actually incredibly close to Kaishia's, which is kind of a good timing. Like, look, I'm like literally next week I'll get the Kaishia. I'll finish Kaishia as well. So kind of the perfect timing to now unlock other custom deliveries, because I'm just about to finish the last achievement for the last one that I needed. Sorry, who sold it again? I can't mind one of my favorites was a PF for Copied Factory with Emilion's Glam Farm. How did you know that's what I was planning on doing? How did you know I was planning on the 2B thigh highs? What? How did you... They go with the elephant fursuit. Like, there's no way they didn't know what they were doing, but I'm so glad they know what they're doing. I'm so glad they know what they're doing. Actually, I can make 6. I have 6 deliveries. If I make 6, I can start working on her, finish. Wait, no, because it's gonna change. I'll worry about it later. I was about to say, it's gonna change something else. That's fine. Full frog outfit. Just us getting to the merchant verse sucks. Probably the furthest custom delivery way for any of them. Yo, guys, she's got gathering up this week. Let's go. Let's go. Alright, what am I think I'm cooking? I'm gonna cook up some quills, don't worry about it. Can I see what I'm doing? There we go, perfect. Now, fortunately, I'm level 100, so I still don't have to worry about actually thinking about these. Let's go! I still don't have to worry about actually thinking about what to do this. I still just press the macro and it still works. Because train die still works. Pog. Pog. Chat, are you pogging? Chat, are we pagging? Alright, we're about 8 hours in. Hopefully these 2 yellows that you're talking about don't take the longest in the world. Don't make more. Stop it, 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 stop it. Quit. It's gonna change. It's gonna change. Groovy music tunes here. Millions! Millions! The thing is, I say that it's just like the devs knew what they were doing and everything like that. Here's the actual question. Do the devs actually realize how hot everyone finds millions? Like, is that a thing? Because sometimes this happens. Sometimes they make a thing and they don't realize how hot the character, like people find the character until a bit afterwards, and then they start leaning into it. I mean, this was 6.1, so they may have like realized how much. But like, I think of like Lady Dimitrescu. Like, apparently when Capcom first made her, they didn't realize that people would find her so hot. And then once they realized how horny people were for Lady Dimitrescu, they like leaned into it. While I was looking for that image, I found one of the live quests from Emilions wanted to make you a carrot dish because Fortuno doesn't like them. Make it with a street tire, teach us some Gen Z slang while we're at it. What would piss off Fortuno the most? Making her basically strip down into like sexy bunny outfits, or making her a zoomer? I have come with a delivery. Yes, I'm aware. I know how to deliver customly. I also love that every single time I do a custom delivery, I have to select that I'm okay not getting any more Orange Crafters scripts, a thing that I can't spend yet. I love the custom delivery menus. They're not at all a pain in the ass. The quills you prepare will not only facilitate note-taking for lectures, but the transcription of rituals and spells as well. Pardon me while I take a closer look. The greater the ethereal conductivity of the instruments, the more conducive it will be to their studies. You understand? I'm at a loss for words. It's simply outstanding. Should students go accustomed to such immaculate craftsmanship, I fear nothing less will ever satisfy them again. I shall have great pains to explain the unique circumstance in which this has been commissioned. Yes, I know how custom deliveries work. I understand that in case this is someone's first, but maybe the game can check if it's my first? Surely the game is able to check whether it's my first one or not. Surely we have that tech. Perfect. This is more than enough for now. That amazing work, Manifest. It occurs to me that, for your prowess in battle, Alfredo and Alice appear wholly unaware of your remarkable skills as an artisan. How? I keep doing stuff as an artisan. They never listen to me when I tell them that my stories. Perhaps I shall take this opportunity to boast of your many talents in my next letter to them. You know, the kids keep writing me letters about how amazing you are. I'm gonna do one better. I'm gonna send a letter back to them and tell them stuff that they don't realize. I've returned from the studio, Lady Emiliance. Is this a Ryan thing? Or is Miller actually, like, a unique model? Do Ryans normally have darker horns up here if they've got this face with these horns? Or is Mila, like, unique for this? So I don't recognize this. Is that the idea behind why she had the covering before? To be like the reveal of, oh, by the way. Welcome home, Mila. It's the hair. The hairstyle gives the second set of horns? Oh. I don't know enough about RRs. I don't know enough about RRs and how they work. Welcome, Mila. How's your first day of classes? It was wonderful. Not only professors, but my classmates too were astonishingly friendly. Hardly believe how many friends I've already made. It's reassuring to hear. And I must say, you wear the uniform quite well. For some reason, that hairstyle doesn't have a Zayla variant. What the fuck? But it has dark horns, which is like a Zayla thing. Goodness, you're making me blush. Thank you, Lady Emiliance. Not just for the compliment, but for everything. Once I've learned to wield spells from my studies here, I can return home triumphant, having proved my mother wrong. Would you care to elaborate? My mom's a bitch. Yes, of course. For generations, those in my family have traditionally become alchemists, each of us pouring our hearts and souls into the creation of medicine. The final days, however, changed everything. I saw firsthand that there are countless lives not even the most advanced medicine can save. I came to the decision that I must learn to wield magic, even if meant traveling as far as Charlian. Against my mother's wishes, but at my father's urging, I took my chances and made the journey here. I've been through an awful lot. Why, pray tell, is your mother so opposed to your learning spellcraft? Cannot say for certain, but alchemy has long been a source of pride for my family. She may find my decision to study an alternate discipline offensive, as though I'm rejecting my lineage in some way, which simply isn't the case. Though I love alchemy, I'm not so beholden to it that I'm blind to its shortcomings. To me, the decision is simple. Magic can save more lives than medicine, then I must learn to wield it, even if it breaks my mother's heart. With all that said, I still hardly know left from right when it comes to spellcraft, as far as my application for the academic homestead was even accepted in the first place. You've earned your place here, Mila. Nothing more, nothing less. But thank you for speaking so candidly with us. I know you have our full support. Whatever you need, pray do not hesitate to ask. You're both far too kind. I know I have a lot of ground to make up, but I promise I won't let you down. So when you say spellcraft, do you mean like healing people with restorative magics, or do you mean killing bitches before those bitches kill other bitches? I don't know. I'm tired. Don't ask me to know words. The white lizards. There we go. Yo, I get some happiness juice and some carrot nibbles. Let's go. Yeah. I get my drugged up carrots. I have increased my status. Minifist has used her deft hands to increase Emiliance's satisfaction. Do you get it? She blasted the shit out of her. Appointed to House Levy there. Much work to be done if she's ensure students enroll in the academic homestead program. Feel at home in Old Charlian. Then Emiliance has a new favor to ask of you. I've no doubt there are students from abroad who, much like Mila, yet struggle with their spellcraft. As such, supplemental tools for their study shall prove beneficial. Toads and magical foci, most of all. The better quality, more quickly they should be able to master the basics. I trust I can count on your assistance. Marvelous. Thank you, Manifest. How am I meant to provide enough for every single one of the students? Like, I'm like, literally, that was like Rowena's thing is that I'm the only one who's allowed to make any of the stuff. Custom delivery list has been updated. Emiliance. Good to see you, Manifest. Trust procurement to various odds and ends of the homestead program proceeds apace. I'm ever so curious to see what wonders you will bring. Yay! Emiliance custom deliveries. A fucking lightning bolt of horny energy on the Final Fantasy XIV community. One I proudly encourage. So where next? I mean, these ones I can't even guess because like what we have left is two special yellows. So I don't even know this, but there's a lot of yellow quests in the game. Oh, yo, more Charlian. More Charlian. Alrighty. We're going to small businesses. Isn't that Tataru's shop? That looks like Tataru's shop. Isn't that exactly where it is? Oh, the job gear. It is. It's Spanish. They're sitting next to it, I guess. That's why you're sitting here. Once again, our t-shirt's different hair. It is Tataru. Hi, Tataru. Small business, big dreams. Magina seems inordinately eager to speak with you. Oh, the neck crack, hell yeah. Manifest Susan Blackburn, welcome, welcome. I am Magina, assistant shopkeeper and apprentice seamstress here at Taru's boutique. I doubt you remember my face, as I am merely one of the many who owes you our lives. But you always have my gratitude for saving that day at the Eblin Rhyme. I remember the Eblin Rhyme. You are too kind. And while I hate to ask more of you, please say that you're here to assist in Mrs. Taru's new endeavor. She has a new endeavor? Not yet, but she soon shall be. Hey, Tataru. Tataru is part of a yellow quest line. Whatever would we do without your punch-up for turning up precisely when you need it, eh? Hi, Tataru. Now, to make the long story of our solvency short, we've secured the resources to produce the new designs I've developed in cooperation with guilds near and far, and in sufficient quantity to meet rising demands. We cannot rest on our laurels, however. To serve passing adventurers and the occasional intrepid Charlene is all well and good. We're hardly taking the world by storm, no. Much like yourself, we must ever look to new horizons. The science through their cooperation on a star-wide scale is possible, and we'd be fools not to capitalize on that to build the grandest trade network in the history of Heidelin. All for the greater good, of course. This is what a wonderful opportunity to bring people together. I was thinking back to the incredible moment when the Gallian army came to our rescue. Oh, Galamode has her pride! Perhaps our efforts too will one day lead to a miracle like that which took place on the Eblin Rhyme. I have no doubt that they shall. We mustn't expect such alliances to form themselves. We must be proactive. No better to woo our future partners in commerce than our current #1 customer. You. Our erstwhile comrades in arms know that when it comes to good equipment and better ideas, you have such keen eyes as our adventurer extraordinaire. Even should they hesitate at first, I'm certain you can convince them using the samples I've prepared. You'll cover my airthread expenses. You have any idea how fucking expensive teleporting in Endwalker is? Of course! With your assistance, we'll have both coin and goodwill flowing in no time. Everything's falling into place. Where shall we send Manifest first? Haha! Don't you worry, I have it all planned out. I warned you, you'll still do it. Tataru don't know me that well. First, Limsa Limenza. Thank God I can go there fucking cheap. Sickard as the bloody executioner is working harder than ever, so you're sure to appreciate any extra supplies. Is he gonna be too busy fucking Monoline? Or arguing afterwards? Next, Gradania sits ears of the source of trusted authority and insight into the shroud, so we need to not go amiss in cultivating the investment of, say, Aron Senna. Hear that he has some interest in affairs abroad, so novelty of our samples may persuade him to our side. Alda. I feel confident in pining our hopes on Pippin. He's always been a stalwart ally, and it goes without saying that he has more than a little sway in the Sultanate. Between his involvement with the Immortal Flames, the Syndicate, and the Colosseum, he's bound to find a use for quality accoutrements. Never guessed the third place. I see what you mean by this might take a bit. And with that out of the way, Magina, would you do the honors? Another part of my finger I have to cut off. There we go. Never let it be said that Tataru is stingy with her samples. Now if you make your way to Limsa and climb aboard the Astalicia, I'm certain someone will point you in Sickard's direction. I have my own avenues of inquiry to attend to, but I'll check in periodically to see how your journey is coming along. Let's get to it. I am shocked there's a yellow quest that has Tataru in it. This seems awfully big to hide behind a yellow quest. I'm baffled this isn't blue. considering it involves Tataru. As Mistress Tataru says, trust is the foundation of a stable business, and we trust in you. Yeah, very, very surprising to me, that. That it's like, oh, here's a yellow, oh, by the way, Tataru said. I mean, I guess the idea is that they, like, people, like, they expect, I was like, oh yeah, people will just, like, read the patch notes. People will read the patch notes and realize that, hey, there's a Tataru question. It's like, why we're doing it now, because it's a 6.15 thing. But also, I wonder how many people play this game and never read the patch notes to actually see everything that's been unlocked. It's one thing that I kind of do wish they would advertise a little bit more in-game, is just some of the new features. Like, even stuff just like the freaking render distance of, like, render amount. No, render distance, yeah. It was all the yellow quests they have on the map, right? But I'm thinking of, like, something like this. Like, if I go down to here, the character display range is now an option, and I can have characters appear way fucking further on the map than ever before. Nothing in game tells you that exists. Honestly, it's such a small detail. I don't even know if the patch special site would say that. But I feel like there's probably a number of, like, things. I mean, obviously, like, if it's a blue quest, you know it's going to be important. But this is a yellow quest. But I feel like there's a lot of little details like that, or possible things that happen where it may not even be on the special site. It might be a small enough detail that they just keep it somewhere buried in the patch notes, not the special site, where they advertise all the new big features. And I feel like there's gotta be some moments where people just, like, even people who play the game a lot, they just don't log onto the website to read all of the patch notes. And they just don't realize that a whole number of features get added to the game. How many people do you think were going around still standing still to summon their mount? And the only way that they realized that they could move while summoning a mount was one time when they accidentally moved. And then they still got on it, and they went, wait a minute, what? And then they tested it, and then realized that you could now move while mounting. How many people do you reckon keep standing still, not realizing it's a possibility? Because nothing in the game has, like, anything to tell you. Like, even just the little thing of just, like, when you log into the game, it comes up with, like, the little notes. Just, like, when you log in for the first time after, like, a patch, just have, like, one of the notice things that's in the corner that's just like current area achievements or anything like that. Just have one of those just be like new feature thing, and it's just like, hey, here's like a list of some things that we've added. Like, hey, you've got new quests available in Old Charlian and other places here. Hey, you can do this. So I remind myself that you can now move while summoning a mount. I've seen a decent amount of people confused by new features, but like even bigger things like Vieras now have hats. Yeah. Well, there's nothing in the game that says, by the way, if you're a Viera, you can now wear a hat. If you're a Viera, you now have detachable fucking ears. Like, nothing... It's one of those things where it's just... I understand the idea that this is an MMO. It's a super online game. So they kind of expect a lot of the player base to also be super online. I get it. I understand that. But I would say for 14 specifically as an MMO... I think there are a lot more people who play 14 like it's a normal-ass fucking video game compared to other MMOs. I think there's a lot more people who do just log in, will do MSQ, and will, like, do new raid series quests or anything like that. Who, like, they don't go through all of the MMO stuff. They don't go intense grinding for achievements. They don't, like, try to level every job. There's, like, the ones that they do. But they might, like, but they play it for the story. They play it because it's, like, a normal-ass fucking video game, so they play it for the story. And there might be some of those side quests that they'd want to take part in. But they're yellows, or... And honestly, even if it's blues, because there are, like, fucking, to start Bosnia. Like, you beat Shadowbringers, right? Which is entirely on the first. And to unlock Bosnia, you have to go back to Kugane. Like, if you're just a normal person who doesn't, like, have a Twitch stream telling them, by the way, here's everything that's unlocked in the game, as you go through, and you're not, like, going... Especially for people who are catching up. Especially for people who are catching up, because I don't think they expect people to go onto the special site for every new patch when they play through patches. Especially because, outside of achievements, the game doesn't tell you which patch you're actually in. Which I guess in this Endwalker it now does that because we got a title card for Newfound Adventure. So unless title cards are consistently a thing now in patches because they realized, hey, we never actually tell people what patch they're in when they're in when they're in the patch MSQ. We just like give them an achievement when they get to the end of it. And that's it. And there's that one time in Stormblood where we give the achievement out one quest before the actual end of the patch. So, yeah, like, you could play the game and just be like, I like playing the game a lot. I like doing a lot of the side quests. I want to do all of the blues because they unlock cool, fun things to do. And I want to take part in all of those. Yeah! But, like, they're not someone who's going to, like, look it all up because they just do what they find in the game because they assume it will just be like, oh, they'll find it. And then you beat Shadowbringers, and by the way, if they don't go back to Kugane and don't look at the entire map for Kugane while they're there, they'll just never realize that boss is unlocked in the middle of the fucking marketplace there. It's like, what? So, I think the game could do a bit better job of, like, showing people the content and the additions and the quality of life shit that is actually in the game. I mean, I've been yelling about this since literally the first stream I played this game, where the UI and the HUD were fucking garbage by default, and trying to work out how to fix it was a nightmare process, because you have an option that changes all of your HUD elements, but the option that changes all your HUD elements doesn't affect the chat box for some reason. You have to go into virtual mouse mode, which the game doesn't tell you how to do simply, unless you like go through a shitload of menus to also find that, because only this can actually affect the size of this box, because the HUD element shit doesn't do it. What I'm saying is that the game could do a bit of a better job at onboarding people onto it. It's one of the reasons why remind me to close my window before the next stream. It's one of the things where I'm just like, I'm really glad that I'm streaming this game, outside of the fact that it's just really fun. I would not find half of the fucking content in this game that exists if I wasn't streaming it. So much shit I would not find. I recognize you. What do you want? Oh, there's not about another bloody apocalypse. I don't see why not. Right here. Though I heard the world is not ending again. Yet. Give it time. We gotta get through Endwalker patches / possibly Dawn Trail. Maybe one of them will do it again. I don't know. I know some people suggested having another new icon for yellow's worth doing, and I think that's a bit silly. If it's a yellow worth doing, just make it blue. Like, just do that. If it's a yellow worth doing, make it blue. I know the whole idea is that blues are meant to be quests that unlock things, but like, fuck, just make it, if it's like an advertised part of the feature of the patch, just make it fucking blue. Which apparently this was, because it's a special quest. Well, bugger me! Well, I think that's a Monoline's shop, not mine. Thought it was in last year for a while. What brings you aboard? Can I interest you in some fine garb today? Go come hawk shit. Okay. Heh, your sales pitch needs some work, but I'll see what you're getting at. We're already traveling halfway across the world every half moon. Might as well earn a little extra for our trouble, eh? You know, there was a time when I thought Byron was the old world. That being the best of them all meant something. Granny Ilsabar made me see how small my world was, compared to the real one. Standing next to the stars' finest. Starting to wonder what I had to brag about. Then the bloody excuses went and did me proud by bringing in a bigger goddamn haul of adamantite than anyone else in the realm. Yeah. Between that and the new metalworks who are going with the kobolds and the Zargan looking to export their own wares, seemed like the right time for the excuses to change our sails, so to speak. I do appreciate that, like, we had Sickard show up in a random freaking MSQ. Like, Sickard showed up to replace Ilfir in like 5.4 with against Melweb, and I do appreciate that we're now like consistently seeing Sickard and he is actually getting character growth. That's really cool. But we now have a character who is like representative of the pirates of Limsa, who we can actually give character growth to. Because before the Bloody Executioners, up until a certain point, were just villains of like job quests and shit. That's all they were. And Roswin and Carveline just appear every like seasonal event to not fuck each other somehow. So we've not really had, like, outside of Moab herself, but Moab is like, Moab doesn't represent like really the pirates of Limsa. She represents Limsa as a city-state. It's like saying that Ralban represents like the gladiators. No, it's what he used to do. He represents like Uldar, and now he represents Alamigo and shit like that. So having like a character like this who represents the pirates here is really fun. It's really fun to have that, because you've got characters like that in the other city-states who represent like the smaller parts of the city. Like you go to, I mean, to be fair, in Gridania, most of the people who represent the other parts of the city are just Kane Senna's siblings. But still, they show up to have more characters who are like indicative of that place. Then you go to Uldar, and Uldar has like fucking so many of them. You got Pippin, you got Lolorito, you got Nanamo. Like Nanamo is like the big head one, but then you got Pippin, who like represents like the flames now. And then you got Lolorito, who's like the rich people there. Even someone like Doma, you've got like Gasetsu and you got Gasetsu and Yuri alongside Heian and stuff like that. We've not really like had one of like outside of Mistbeard, and even Mistbeard is just like once or twice in the MSQ and primarily in side content. I mean, I know this is side content, but Sika did show up multiple times in Endwalker. It's just nice to have like a piratey character for Limsa. To like actually have like a character growth and character bits too. We like, if it's a case of just, oh, we want to have a Limsa character represent a thing for the Limsa storyline here. We don't just have to always go to Moab. I like it. Which is all to say that if you got wares for promoting, I'd be happy to show them off across the realm and beyond. Master is from Tataru's boutique, guaranteed by the warrior light herself. Almost seems a waste to wear them. Supposed to be lined up at the docks for these. Literally, seeing as all Charlene's only accessible by sea. Now we got ourselves an exclusive shipping contract. I see the course clear as day. Now we just need a monoline on board. He's right useless when there's work to be done, but talk's another matter. And he still owes me for keeping his sorry ass out of trouble. So I have him put me in touch with a few savvy salesman types on the continent. I love the idea that it's just like Sickard and Monoline are now actually just boyfriends now. Like, Sickard is a pirate in Limsa. Why the fuck does a Monoline need to be involved? Like, Monoline is a prince from Ishgard. And it's like, oh, because they're boyfriends. Okay, fair. And again, if you're going to make a monoline, like, stop over-sexualizing my female role, I think a perfect way to do that is to give him a boyfriend where they're both examples to each other of, I can make him worse. Tell Tataru I look forward to setting sail on this new tide of his. May the winds change and guide us all right. Hell yeah. Thanks, Sickard. Did anyone ever tell you you're a sick odd? I should just get married immediately. Give me a side quest that is going to the fucking Sanctum of the 12 and seeing them get married. Let's go. Manifest, it's me. I got a little venture thus far. Bloody Executioners are more than the Bloody Executioners are more than happy to sell the gifts. I wonder if they need a name change. Ooh, Sickard's eyeing the shipping route, sissy. All according to plan. But our work has only just begun. I give up my own contracts while you work on our run. See, like when I said it was like, it's literally just kind of sisters, it's literally what we're going now. Like, we're going all down seeing Pippin, not Nanamo, but we're going to there, and this is one of Kane's sisters. Like, who else are we meant to see in Gridania? Fucking Gavin? I think he's come up a couple times, actually, but still. Beaten? Alright, he's not often in the city, so but I don't doubt that Mother Mian can sniff him out. Alright, to Mother Mion! To Mother Mion! Or as some people might call her, the original Emilions. Fucking hell. That's just a slab of volcanic rock that you've enchanted with magic on an axe. AKA awesome as fuck. Mother Mion! Why, but isn't mine for Susan Blowing? Struggle sudden craving for eel pie, were you? Or is it information you fancy? Oh yes, one of our seasids comings and goings never fails to reach my ears. I'm told that ever since he returned from his foray to Ilsabad, he's been roaming back and forth between the Lotus Sand and our neighbouring communities in the Shroud. You almost seem to make for one or the other, like it's not, so I suggest you waylay him at the Blue Badger Gate. And thus, did someone go to the Blue Badger Gate for the first time playing Final Fantasy XIV. Everyone's ever won it one place for long, so you need to only be patient a while. Cup of tea while you wait. Did you know if you go over to this spot over here for the White Wolf Gate, you can actually teleport out into Central Shroud? I mean, there's a yellow quest here that probably does something, but I don't know enough to care. Imagine Emon Ator's reaction when they realize that the full-time house will be inextricably linked to pirates from that point forward. They knew what they were getting in for when they made me one of their wards. Come on. I've gone to the wrong fucking place. I told you I don't know where it is. Arturel and Edmond just looking at each other, just being like, is it possible that the Fortom name just keeps falling in love with pirates? Because we're 2 out of 3. Your name is very similar to Onoa's. Uncanny, considering what we were just talking about. So I'm not the first time in Ishkanian went out to be a pirate. See, this gate's actually open. You just walk out of it. To do the one at the White Wolf Gate, you have to talk to someone and they teleport you out. AKA, it's dumb. I see what you mean by seeing people in ARR robes in fucking Endwalker content. Oh, we decided chatting with random people that were coming across us. It's not often the game does this. I'm now realizing. It's not often that the game will cut away from us and cut back to us just doing something that we, like, didn't have to actively initiate. Oh, it's Beaten! Pete was in the background there. Might I ask why you're loitering at the gates, Manifest? With such an enormous sack. I am embodying the spirit of Saint Noé this year. Ho ho ho. May you've piqued my interest. To integrate the tradition and ingenuity of guilds throughout Eorzea in such a fashion is no small feat. What would Carveline think about Zikard and Marnaline's marriage? I think Carveline would be super stoked about it, because those two being married mean they would argue with each other all of the fucking time, which means they'd get less shipping done, which means more business for him. I am uncomfortable with how much the woman in the back reminds me of Edda, by the way. I don't know if she's meant to be someone else, but I'm uncomfortable with how much she reminds me of Edda. As it happens, I'm on the mind to do something similar myself, assuming I secure the other CHC's approval. You are doubtless aware that historically, Gridania has placed the peace of the 12 Sword in our covenant with the elementals above all else, often to the detriment of our relationship with other peoples. Yeah, it's almost like it should have been something addressed in your fucking role quests. Yeah, much as we are one with the Shroud, we're also not part of the Star Entire. Our ventures in Garlemald may plain the strength of a world united. This attire you carry demonstrates much the same truth. Everyone everywhere loves fucking job gear. But perhaps you assumed you would need to talk me around to the idea. If so, I apologize for the disappointment. If there's any comfort, I'm nearly as surprised myself. No longer am I content to hear the words of the elementals alone. I should know the voices of men. By the time in Garlemald just showed me that my ability to listen is average at best. I mean, you stopped all the Garleans from killing themselves in our swords, so, like, you did pretty good. These swords might mark me as a gift from the 12 Sword, but beyond that, they inspire neither fear nor awe. I've been mistaken for several times for a Xyla, and may as well be one for all the differences my status as seats here makes to those who want for succor. Yeah, it was this self-same insignificance that allowed me, for the first time in my life, to truly feel part of a greater whole. I am but one life among myriads upon this star, dare say I should behave accordingly. Yo! And this is the most growth you'll ever get out of Gridania. Literally ever. With luck, my elder sister shall agree. Tell Mistress Tataru that a gift is accepted with gratitude. And she ought to hear from us soon. Is that girl meant to be anyone? Is she like from the Conjurers Guild and I don't recognize her? Because I really am concerned how much she reminds me of Edda. I don't remember what Edda was wearing, like when Avir died. I don't remember like when we ran into her in the dungeon what she was wearing. But the last time I remember seeing her, she had a big hat. Guess who? Did you speak with everyone yet? Are you actually gonna do something with the elementals? Well, ask them to stop being such assholes. That sounds promising. You don't understand what makes our seats here, friend Tick. Just a generic conjurer that follows him around. Okay, this reminds me of Edda. It's concerning. Yo! I can see in the distance that place that I like hanging out in. That rock in the background that has like the hole in it. It's like, I'm pointing kind of at it there. The big tall rock in the middle of the water has a hole in it. It's got a lamp in it. In Central Shroud, you can actually go to that rock and sit in there and chill in there. It's like the secret spot of our FC. We just go there and just chill there. We can discuss that later. You're gonna catch Pip in Aries duties taken from old Darwin's small. Maybe he spends much of his time at the Colosseum, so perhaps he should pay a visit to the Gold Court. Are we waiting a full response at the boutique? Pippin! Tarapin! Oh my god. Tataru, Taru, Pippin, Tarupin. Oh my god. Don't know if there's a connection there. I don't know enough about ancestral languages of the Lalafell to know whether Taru means something in their language, or whether their names actually have meaning at all, or whether they are just sounds that they made into names. I actually don't know. I don't know if they're like Rogadins, where their names have literal translations of just this is word, this is other word. I see Marshal Tarapin is currently engaged in another meeting. Much time the Captain Newsom Blightwin awaits his convenience. I guess they call you Captain. I thought being called Captain was a thing because I was part of Maelstrom, being called Captain by other Maelstrom people, but I'm not currently part of the Flames. I'm currently part of the Twin Adders, and I'm still being called Captain. Reference to the Tataru from 11? Yeah, probably that. There is a Lava language, but I don't think it has to do with their names. Okay. My apologies for keeping you waiting. I didn't expect you here today. I come bearing sacks. People on the Blood Sands would fight good in these. Have you seen how stylish the Gunbreaker coat is? Tataru's offering quality material, is she? Ow. I can hardly say no to that, but it's almost too perfect with my plans for the Flames. I have long striven for mastery of the blade. I required the trials of Ilsabat, however, to truly see Tizona for what it is. A fire that warms the coldest nights. A spark that ignites a blaze of hope. And most of all, an unbreakable testament to Father's faith in me. More ally than tool is a treasure beyond price. Does every soldier of the Immortal Flames Hunt deserve allies such as this? Arms and armor to remind them of what they fight to protect? To help them stand when they might otherwise fall? Indeed, works made possible only through the ingenuity and dedication of allies across the star. Maybe just the sort of inspiring armaments we need. Alright, Pippin, you gotta tell everyone they gotta go to North Shroud and go to Hearstmill, and they need to pester the shirtless man there working on kettles until they can make a relic. You might need to warn your men how many fucking books and adamantite they'll need. But once they do the utmost step, sheer Stockholm Syndrome and the sunk cost fallacy will make them finish it, and then they'll have weapons like that. There you go. I anticipate that I'll be sending along for an order custom equipment ere long. In the meantime, would you mind if I use these samples for a few trials here at the Colosseum? My thanks. We shall put them to use immediately. The most important thing, the booze. True, you might need to bring some booze, or it might run out. My assumption is that Geralt goes back to Hearthmill between every expansion when we have, like, finished dealing with his bullshit in either Azazlar or Eureka or Bosnia. My assumption is he just goes back to Hearthmill. And just continues making more kettles. As a child of Uldar, however, no one strikes fear into my heart like the prospect of receiving valuable goods for free. I must insist you accept something in return. I had been meaning to gift that necklace to Tataru. Spoil condition aside, she might rather have it than not. Oh? Gift for Tataru? I was talking with Tataru at some length about our past, do you understand? Anyways, we were quite similar. As you may recall, her family was bankrupted when she was very young, a consequence of her father's business failing. They were forced to put all their wealth towards paying off his debts and then some. One asset they reluctantly parted with was a necklace treasured by her mother, for which Tataru has long searched to no avail. Strangely enough, I recently discovered jewelry of the very same description, and was a store of neglected Colosseum prices. Assuming it is the same piece, I try to see it returned to her. It is significantly worse having changed hands though, and only the sapphire centerpiece remains unlost and undamaged. She may appreciate the sentiment nonetheless, but it's difficult to say. What do you think? The memories it holds aren't though, could be repaired or perhaps remade. I mean, I'd go with the first one. Oh my god, I'm now realizing what we're doing. Tataru gave me a necklace to represent Heidelin. I'm like, the outfit that I'm wearing right now, because I'm not wearing the scarf on it. I'm wearing a necklace. I'm wearing a necklace. I'm wearing a necklace that Tataru gave me as like a thanks for saving the star. Here's a piece of the Mother Crystal, because I know that you cared about Vanar and Heidelin. And so we're going to repay Tataru in kind with a necklace to also give her. And now we'll give Heidelin a necklace that reminds her of Tataru. Clearly this is the solution. Again, I'm assuming it's an incredibly common headcanon because, I mean, one look at it, two, it's a pretty obvious one. But my headcanon is absolutely that that necklace is like is a remaining piece of the Mother Crystal. That's 100%. Like, I imagine that is such a common headcanon that it is more commonly headcanon than it isn't. I would not be at all surprised by that. I'm definitely not a unique thing. Because we get it after doing Endwalker, and like, again, look at it, and it's literally called Wayfarer. But it's absolutely it's absolutely canon for Manifest. It's absolutely canon for Manifest. It's a necklace to, like, again, I was complaining. It's like I've run out of accessory slots for more characters to like represent on Manifest, because you've got like Hoshvan, you got Acel, then you've got Y'shtola and Graha, and then you got the Sky Pirates. So now it's just the necklace alternates between Sky Pirates and Vanar, depending on what looks better. In canon, she always wears both, but I can't do that in game. Actually, the first time I've ever heard someone making that connection. Really? Really? Because I figured it would have been, like, super obvious. I figured it would have been super obvious for people to just be like, this is a piece of the Mother Crystal that, like, Xenos didn't nom. In Manifest's canon, at the very least, the necklace is a remaining piece of the Mother Crystal, so Manifest is carrying around Vanar with her. I'd say in canon, she's probably still wearing the necklace and the scarf, but you can't do that in game. I'm now realizing what I need to do. If I have art drawn of Manifest in her, like, black Gunbreaker glam, or the one that we wore during Endwalker, you know, many people have law reasons for their glams. I have a thing to call those people. I call them cowards. You know how the Urias coat, the titty coat, you know how it's got a necklace on there? It's got the titty stabbing necklace. It's like a massive gold chain with like a big red and gold pendant there. That's like a really sharp thing that stabs the titties. If I have art drawn of Manifest, I need to describe that necklace isn't the necklace she wears. She wears this necklace longer, so, because like if it was if you had this necklace on at the same time as the scarf, it would like cover most of the necklace. So on the Arias coat, remove that gold chain necklace, and like hanging down in the same space is this necklace, and then she also has the scarf. There you go. There we go. Like if I ever get art commissioned of her, I have to do that. I have to make sure I explain that. I feel like the remains of the Mother Crystal would be too precious to use as a mere accessory. Who's gonna tell the Warrior of Light to not do what they want with it? Who's gonna be the person to be like, you saved the entire star, you also slept with God, but no, you can't have one last memento from her. And again, I wouldn't say this, like, wearing it around the neck, I wouldn't say Minefist is wearing it as a mere accessory. She's wearing it to carry around a piece of Vanar with her on her adventures. Vanar herself was a traveler. Vanar herself was someone who enjoyed traveling the world and experiencing all the things of it. So now that Minefist is in post-Endwalker, where she can do that once more, she's carrying a piece of Vanar with her, with the Mother Crystal around her neck, to take Vanar with her on her adventures into the future. Not just a mere accessory, I would say. True enough, though if it's to be a gift, I'd prefer it to at least clean it up a bit. In that case, I consider asking the Goldsmith's Guild, but you ought to be able to turn the necklace into a piece that Tataru would wear, if not precisely what she remembers. I imagine you have the opportunity to pick up gems and other suitable materials on your travels. From there, it is merely a matter of unifying the pieces. Are you willing? Okay, so this is... Okay, so as we go through this, and this quest line is introduced with every patch, the idea is that each section we're going to grab a gem from the trade routes that we establish, and we're going to use that to slowly rebuild a necklace. That's adorable! Pippin, you're adorable. Then I'll have the sapphire removed from its setting and sent to the boutique with all haste. Dame Tataru would dare open a private package addressed to you. Best of luck in finding matching materials. And your mercantile endeavors, of course. May the traders guide you fortune fair. Oh, by the way, I fought them? By the way, Pippin! I fought them! I fought the traders, by the way. Yeah, I had a fight with Nalthal up in heaven. By the way. I don't think he heard me. Don't think he... I think he was trying to ignore me. It's just like, I know this is on a bullshit again. Yeah, I know it's true, but like, I can't handle anymore. I think most people are like that at this point with the Warrior of Light. It's just like, yeah, they're trying to tell me about a ridiculous story. Yeah, it's probably true, but like, dear God, I can't handle anymore. Like, the stories are getting so over the top, I can't handle hearing another one. My brain is already trying to process the last 6 things they told me about. I'm not going to be able to process another one. You've returned! With your bag of delights having given away our samples, I hope? Speaking of which, parcel from one Pippin Taro pin rode not bells ago. Just to you. Could that be our newfound partnerships are already bearing fruits? Mother's necklace. Well, it's a wonderful idea. Please allow me to assist. So I won't breathe a word of it to Mistress Tataru. Aww, adorable! Adorable. Adorable that we're, like, doing a thing to just be like, hey, Tataru's been supporting us this entire journey. She's been, like, there for us the entire time. We're doing something, like, to, like, show our thanks and respect. I love that. Do you wonder what parts you will need? You know as to what style Mistress Tataru prefers? If this necklace is to be a keepsake, why not focus on that? Oh. That's rude. Apologies, can I help it over here? That's quite alright, but do please keep your voice down. What was you were saying? It simply occurred to me that, since you were gifted the sapphire so readily, other partners in this endeavor may wish to offer up something for Mistress Tataru as well. With such gifts, you could turn the necklace into a memento of not just her past and its trials, but her present successes as well. You are a genius! It's perfect! You are a genius! If our plans for the boutique proceed apace, we should soon have more than enough tokens from friends across the seas. What do you think, Manifest? I love the idea. This is awesome. Well, were you waiting for little old me? Hi, we weren't planning a birthday party. Mr. Tataru, we were just discussing the successful delivery of the samples. Yes. Good to hear. How fares, dear Pippin? I knew he'd come through. Though I admit I wasn't expecting to outfit a whole host of immortal flames quite so soon. Suppose it goes to show that even the most hardened warrior can always learn a thing or two. And Zigan and Iron have changed as well, if your tales are any indication. I imagine their personal growth bodes well for that out of our network. Thank you for checking up on them. We must sort through our current commissions before deciding who to approach next. But I can count on you to be ready when we are. Yeah. Yo! Small business, big dreams. How is this yellow? Me staring at a banana that I've only had for 2 days. How is this yellow? How is that a yellow quest? What the fuck? So when you get stuff like Tales from the Dragon Song War is yellow. See, the thing is, the idea is just like, oh, it's blue if it unlocks something. So if it's not blue, it doesn't unlock anything for you. The Tales from the Dragon Song War quest still unlocks something for you. You get an emote at the end of it. You do that quest line and you get an emote. You get the one of the special yellows from 7.2 is Tataru Part 2. So that's just going to be a thing going forward every main patch, yeah. Again, 6.2 is going to be really awkward. 6.2 specifically is going to be really awkward just because there's not a ton, like, there's less side stuff than there was this time. But also where it's placed is awkward, and the fact that there's 2 giant things that we're going to do. It's definitely going to be a lot more awkward to pace that out. Also, the other big yellow chain from Heavens that I can never remember the name of. Scholastica. Yeah, Scholastica gives you, like, emotes, you get a glam for it, yeah. I'm pretty sure you unlock glams as well, I'm pretty sure, during doing the Moogle Courier quest in The Realm Reborn. Because you unlock, like, the hat, you unlock the pants, the underwear. A lot of big yellow quests that are very important. Anyways, we have 1 left. We're totally gonna get this done. Hell yeah. I was worried that some of this was gonna be super long, but the yellow quests and everything are not the longest in the world. And also, like, unlocking custom deliveries and unlocking society quests are not the longest thing in the world. They'll actually be longer as we go into the future, because usually for society quests and custom deliveries, the unlocking of them is shorter than the actual, like, handing in each stage. Well, maybe not this custom delivery, because the whole sit down with, like, the MILF squad. Well, that's the whole thing. Another an old Charlian! Another an old Charlian. Down by the harbor. Heartless hypothesis. Heartless apotheosis. I'm still seeing quite a few blues in old Charlian. That being said, I'm also seeing yellows, and who knows? At this point, don't know which one of those are gonna do. Oh, I guess I can probably work it out. If I have a look at a yellow and it's level 90, then it's probably one of the ones that we're doing, right? Oh, it's a Cesaro one. Yeah, if there's a yellow 90 quest, then it's probably one of the ones that we're doing, right? Well, and level 1, but that's also a blue. Yeah. There's still 4 patches to go. I guess a lot of it could also unlock as we go through the patches. There's a half decent chance that a lot of it will unlock as we go into the patches, as opposed to they're all unlocked right now. Bespectacled Technician. See, you don't even have, like, a name. This character is a yellow quest, and they don't even have a name above their head. Like, they have a title. I would never assume, oh yeah, this is a thing that was added during a patch. I would assume this is a random fetch quest that, like, old Charlian just has. Oh my fucking god. You're gonna hide this? You're gonna hide this? Behind a random lady who doesn't even have a name in a yellow quest? Are you fucking kidding me? Is that what changes when you beat Endwalker? Easy. Yeah, just do every yellow before you beat Endwalker, and then when you see them appear, you do those. The spectacled technician is enjoying the refreshing harbor breeze. Ah, it's blowing the cobwebs away. Time to return to work. Goodness me, look who it is! Ungray's already presented run to you of all people. I was part of a team which is on the Ragnarok, you see. And we've recently begun the process of coming through the vessel's flight look data. The primary objective of your journey to Ultima Thule was to save our star and countless others, of course, but also provide us with invaluable trove of information. Records of places and events we can only dream of. Fitting way to end the stream, being freaking like, holy shit. I love them. Your safe return gave us much to be thankful for. As it so happens, one of the things we pulled from the log was a transmission of unknown origin. Something the ship must have intercepted during its flight. We believe it to be an audio message, but even our most knowledgeable scholars have been unable to decipher its contents. Professor Arusha included. I mean, I have the golden yada right here. I have the golden yada with me. Do you want to use this to do it? Because apparently I kept it, and I pulled it out today as like, hey, we haven't had this mini now since we got it. So I figured it'd be cute to see it today. You want to use the golden yada to do it? For a while there, it seemed we must accept defeat. But today may be the day that we finally solve the mystery. If you're so inclined, would you care to come to Thelmasine? Seems fitting to have one of the Ragnarok's original passages present to hear history being made. The Thelmasine! I was about to say, oh my god, there's another fucking blue here. That's the raid quest. That's pandemonium. I know what that is. It's pandemonium. Are there any other blues here? I don't think so. No, no other blues here at the moment. At the moment. Again, there's a decent chance. Endwalker has been very good at having a lot of its side quests reference things that are happening alongside it. All of the quests are really coming together to feel like they're all happening continuously as we advance through Endwalker patches. A whole bunch of different things are happening together and they are connected to each other, which I really appreciate, and also makes it work really well for the fact that I'm playing these two in patch order. So it's a very decent chance that a lot of shit will unlock then. Oh, thank you, an angry gay ran away. I mean, one of them's on the moon. Well, I don't know. Did Orange go back? Is Orange back on the moon already or not? I actually can't remember. Ah, there you are. This is when we made the engineers from Garlandine work, so I am told potentially hold the key to unlocking our mystery transmission. They should be along at any moment. The thing is, if you didn't read a side story, there's a certain detail about a certain character here you may not realize. Because according to the side stories, the Lodestone stories, the Omega that's walking around with Alpha is more than just Omega. Sorry, late. We had some trouble finding the right. God, is that you, Manifest? Wedge! Sorry, Biggs. Wedge is the onion. Get the two mixed up. I'm sorry. Yes, the woman herself. I ran to her at the harbor and thought if anyone deserved to hear this message this high, but it was Manifest do simple Edwin. No argument here, but bugger me if you don't have a knife for being in the right place at the right time. Such has more to do with you than you might think, so please do stick around. How the fuck is this being walked behind? Oh, yeah. Shall we pick it up from when we left off then? Very important lore we got during stream for Korea Fan Fest. Just to make sure that Alpha and Omega are still paid for their work at the Ironworks despite them being on leave. Fuck yeah, Jesse! Fuck yeah! What do they spend when Alpha goes around, does Alpha like pay money to buy things from people for like food? As I was saying, we think the transmission of the Ragnarok Intercepted is a message of some kind, albeit in a language entirely alien to our ears. Echo. Well, does Echo work with a pre-recorded message? Because the idea of the echo is that you understand it because you're connecting to the soul of the thing that's talking. So you hear what the soul is saying, not what the... So if it's a recording, does enough of the soul get trapped in the recording? I feel like the answer to this is no, and we already know this because of the Golden Garter that's with me. The Golden Garter was speaking in a thing I couldn't understand, because it doesn't have a soul. So I think the answer to that I already know is no. So I would assume recordings would be the same. Alien being the operative word here. Considering we received the message out in the Great Expanse, its origin was likely some distant star. Unfortunately, the list of our forward allies is presently rather short. Thus, we're resigned to the fact that the meaning behind the message would remain beyond our understanding. One of my colleagues, though, refused to give up. She remembered the Ironworks engineers had been so helpful in the construction of the Ragnarok, and turned to them for insight in our seemingly impossible problem. Oh, Wedge said when he heard what was going on. We should have Omega listen to it. I can tell us what the message means. Not the Omega you beat in the rifts, of course. He's talking about the toy that trundles around with Alpha. Little model we made. We originally designed to follow a chosen target and not much else, but I've seen it act in ways that... Well, it's like it has a mind of its own. Okay, so this is directly relevant to the Lodestone story that we read. Then I got thinking about those documents your lot sent the chief. The full report on the final days. In the part about Omega civilization, said that people discovered how to convert the mind into data and store it outside the body. Time being what it is, I wonder if Omega didn't somehow transfer its consciousness into our model right before you put it into the real one. And back in Shadowring as we knew this happened. Yo! It's best boy in the entire fucking world! Let's go! So in an effort to get to the bottom of that, as well as take a crack at this indecipherable message, we decided to make some modifications. With help from Labyrinthos technicians, we upgraded our toy Omega with a fully functional vocalization module. Yo! We played the transmission for Omega and I think it's ready to share. Wow! Hey Alpha, I love you. You're my son. Are you in there, Omega? Affirmative. If by Omega you are referring to my consciousness, rather than my entire former chassis, existing inside this considerably smaller frame. Yeah, straight up fucking Omega, holy shit. Holy shit, Omega. Prediction. People didn't read side stories. Pissing and shitting, right? I mean, to be fair, when I read the side stories, I was pissing and shitting then, so. But yeah, we've known this since the side stories, but right now you'd realize that, holy fucking shit, what? Prediction. You'll formulate several misconceptions. These I shall preemptively dismiss based on the following facts. Stop trying to lore work this out, I'm gonna tell you. 1. Vocalization module aside, the chassis remains unmodified from the design constructed by the engineers Peaks and Wedge. I evaluate its combat capabilities to be on par with a mortal infant. 2. The mechanism which allowed me to perform an emergency transfer of my consciousness was installed in my previous body. With the destruction of that body, I am rendered incapable of replicating such a feat. Should this current material form be destroyed or cease to function, all cognitive awareness or presence I possess will also be lost. Which is concerning, considering you're a toy. Conclusion. I present no threat to you or your star, nor do my projections indicate the necessity to inflict harm. In the fraction of a moment before my annihilation in the rift, I re-examined my directives. So, I mean, also, like, I would be less worried about being attacked by Omega, because Omega in its final moments did indicate signs of changing. Omega in its final moments expressed the desire to return home. Omega, in constantly studying us and trying to evolve, did get at least a partial way there in terms of what makes people people. Something that it seems that the people of Alphatron never actually managed to do, considering that's the whole point of their existence in Ultima Thule. Which also, given its existence in Ultima Thule, makes it worrying about Omega trying to return home. Again, we don't know whether the Alphatron star is completely gone or not, or whether they're all dead. But what we can understand, but what we know at the very minimum is that if the Alphatron star does still exist, and the Omicrons are still there, then they don't really do anything. They're locked in nothingness. If I am to fulfill my purpose as an evolving construct, then I must continue my journey for the improvements for as long as I exist. I must acquire this heart of yours, this strength of soul. Well, there you have it. I was wrong about its combat capabilities. You're more likely to damage itself than the thing that was trying to attack. Well, so don't get the reason we brought you here in the first place. What about the transmission they played for you? Could you recognize the language? Affirmative. It was transmitted in Pan-Galactic Basic. Pan-Galactic Basic? I assume this is something equivalent to binary. A common language in comparatively extensive usage throughout the worlds we have conquered. Oh, just everywhere you've conquered. Okay. Which means you can finally tell us what the message said. That is a language you understand, yes? I understand it perfectly. I am fluent in over 6 million distinct dialectical codings. My cooperation in this matter, however, is conditional. Elaboration. Your chief Sid utilizes the floor as part of his unorthodox filing system, which allowed me to scan the reports on the final days. Sid leaves shit fucking everywhere and it's a mess, and that's what I was able to read about the final days. Possibly understanding about its home star. I'm aware that my home star, the one that you call Alphatron, was obliterated in the aftermath of Sir and Meteon's meeting. Okay, so the Alphatron, okay. So Alphatron was obliterated. Sir and Meteon met. Possibly. So how... Is this something that we learned and I missed? Or is it like a side quest that I haven't done and I missed? Or is it like E3 lore? Or is like this... Like, did Meteon deliberately usher in final days on this? Because it was like one of the last ones. Did Sir try to attack Meteon, and Meteon, being Dynamis, was able to just like wipe them out? Like, we don't know what happened to the planets themselves. Well, this is very interesting here to say that the Alphatron star is obliterated with the aftermath of Sir and Meteon meeting. The existence of Dynamis has not previously factored into my projections, but I now comprehend the concept, in theory. What fails to compute is why the Omicrons were not immune to its effects. Dynamis should have no influence on a race which possesses no hearts. And yet, Sir expressed to Meteon a desire to cease existing. Illogical. Oh. So Sir said to Meteon about not wanting to exist, and Meteon, being Meteon, granted that wish in the form of Dynamis. Alpha's asleep. Alpha's asleep. Alpha's cute baby, but Alpha is asleep. Dragonstar and the ones in the dead ends are fucked, even without Meteon, so Alphastar's probably fucked up too. I must pursue this anomaly further until the full equation becomes clear to me. I must analyze all the elements of the final days and deepen my understanding of the heart's intangible properties. To expedite this process, I require an external interpretation of those sections of the report which continue to produce errors in my calculations. I request the assistance of Manifest Susan Blackman. As one who experienced the ravages of ultimate despair on multiple fronts, and displayed immeasurable heart in engineering my defeats, she is the ultimate choice to fulfill this role. So either we agree to your conditions or you tell us nothing. Sorry to put you on a spot like this, Manifest. We have the time and the patience to spare. Would all be grateful if you could humor the toy's demands. I'd be happy to. The final witness to the end of Omega's star. I feel like I owe it to Omega to tell him, even if I didn't get anything out of it. Is Alpha dozed off? I suppose subject was a bit technical. Bloop, rouse yourself, Alpha. You must listen to and consider these matters even as I must. Why don't you make a trip out of it? You know, actually visit the places that has, things Omega wants to ask about. It'll make explaining stuff easier, for one. It'll also help to keep Alpha awake and alert. Let's go on a quadventure! Yeah! Hey, Alpha. What a remarkable development. Based on what told me much of your encounter with Omega before we began. And now that we have Yomicron's weapon talking, so many questions I'm simply dying to ask. Back when we were first exploring our options, we did actually consider playing the transmission to the inhabitants of Ultimate Fool. Problem is, we'd be dealing with beings recreated through dynamis. Their communication is based on emotional energy, and anything lacking that vital component would likely fail to register. Yeah, so it would also, like, not work in reverse. In terms of, like, can I understand it with Echo if it doesn't have a soul? Can these things understand that? Well, it's a recording, so they can't feel it. That rules out a recorded message. So we focus on the resources we had at hand. Now, a dream and solution was all but in our lap. Omega's been an outright terror to us in the past, but it's almost strange how little it frightens me now. It helps that it's trapped inside that tiny model, of course, and that it follows Alpha around like a puppy. But most of all, I remember the Chief telling me how much it sounded like a lost child's there. Very much so. I don't even know if Omega understands why it did it, why it spoke like that. Bet Chief won't see this one coming. Once he gets over the shock, though, I don't think he'll want us to destroy Omega. Nero, on the other hand, you'll want to use the model of some dangerous experiment. But maybe we should put off making a report for now. No, it's alright. Nero's on the moon. It's fine. Nero's on the moon. We're chilling. Hey, Alpha. Sorry, I gotta do this. We gotta do the thing. We gotta hand over Alpha. We gotta do handover for Alpha. I feed the Alpha. Yeah. I pet the Alpha. Yeah. I see you have chosen the mutually beneficial option. Logical. Setting aside the matter of Sir, there are three elements of the report on which I desire clarification. First thing concerns the progression of the final days and routes at Han. I recognize no pattern in those who succumbed to the transformation and those who did not. It's a bit of a trek if you want to chat with the locals. I will lend you an airship. You don't require such outdated technology. Might have a teleportation spell is the most efficient option for long distance travel. The chassis is a model, essentially a toy, and Alpha, despite his organic composition, is indistinguishable from a stuffed doll. Conclusion, we qualify as material possessions. Pick us up and you can teleport the three of us to our destination. Alpha's basically a stuffed toy. This is why your retainers keep bringing you stuffed Alphas. Yay! I do appreciate that Alpha does the goodbye. I'm like, bye. Alpha's the fucking best. I don't know if I've ever said this. It's probably not come up. I've probably not had a chance to say it. But Alpha's the fucking best. But send us in together. We have arrived in Rats at Han. Objective: identify factors for resistance to involuntary transformation. 1 in 10 times just the real Alpha by accident. Ah, Minifist, I found another stuffed Alpha doll. It goes to hand it to you and you immediately hear, Alpha. Hypothesis. Unknown survivors of the final days display significant strength of heart. Confirming this theory will require the corporation of live subjects. Where is the ward designated for residential habitation? Up in Karma. Understood. Karma is set as our sub-destination. Please take the lead and select the subjects we are to interview. Best accompanying quest ever. It's Alpha and Omega. Quack quack. What is some advanced navigational or geoscanning functionality? You must lead the way. Gotta see all of our... Okay, well, I see one specifically. I see specifically one talking option, and then, yeah. Okay, so let's go to that one. Run. Hey, Nashu. Look, I got robots following me. Doesn't it remind you of a dead robot son that you had with Hildy? Warning, please avoid stairs whenever possible. My projections indicate high risk probability of accidental slippage leading to catastrophic structural damage. Steep inclines also increase my energy consumption by 63%. In mortal terms, they tire me out. Taking into account the difference in individual limb length, the design is inherently flawed. The convenient step height for one is an exhausting trial for another. When I overcome the specific design of this settlement, I would construct a sloped conveyor belt which enabled automatic traversal. Zero personal energy expenditure. Unfortunately, this is the only fucking stairs that we have to get to Karma, so... I have a chirps enthusiastically, apparently unfazed by the prospect of climbing the stairs. Alright, let's go, Alpha. Let's go, Alpha, yeah. I'm sorry, you have to... There's so fucking many stairs. There's so many stairs. Why'd you take me up all those stairs? Don't worry, Alpha. Don't worry, Omega. There's more stairs. Yeah. What's that, Omega? I heard you wanted more stairs? That's right, these ones go down. That's honestly probably scarier. Because I don't know if your limb would reach the next one down if you're going that direction. Look at him run. Look at him go. Look at him go. Alpha, so adorable. The spread wings out, the bouncing. I love it. 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 I love it so much. Hello there, melancholy man. You're a traveler. Please, you have a moment. I could use an outsider's perspective. They say, I was one of those who sought to escape the madness plaguing the world by fleeing to the moon. Not that we ever went in the end. So here I am, reluctantly returned from Charlian. Recently returned from Charlian. Except now things are strained between my sister and I, since she chose to stay and I chose to leave. I asked her to help me find work and suggest I look somewhere that isn't farther now, as if I wanted to abandon my home. It makes me so angry. But your point is unclear. You elected to relocate to the star satellite, thus your relative now perceives you in a negative light. Your sibling's judgment is in error. Based on the information made available to Harnish citizens, your decision to withdraw to the moon was both logical and correct. Conversely, the decision to remain in Radzenhan despite the low probability of survival defies explanation. Perhaps her reasoning pathways are faulty. That's right! I'm not quite sure what you were saying, but I'm right, aren't I? Well, so I'd like to think. Problem is, I understand why my sister feels this way. I almost decided against going myself. Even then, I wasn't sure that leaving behind everything I loved was the right choice. And with the way it all turned out, Oh, so you did change. Please continue questioning. These auditory senses are inferior, but I'm able to hear your conversations with sufficient clarity. Hello there, Marty. Oh, hello again. You're the one who came to ask me questions about Kaza. I'm glad to see you looking well after all that unpleasantness. Golden Garter. I still remember the burning skies and hearing the screams, but truth be told, I'm still confused as to what actually happened. I only know it wasn't unusual for entire families to go missing. Many of my neighbors' houses lie empty even now. Kaza's place is one of them. Had no close relatives to speak of, and I heard that it was members of the consortium who came to remove his belongings. What a terrible thing to have to do. Terrible? Kaza's passing was recorded in the report. Clearing out his domicile and readying for new habitation seems an appropriate relocation of resources. Dear me, what a clever little contraption. But of course I'm not against making use of his quarters, that would be wasteful. It's simply that Kaza was always such a vigorous person. All that passion, all those dreams, suddenly gone. Feel the same sorrow for everyone who was lost. Seeing the remnants of those vibrant lives packed away in boxes. That is what I mean by terrible. That awful end of days business will restore an end to Kaza's consortium. It's heartening though watching those who survived work to carry on his legacy. It's time to put aside my own grief and did something to help. Have anything about? Hey, Omega, this one's actually super relevant. Saw one of my dearest friends turn into a beast before my very eyes. Ever since then, one thought has consumed me. Why her? Not me. I remember that at the time I sort of cling to life at all costs. Was that the only difference between us? Probably. Probably. Karen boy, hello there. Hey, don't I know you? Yes, after the beast was taken care of. You told me to join everyone in the square. Thanks to you, I was there when Vitra gave his speech. I found out who Varshan really was. Shame we don't get to play like we used to, but Mama says Vitra has been busy putting the city back in order. And diving down into the bounty every single time you destroy all the robots. Why do you keep doing that? Maybe I can work for him one day when I'm a man grown. Vitra. Midgard-Swimmer's offspring, yes. And the child wished to put himself at the worm's command, that he might make his own contribution to society. A pattern emerges. I believe the harnessed survivors are those who had ingested Vitra's blood and become his draconic minions. But dragons are no match for our civilization's minds. Their combat abilities are not to be underestimated. It's unlikely they would experience emotions of dread or uncertainty, as exhibited by lesser beings in times of undue stress. Did you not read that the Dragon Star was also an Ultima Thule? Dragons? I'm not a dragon! I've never ingested anyone's blood either! Ew. You're not a Vitra's horde? So you possess no hidden means to fight off the beasts? Or to fear them? Were you frightened? Guess I was frightened. I just didn't hope they wouldn't find me. At least until she told me it was safe to come out. Mind if it's a requirement to process this simply? Let's move apart and discuss our findings. Says he Varshan around from time to time, you know? They say use their body scout places where his Vitra body can't fit. He even talked to me once, but it was just too strange hearing grown-up words coming from Varshan's mouth. Input overload. I must have time and distance from the subjects to process this data. What's up, Alpha? Crow. Can't believe we're just getting a full-on fucking sequel to Stormblood. Like, this is an entire quest, a big one, that is just like a sequel to the Omega raid line from frickin' Stormblood. Like, yeah, stuff that happened in Omega ends up being relevant in Shadowbringers and Endwalker for MSQ in terms of, like, you know, traversing the rift and, like, the thing of that. But in terms of, like, the actual Omega raid series itself, it revolves around the character of Omega. And we're just randomly... Oh, by the way, here's a sequel to that. Omega Beyond the Rift. Oh, is that the name of this? Processing data. Evaluating hypothesis against accumulated evidence. I offer an optimal analysis of each subject's testimony. Yet each time their response is conflicted with my assessment. Without identifying the root cause of this conflict, I'll be unable to properly define what constitutes strength of heart. Perhaps the heart you seek lies in the conflict itself. An interesting observation. It is possible my base criteria is an error. In which case, it's imperative that I continue this learning process and repair any fundamental misconceptions. Next, I wish to interact with an individual who endured similar circumstances to Karlsal prior to his transformation. Are you acquainted with any local merchants who had dealings with him? Meride. Close I can think of. Or Matsuya. Jinabaha oh yeah, because we did like a whole thing of helping them out, yes. Yeah. Jinabaha, I think, was one of the people who was like with Karlsal when he transformed. Yeah, so yeah. Acknowledge. Sub-destination set. What imperceptible qualities led him to survive, but Karlsal did not. Alright, now, Omega, I have a really important question. How well can you sprint? Yeah, look at him go. No. My friends are adorable. My friends are super fucking cute. Look at him go. Stairs. I guess what, Omega? You're not gonna believe this. More stairs. Hell yeah. Here, I'll do this for you. We'll go up this way. Okay, you're the one who decided to go up the stairs. The ramp was there for you. Be that way then. So okay. We have another dialogue option over here. with all the Hamzas. It's the Hamzas. Hello there, Hamza. How are you today? No brain cells at all. None whatsoever. Halt, manifest. Do not proceed beyond the fence. In this body, birds of that size represent lethal, unthinking threats. They'll peck my casing apart, searching for meat that does not exist. Conversely, Alpha can correctly identify my absence of nutritional content. If only he would apply that intelligence towards maintaining a regular feeding schedule. Poor habits adversely affect his mobility. Quick. I was back and forth between Omega and the Hamza, showing visible concern. even Alpha's just like, those birds are gonna tear that thing apart. Please don't. That's my friend. Please don't. I somewhat apologize, Omega. But I got more stairs. I've got more stairs for you. Hey, Shinabata! Baha. Well, look who it is. Must thank you again for your help in moving our textiles. Recovering from those tragic events has been difficult, of course, but with everyone pulling together, we've managed to get things back up and running. Shinabaha, I come with questions related to that tragedy, specifically your survival of the final days. Although you are similar to Karzal in many respects, he succumbed to the transformation you did not. Why? What is the critical difference between you and him? What? I'm sure I don't know. Not especially brave or courageous, if that's what you're asking. Perhaps being focused on protecting our workshops kept me from spinning into a panic. Still, I imagine Karzal would have been feeling the same sense of responsibility. Perhaps the weight of it all is what invited his demise. Don't say she went with his fat birds. You're of the same mind, resolved to the same purpose. Yet your strength of heart, of spirit, was not equal. If merely emulating the individual is insufficient, then some other unforeseen factor must be involved. Not to interrupt these deep philosophical musings, but do you think I can ask you a small favor? There's a man by the name of Nashman who's been helping out here while he gets back on his feet. I have a feeling he'd benefit from speaking with you. Leave by the eastern exit and you should find him just outside, organizing some new inventory items. Oh yeah, I forgot this actually like goes down the entire way, doesn't it? Yeah. I forgot that this actually loops. I forgot that this entire section actually does loop. I was thinking, oh yeah, there's only like one way to go up. I forgot it does actually loop around itself. Pavnarian weave. The equipment being manufactured here is one to perform specific duties, yes? Conceptually, it seems analogous to our practice of switching frames to better serve our mission objectives. I, for example, did not begin with the Omega model. I was originally supplied with a standard issue Omicron chassis, serial number M017. Isn't M017 the thing that we spoke to at Ultima Thule, who ended up being like the despaired one? I mean, it's a model, but so it's like it's not exactly that one, but yeah. On this world, that alphanumeric combination would be considered my given name. Such designations are drawn from our nearly infinite register of celestial bodies to avoid the possibility of duplication. Furthermore, the cluster known as M017 is better expressed in your language as the Omega Nebula, the same word I used to introduce myself to your kind. Though you associate Omega with the advanced weapon construct, it is also my name, and I see no reason to change it no matter which frame I inhabit. An empty... Yeah, it was an empty... Yeah, empty shell that's hidden, yeah. Yes. Because it was... it was actually Sir itself that was, like, the thing. But it would just... It hid inside of a different thing, yeah. Wow! Albert puffs out his chest proudly, seeming to imply that his Ironworks uniform is the best attire anyone could wear. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Alpha. Let's fucking go. Omega's here with just like deep philosophical questions about the nature of existence, and meanwhile Alpha's just like, haha, my shit's better. One day I'll help you. Nashvan! Nashvan. It's all our orders accounted for. Everything looks to be of good quality. Kamala will be pleased. You were the science! You were there. Yes, I'm sure of it. I'll never forget that day. You and your best friend helped us escape when people began changing into beasts. Oh, this is... Oh. This is the one that, like, saw Ahawan die, like, right in front of him. I think. My own son, he was afflicted. Then the huge monstrosity loomed right over him, and I remember my heart turning to ice, freezing in place. The Satrap came to my aid, but then he too was gone. Yeah, it's distinctly him. He was really close to come. Like, the black smoke had started hitting him, and it's only because we managed to calm him down. The memories run together in my mind like flashes from a nightmare. Only the words of your comrades still ring clear. I repeated them over and over like a mantra as I fled for my life. You must run, for their sake and your own. It all seems so surreal, which was probably what saved me from the transformation. The truth I didn't mean to sink in until the worst of it was over. Not the words to describe how I felt then. The sorrow, the overwhelming sense of helplessness. I may still be wallowing in misery if not for my old friend, Jinabaha. I'd lost my will to work, and he encouraged me with kind words and odd jobs. Now, somehow, I live again. I am thankful to him, to the courageous, Awan, and to you. If you see your comrades, please let them know their efforts were not in vain. You said you lost your will to work. This signifies a cessation of efforts to maintain basic life functions, yes? What changed to extract you from that stagnation? An offer of work from Jinabaha should mean little to one without the desire to accept it. Was it some matter of mortal instinct? A primal need to survive and thrive? Instinct? No. No, it wasn't that. If anything, my instincts were telling me to lay down and welcome an end to the pain. Every day I think of my boy's final moments. I think of how scared he must have been, how it must have hurt. I want to scream my throat raw. The Satrap too still haunts my dreams. I see him being swallowed whole and jolt awake in a cold sweat. Something changed when Jinabaha came to me. I looked up and saw that even without my son or Ahawan, the world around me continued to turn. And because that fact grieved me so, I knew it fell to me to live on and remember them. Strange, isn't it? What drives me to rise in the morning is the very sorrow which once crippled me. No, I really must return to my work. To lose this job after everything I just said would be a poor jest indeed. May the sisters keep you well. Sorrow. The emotion generated by mortals when their ideals fail to materialize. This I have observed. Yet when I listen to how Nashvan's sorrow served to rescue him from near-fatal despondency, his logic eludes me. And now I am capable of perceiving the full measure of the heart's properties. My best projections failed to predict our subject's responses. And despite their almost equal occupational and mental parameters, Jinabaha and Kazal exhibited different reactions to the Dynamis effect. I'm no closer to recognizing the pattern for involuntary transformations, and your ephemeral mortal spirits confound me and as much if not more than they did before. Have you considered that there is no pattern to the people affected? No pattern. You imply that the transformation was not contingent on individual fortitude, but rather a random contribution of environmental factors? Such a theory would explain the otherwise conflicting data. Very well. As I said, this is a provisional conclusion to this part of my investigation. Do I ever expect you to continue supplementing my education of heart-related matters? Crawl. I love a lot. I love a lot. Is the next quest in this still part of the same patch? Did they add all of this? We did that. Okay. I was. Oh. Okay. Well, there's a gift, and goodbye. Omega has selected a new destination. Our next destination will be Camp Broken Glass. I desire elaboration on the dealings between the Ilsabite contingent and the citizens of Garlemald. The report described the contingent's purpose as the salvation of the local populace. Furthermore, both factions face a common enemy in the Telophoroi. Why do they not immediately combine forces to their mutual benefit? This inconsistency requires closer examination. Manifest, initiate teleportation. So we teleport automatically in this, so I don't have to pay for the teleports. But for Tataru's business ventures, I don't. Brr. Are you cold? Understandable. Teleportation successful. Evaluating meeting environments. A cold weather region by Aethera standards, but significantly less extreme than a star with ice planet classification. This boy should not be unduly impeded. In contrast to Alpha and his uncontrollable shivering, my frame appears highly resistant to low temperatures. Poor Alpha. Someone get Alpha a coat. Retrieving data. Reports indicate the remnants of the contingent force and number of Imperial citizens yet inhabit this location. You must speak with representatives from both factions and explore their respective attitudes. Proceed. Random question, do I get unique dialogue for talking to Alizé and Alphano with Omega in tow? No, I've not met Omega or Alpha, so I don't think they'd care, but like, what if they did though? But what if they did though? Manifest. Gonna see how things are progressing, have you? Somewhat. Goodings. I can't speak to the overall strategy, but communication with locals has become a damn sight easier since Jules and his soldiers stepped in to help. And we still face our fair share of distrust, of course. Some folk even think we're enslaving minds with our foreign magics. Man, I think for putting that idea in their heads. But all things considered, I'd say we're doing pretty well. Establishing an open dialogue was the first big step. Query. Do you consider this level of progress acceptable? The reality of your efforts falls far short of the ideal. If your aim is to provide efficient succor to the local populace, then absorbing their numbers into your command structure would be the optimal path. Well, I wouldn't want to go that far. We're not looking to take over their nation. If we're to do this the right way, we need to recognize and respect each other's way of life. Well, it may not be the easiest solution. I grow the contingent slow and steady approach. I'm just happy we're saving lives. Quiet input from both perspectives. Recommend you move at a brisk pace. The exertion will raise your body temperature, preventing you and Alpha from freezing to death. Run, Alpha, run! Go, Alpha, go! Get it? Call back. Call back. How cold are you, Alpha? Achoo! Alpha sneezed! Alpha sneezed! I shudder from the past. Yes, I know you from Victor's Spoils. Hey, there's one of them. Have you come to laugh at me? A wretch who chose to lose Lacinia and her sister rather than accept your help? A fool who ended up reliant on your charity nonetheless. No. Or perhaps I deserve your derision. patriots surely scorn my failed conviction. I have shamed my people and brought dishonor upon my nation. I'm no better than a captive beast. My pride sold for a bowl of feed. But my soul, nay, that you shall not have. I refuse your honeyed offers of a new home. This land is where I belong, and this is where I shall remain. You demonstrate opposition to the contingent's overtures. On what basis do you refuse this cooperation? The data suggests the local populace is struggling to produce the bare minimum of sustenance. Have you some secret strategy for survival? Or do your orders compel you to accept your present misfortune? What? Must I be mocked by a magic toy now? No, I have no secret strategy. No binding orders, but I comport myself as a true Gallian patriot would. Uncompromising. Unbending. You've already compromised and bent. Once again, this input is unanticipated. Let us move aside and process what we have heard. Not for me here, I know this. But if I surrender my homeland, then what was it all for? Where am I going? Oh, there. Can't see past all the yellows where I'm not even meant to go. I respect Alpha. I don't need to ask him another question. Accessing and analyzing recorded data. Integration complete. I evaluate this most recent input and make comparisons to our discoveries in Radzat Han. Consistent only in their inconsistency, the responses from both contingent member and Imperial citizen were highly irrational. Conversely, any Omicron considered their predicaments would have echoed my assessment exactly. The divergence from self-evident logic is key. Hypothesis. The logical relationship between would-be saviors and suffering populace is another result of the unpredictable nature of mortal hearts. Any property or ability has inherent advantages and disadvantages. Yet never have I encountered such a unique detriment. It appears that those who share your metaphysical capabilities are prone to complicating simple cognitive processes. An undesirable quality. I will ever persist in furthering my understanding of the subject. Query. Prior to formulating our next step, I wish to know, who is this Licinia the Imperial mentioned? Friends. Her and her sister were with her. They ran when we asked, when we offered our help. They were later attacked by beasts and died. Acknowledged. To summarize, insufficient data on foreign culture resulted in inadvisable and ultimately fatal action. I witnessed such self-destructive behavior during the course of our planetary conquests. Overwhelmed enemy forces would voluntarily withdraw into perilous regions, leading to a succession of inevitable losses. Tangential data request. I wish to learn about burial customs. The practice has ever seemed nonsensical, but new data suggests it arises from the same source as your cognitive complications. Take me to this Licinia's burial site. It may aid me to understand. Energy systems, delivery systems compromised. Core temperature critically low. Warning, immediate heating required. Request, apply friction to outer frame. You read that your body would be fine. It is no longer fine. Some dumb little girl. Rubber, rubber, dubber, yeah, yeah, too late, my baby. Oh, hallelujah. Temperature nominal. Energy level stabilizing. The creators of this model must have experienced impaired cognitive reasoning during the design process. Upon her return, I request additional climate shielding, as well as an accurate temperature sensor array. This will not affect my combat capabilities, but should improve my basic survival rate. Reconfirming sub-destination. In which direction will we find Victor's spoils? East. Far East. Acknowledge. Well, not far East, because that's a dome, but like. Alpha, you to remain in close proximity. Close enough to envelop me in your feathers. You mean to carry me on your back if you so choose. Adorable! Adorable! Let's go! It's good and sympathize with the senior. I don't know if sympathy is meant to be the term. Empathize, I think is more, I think empathize more than sympathize. Sympathy is feeling sorry. Empathy is just at least understanding why. Again, all of the Garleans that we come across while we're here, they're all victims of Garlemald. I would say all of them are more so people who died because of what Garlemald was, rather than any of them individually died. Well, Quintus is still a victim of Garlemald, but he very much died more because of himself, more than Garlemald. I mean, you know, he was the one who put the fucking gun in his mouth. Quirrell? A deceptively deep snowdrift almost defeated me, but we have successfully arrived at the location you indicated. Caution advised. An unknown individual appears to be investigating the object of my interest. You're Eosia's champion, aren't you? Mind if I do some black one? Oh, I never introduced myself, did I? I am Manius, soldier of the First Legion and comrade of Duelus. Perhaps you remember me from Tertium. We spoke about collecting ceruleum, and again later on after Lord Quintus had passed. Sounds good. Manius, explanation requested. What is the reason for your presence here? That's the tiniest Magitech weapon no, it's just an oddly shaped communicator, isn't it? In any case, I have nothing worthy to report. I heard that the sisters who used to live in my sector were buried here, so I thought I'd come and pay my respects. Do you understand what that means? Half an hour Alistair told me the story, complete with profuse apologies. Though they were adamant that no amount of remorse could erase the tragedy of what came to pass. Don't let my fellow soldiers and I are in any place to judge. We were manipulated, pulled into starting an insurrection which led to countless deaths by our own country. Objection. The casualties incurred through your own fighting are distinct from those caused by the Ilsabard contingent. To restate, you are justified in seeking restitution from the contingent for causing the deaths of Licinia and her sister. Retaliation for damages sustained is also a logical progression. I can there's two reasons why you do not initiate hostilities with Minifest and her allies. One, you judge your remaining forces too weakened to contend effectively with the contingent. Two, your emotions are complicating the issue. Tell me, which of these is correct? Well, when you lay it out like that. I'm afraid my answer isn't likely to win me any medals, so would you mind keeping this to yourselves? There's an unspoken thought that we're outmatched on the battlefield, certainly. But the real reason I'm not demanding restitution has little to do with weighing the odds. Simple truth is I'm so caught up with simple survival that I have no strength to spare for past grievances. Same goes for avenging any comrades I've lost, be that my brothers in arms or Lord Quintus himself. Although it seems everyone has an opinion about the matter of his passing. Some say he should have fought until the end, but he abandoned us to the enemy. Others praise him for taking the full burden of responsibility and freeing us to walk our own path. I don't know who's right and who's wrong, but I'm inclined to side with the latter. He gave us the choice of freedom, and that's the choice I made. I could cry and rant and rage, but what would be the point? I'll save my energy for worrying about my next meal, my next task. I need to focus on the ones left behind, on making sure some kind of life for my comrades and me. And I've made to lean on the contingent to do that, and that's what I'll do. Even if the aid comes at a price, I'm willing to pay it. Even among your own, there are times when cooperation demands compromise. What matter that they're outsiders? Besides, I think I could grow like Alpha and Alice. They've reached out to us with kindness and compassion from the very beginning. Summation. Your desire to survive, even should it mean allying with the contingent, was a feeling you had already harbored. That your side had committed worse atrocities was the logic you invented later to justify your reasoning. Blunt but accurate, I suppose. The heart is honest about what it wants, even if the mind takes a while to reconcile the decision. Well, it's been oddly cathartic, but I must return to my duties. There are wild beasts to cull, watchfires to light, spies to transport. And without an emperor, there's no rest for an imperial. Be well and be safe. Been quiet there, Omega. Upon review of recent inputs, I've arrived at an unexpected conclusion. I've been formulating my assessments on the premise that it was man who commanded the strength of his heart. But the data suggests that the opposite is true. The surge of spirit, of feelings, of emotions can entangle your thoughts to such a degree that even control of your own behavior is compromised. It seems a most counterproductive specification. This also explains how my interactions with mortal subjects have produced more confusion than clarification. It represents a formidable barrier to understanding. Omega's struggling a lot. Omega, it is so cool that because this was a big part of like the whole last half, 2/3 of the fucking raid tier of just Omega trying to understand the quality of the human spirit, and it wrote it off in like really basic ways for such a long period of time, and it was really only at the end that it started like acknowledging the reality and trying to work out an answer that made sense for it to explain all of this. So now we actually get the moment of seeing Omega try to grapple with all of this, and it's really cool. Cry, 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 cry. My hypothesis has been borne out. The suboptimal operation being conducted here is the result of emotionally compromised reasoning. I'm ready to progress to my third and final query. I will learn more about those referred to as ancients. It is clear that this group was a crucial factor of the final days, but the information contained in the report was insufficient to form an overview. The Loporeds are creations of the ancients, and are said to maintain repositories of their knowledge. On my calculations, the base of these moon dwellers will provide the best source of additional data. Teleport us to their burrow, manifest. Preferably before my battery freezes over. Why don't you ask me to take you to Ultima Thule? Apparently the Ragnarok just teleports me there. We actually got an explanation for that, where we got like a sort of explanation for Elpis, but even the explanation for Elpis only makes sense for when you're doing Pandemonium. Alpha is pissed that the Loperates are giving him a run for his money and cuteness. He knows he'll win, but this amount of competition is something that he is not used to, because Namasu are pretty ugly. The teleportation spell was successful. We appear to have arrived at the location described as Best Ways Burrow. Don't fall through the grates in the floor, man. An inspection of technology in use here would give me detailed insight into the ancients and their civilization. This body overlaps my previous stream's advanced observational functionality. I will require external assistance. No, it can't be. It is! You will manifest have missed you, sir. Growing way. Oh, is this you brought with you? This soft, feathery vision! No, it's the other way around! I was wrong! The Loperids are aware that Alpha's cuter. We've been outfluffed. Pack up the moon, it's all over. Why bother with borrowed building bunnies when you can walk around with this adorable avian engineer? Just pick me into a pie and be done with it. Immediately Loperids are just like, okay, Alpha's cuter than us, we're fucked. Inspect our inventions. Wait, so you're not done with us? I wasn't truly worried, of course. I certainly wasn't about to roll myself in dough and dive into Cooking Way's new oven. If a technical breakdown is what you need, then I am your Loperid. As well as an atmospheric regulation expert, I can field any question or query you might care to pose. Acceptable. I'll employ this being to guide me around the facilities. Your presence is not mandatory. Even locked with my current chassis, I am still an autonomous construct that has endured hundreds of your life cycles. I'm capable of completing this simple objective alone. Are we gonna follow anyways? Because what else are we gonna do? Oh no, we are waiting. No, we are just waiting. Objective complete. What happened to Growing Way? After my 50th question, his responses began to suffer noticeable delays. By that stage, we had viewed a representative cross-section of Lopera engineering, thus I knew not necessary to retain his company. Conclusion. Extrapolating from the fraction of technology on display, the full spectrum of the ancients' advancements was, at minimum, equivalent to a level 4 civilization. A fact which demands further investigation. Despite establishing a near-ideal society, these beings nevertheless harbored a weakness which invited self-destruction. In studying them, I stand to gain a great understanding of Sir's anomalous decision. Growing Way informed me that another type of ancient-made entity exists upon the satellite, the one they call the Watcher. I would speak to him. Then conserve your aether. We will ride this Argos to our destination, as you have suggested. Argos, to me! I have to actually ride Argos. You must ride Argos with the robot because seeing Alpha on the back of Moondog would be very cute, and we need this mental image. So you must ride the Argos. Argos doesn't take me to the Watcher's house. It takes me like so far over there, and I gotta walk through it. I'm going like through a cave. Impedance detected. The creature identified as Argos refuses to acknowledge our presence. Hypothesis. Upon arrival, Growing Way expressed concern that he had been outfluffed. This suggests the existence of a fluff-based hierarchy. My station in such a system would be predictably low, but Argos is adamant in ignoring even Alpha. Its fluffiness level is impossible to gauge. Argos turns you with an impassive gaze. It seems you'll need to intervene. Just think of it. You're the fluffiest of them all, dear Argos. Argos gives an exasperated snort before motioning to his back. It seems you have permission to climb aboard. You have secured the creature's permission? Curious. You must have special standing in the fluffiness hierarchy. I've allowed myself to become distracted. Let us continue on to the Watcher at once. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. I love it. I love it so much. I gotta say, at this stage, post-Endwalker quest lines are on a whole other fucking level compared to post-expansion quest lines in prior things. The fact that we're doing shit like this, the fact that this is like the entire Tataru thing just also existing. The Hildebrand that we had, honestly, just the Hildebrand that we had today is some of the best Hildebrand we've ever fucking had. Like, there's a lot of really good shit here. The Watcher located. Estimate of this being's height explains the inconvenient scale of Best Way's Burrow. Crawl! Hey, Watcher. I was amused by the arrival of these small visitors, but I see they're companions of yours. What a rare thing for my abode to be thus crowded. How may I be of service to you? Hello, Watcher. My purpose here is to learn more about the ancients. I would know of their deeds, their philosophies, the very nature of their hearts. I understand why the final days was visited upon my homestar. A worthy endeavor, but there is another better suited to assisting you with that task. Perhaps you might favor us with a tale or two of the ancients you met during your travels, Manifest. My fragmented memories would be a pale substitute indeed for the clarity of your more recent experiences. See, they're not asking us to go to Elpis, to be like, oh, Omega wants to know about that, travel back to Elpis. Going to Ultima Thule is the thing we can fucking do. If we go to Elpis, it seems pretty explicit that it's just like, we needed that crystal, like, after the first time, we needed that crystal to, like, actually go back. It really does seem like, out of all of the zones that have ever existed, Elpis is the one that, canon-wise, you have a very limited amount of ways to actually go there, and you can't just go there freely. But it's an MMO, so you can. It really feels like Elpis is very specific in that regard. Because again, if they get, like, if they wanted to, say you could go to Elpis whenever you wanted to, they would just give us an explanation. They did that for Ultima Thule. Like, for Ultima Thule, they're just like, quantum physics. The ship exists in both, so you can go into the ship and step out in the other. Quantum physics and dynamis combined and had a happy baby that lets you teleport across existence. Ta-da! But for Elpis, they don't. The only thing they do for Elpis is when you've got the crystal, it reactivates the portal. Really does feel like Elpis is very specifically, you being able to teleport all the time there is just straight up not fucking canon. But MMO, so you have to be able to do it. Yes, I can envision every detail. Your meeting with Vinar and Emenselk and Hithlades. The sorrow and determination of Hermes. I am a creation of Heidelin, and as such, I believed the age of the ancients would fade and be forgotten. Yet knowing that their memory lives so vividly within you, it brings me great joy. I pray you keep them close to your hearts. At the time of your journey to the past, the one whose essence I embody would have been a scholar at Anada. A shame. Had you reason to go there, perhaps you might have met. I've been to recreations, Anada. Also, the one whose essence I embody would have been a scholar. So, Heidelin made you in the image of someone. So you're not just a random construct of, here is an ancient-esque being that I'm going to create. The Watcher was made specifically in the vision of someone that Banan knew. As a man of learning, he was firm friends with Vinar. They spent long hours trading theories or debating the laws of the universe. I remember joining her faction as the final days bore down upon us. Yet of the events surrounding that tragedy, I recall precious little. Heidelin wished for the people of your age to decide their own path. Thus, I suspect my recollection was limited by design. Yet even she could not cut away one persistent memory. I feel most distinctly his sadness of what was to come to pass. That in becoming Heidelin's heart, Vana would forever stand apart from the people she so loved. If she was so resolved in her convictions, then he too would share her sleepless vigil over the future yet to unfold. Thus was the vow he made to Vana as her transformation took hold. His fervent wish must have reached her in some fashion, for though his life was drained away by the summoning, he was reborn with new form and new purpose when I awoke as the Watcher of the Moon. Oh, okay, so you're not just created by Heidelin, but you're created by Heidelin, like, using someone else's soul. Okay. That's pretty specific. And you heard, Manifest. You felt, you thought. And in seizing the future for yourselves, you have brought full circle the saga which Vana began. What you accomplished was no divine miracle. It was but the beacon of hope, passed down from one generation to the next. A succession of wishes and prayers, reshaping the star into the worlds we knew you deserved. You have our deepest gratitude. I thank you not only as myself, but as the man I once was, on behalf of those who devoted themselves to Vana's vision. Omega's mind is blowing up right now. I understand the facts of your story, Manifest, but not how you have chosen to process them. On what grounds do you speak of Vana with such fondness? Well, I fondled her. No, I loved her. And there's answers. And there's answers straight up playing. By sundering the world, she ultimately guided your kind to victory. Yet in doing so caused irreparable damage to its individual members. The full scale of that act is beyond calculation. It is evident, however, that it resulted in a protracted period of suboptimal existence for Emmett Silk and his brethren. Query. If the survival of your kind is the deciding factor in your evaluation, then should not also admire Hermes and his decision to subject man to a trial, forcing you to change or perish, as was the fate of countless civilizations before you. From my perspective, his determination was similar to that of the Omicron's ancestors, those who first began trading flesh for machine, so that our people might stand against the onslaught of aggression from other races. It was an unprecedented attempt, accompanied by much failure and sacrifice. Their early experiments were crude, primitive. Had they not made those first advances, however, we would have remained vulnerable to our environment. The violence would have utterly consumed us. And what of Emmett Silk himself? Judging by your retelling, he was a benevolent ally saddled with tragic fates. Yet I remember the years when my instruments fed me data from events across the entire star. During that time, I witnessed his Ascians engineer multiple instances of cataclysmic strife. These calamities, as you know them, were responsible for planet-wide destruction. A man whose endgame relied upon the extinction of all modern mortals must, by definition, be your worst enemy. I require an answer. As a being of heart and soul, how do you classify each of these pivotal figures? From your perspective, which of them was most justified in their actions? Wow. Wow, they actually give you the option to actually give. Wow. Get out of here. Holy shit. The fact that you can actually go for, like, I like the fact that they actually have the option. Like, this is one of the most insert your action, like, again, we've discussed it before in terms of some dialogue options are based on canon Warrior of Light in the game. They get, like, some questions, it's like some dialogue choices are way more about canon dialogue options for the Warrior of Light in the game is these things that they could say. I love that this one, it is straight up just like, they're asking you, the player, what do you think? Because the fact that you can say they're all justified or none of them are, like, very obviously these cannot all be answers, like, for the canon, possible answers for the canon Warrior of Light, because they are all opposed to it, like, they are all opposed to each other. I mean, like, I'm gonna answer with the Manifest answer, which is also the me answer, which is Vana. Like, it's Vana. But, like, for Manifest and for myself, Vana's the most justified because the purpose behind it is the one that makes the most sense. Like, it's the one that's about, like, you know, answers. The whole thing that Vana's speech was when we had the cutscene of just like Vana's actions were based around finding the will to live within you regardless of how much it hurts, finding the will to live within you, knowing that it will end and everything like that. And it's like, and Emmett Silk was like directly opposed to that. and not necessarily those parts, but Emmett Silk was like opposed to like how all of life was important and everything like that. And I can respect Hermes for wanting to find the answers. I feel bad for Hermes in the sense that he tried to find the answers that he needed to find within himself while existing in a society that made it very difficult for someone like him to realize that that's what he was meant to do. So the Manifest answer is absolutely phenomenal. Which would probably confuse Omega to just be like, how much suffering the Sundering has caused. I think I understand. I think that's one of... Wasn't that Omega's last line before he died? Like, in the Raid series? Like, right before Omega dissipated, wasn't it a line very similar to this? Of I think I understand. You seek a definitive answer. Yeah, based on our experiences, Manifest and I might develop very different opinions. In the same fashion, you are free to form your own thoughts on the matter. Do not be so swift to consider them without merit. The whole point, Omega, is to find your own answer. I do not have my own thoughts on the matter. I assess each situation with the same logic pathways available to every Omicron. Even if 1,000 Omicrons were asked to analyze the same events, they would all return the same results, regardless of individual experience. There is no strength to be found in fractured reasoning. Nonetheless, I find your input valuable. Recording data alongside interview results. This concludes my investigation into the incomplete elements of the final day's report. I will reanalyze the accumulated information and examine the factors which led to Sir's incomprehensible decision. Let us return to Thalmazane. It was pleasant to hear your tale, Sir Velpus. Should you ever need an audience familiar with the subject, I'd be glad to listen to more of your recollections. Even with one's gaze fixed upon the future, we oftentimes find our thoughts drifting to the past. It is a shame that Heidelin never chose to speak of it. We're very specific to not do that, because why minutes for us to find it. So awesome to be able to bring back Alpha and Omega for this moment here. It's one of those things, like, I obviously know that I yell about answers a lot. I obviously know that I never shut the fuck up about answers and how much I like it and how much it's fitting for the game and everything like that. But it's moments like this where it's just, even outside of my personal obsessions, I think it's very clear that, like, this game has had a pretty consistent through line with its, like, themes since the beginning. And it's just, as the game has gone on through multiple expansions, I think, because part of me is like, I don't even know how much the devs realize it. I honestly don't know how much the devs realized how much the entire game, from A Realm Reborn onwards, lines up with the core themes of Answers. I don't know if the devs realized it at the time they were making it. Like, once they get to Shadowbringers, they absolutely knew. Like, because everything about Shadowbringers consistently calls back to Answers all the time, and then Endwalker is, like, literally about the fucking song. So by the time of Shadowbringers, they were very clearly aware that that's what was happening. But I feel like it might be at some point during Stormblood, possibly during Heavensward. But honestly, I think it's, like, given how the Omega questline ended and everything like that, I feel like it might have been some point during Stormblood where they started to realize how much, like, the Song of Answers has managed to, like, seep its way into absolutely everything. It's why you can bring back something like this questline from Stormblood and have it be so, like, be very, very blunt with how this is about the themes of Endwalker, despite this being Stormblood content, and it feels completely in place. I mean, maybe it was intentional. Like, I mean, again, the song Answers was written before Realm Reborn, like, happened. So maybe as they were writing more of Realm Reborn, they wanted to keep that song in mind. So maybe it has been maybe the idea that Answers was always going to be an important song in some capacity for, like, when the expansions went onwards. Maybe that was always the intention. But I would still say, to some extent, I don't think they realized how hard, to what extent that, like, it ended up actually all leaning into it. I would still say it's one of those things where, like, as you're writing a story and seeing the story develop in front of you over time. Because, like, obviously, like, they didn't write A Realm Reborn with what Endwalker would be in mind. Honestly, I don't, like, I imagine they wrote Shadowbringers with a pretty good deal of what Endwalker was going to be in mind. But but it's one of those things where, as a creative, any creative, doesn't matter what you're creating. Like, if you're not been a person who's tried to do creative efforts in your life, you may not realize it. You may think that creatives go into something with a full idea of what it is they want to make, and all that they do is just try to replicate what is in their brain into that. And sometimes creative efforts can be more like that. But a lot of creative efforts end up being, you have, like, a lot of ideas and a lot of perspectives and a lot of, like, mental ideas of how your thing will piece together. But as you start creating the thing, you end up realizing through the act of its creation ways that it would tie in together, or ways that it will change that actually fit what you want it to be more. And I feel like that's the process that I feel in terms of the core themes of Final Fantasy XIV being the same across all of the expansions. Is that as they've been making the game, as time's been going on, they've become more and more aware of how much it's been shaping out that this ends up being so strong as its core theme for every, like, because obviously, like, every expansion is about its own things. Every expansion has its own themes that it is about. But underlying all of that is Answers. And it's one of those things where I like, the impression that I get is as they piece together the entire game, because especially for an MMO, especially for an MMO where you are constantly like, you're adding in patches consistently over time, you're writing new story elements over time, you're writing all different storylines over time, and then you get full big expansions. It's a very iterative work. It is not something where you're it's not something where you're constantly working on it and then the whole thing comes out as what it is. No, it's literally you make part of it, it comes out, people play it, and you keep making it on top of that. So it's very iterative, and that's what I can feel. What I can feel is that as they've been putting the game together over the many, many years they've had, they've realized how strongly consistent the core Answers theme has actually worked for so much of their stuff, so they actively lean into it more as the expansions go on. And Zelda wasn't written with this plot in mind. Absolutely not. No. It's separated by like 10 fucking years. No fucking way was it. There is no fucking way that they wrote Answers just being like, oh yeah, this is what Endwalker's gonna be. There's no fucking way. There's no way. It's my favorite Loperate. No fucking way. But yeah, I would say that as the expansions go on, they realize how much their story is naturally shaping up for Answers to be a thematic through line for the whole thing. So as they start realizing that, they lean into it more until you get to Shadowbringers, where it is explicitly about Answers. There's obviously other things going on. I'm not trying to say that like Answers was the primary driving force behind every single plot element and plot story beat and everything like that. But Shadowbringers is fucking littered with it. Again, one of the last quotes of the base expansion is literally Graha quoting the song Answers. And every single zone in Shadowbringers has the quote that Graha says in the credits of Shadowbringers ends up being something that is directly relevant to literally every single zone in Shadowbringers and directly relevant to several of the characters in it. So by the time they get to Shadowbringers, they realize how much Answers works as a thematic through line for their entire game, and they're just like, we're going to make it a big part of Shadowbringers. And then the other parts that we're writing about Shadowbringers that weren't necessarily inspired by Answers still end up lining up with it, so when it comes to make Endwalker, they're just like all the fuck in on it. Again, it's why you can bring back this is an epilogue to the fucking Stormblood questline. And yet, despite the fact that they're very clearly making this about Endwalker themes, the dialogue is way more written like it is Endwalker dialogue. It still feels like a very natural progression of what Stormblood was, because so much of Omega's stuff in Stormblood was about trying to find answers, trying to understand Answers more than anything, of why do people exist like this, why do their hearts exist like this, why does this make them stronger and everything like that. And it's because, people have their own answers for fighting, their own reasons for going forward and everything like that, and that is what gives them the push. And it's right as Omega is about to die, that Omega realizes what its answer is and starts kind of piecing together the idea that having this answer is what gives the people strength. What I'm saying is that Final Fantasy XIV good. Blip. You had a fruitful trip, I hope. Absolutely bursting out about your experiences with Omega, but don't wish to be a pest. So my questions for now and maintain my academic decorum. Besides, seems engineering friends are in a hurry to leave. Minor Fist! I wasn't trying to be back in time. They go to the moon. Ah, there you are, right at the last moment. Your journey with Omega was probably educational, I hope. We'd planned to ask you all about that in the mystery transmission besides, but I'm afraid something urgent has come up. Seems one of our Ironworks associates have fouled up a job somewhere elsewhere, and Jesse needs word from me to rush in and lend a hand. There's an airship awaiting us out in the harbour, in fact. Do you think you could escort us over there and talk as we walk? Acceptable. I am fully capable of speech during ambulation. I figured you might be. Right, let's get a move on then. Do we see this talk? Okay, yes. Are we just gonna get a whole cutscene of us walking and actually talking? Are we actually getting that? So, you've cleared up all those points of confusion then? I had mistakenly classified your intangible heart as an ability of some kind. Hey, devs. Do moments like this in MSQ. This is cool. I like this. An uncanny power that Omicrons could neither learn nor even measure. Even now, its full nature yet eludes my comprehension. Based upon our investigations, however, I have decided to alter my definition. Well, and walking well, and talking. I know, people always complain about go to destination talks. People go to destination talks. People do stuff like this. A phenomenon which influences one interpretation of reality. That is as close to an answer as I have found. Accordingly, Sir's actions upon meeting Meteon strongly indicate the presence of a heart. Sir did not follow routine logic, but formulated an independent assessment based upon the reality it perceived. It felt that the best recourse for the Omicrons was to cease their expansion and terminate all functions. This instrument so close in the distance. I think it is. I have my headphones in. Pretty sure it is. We're walking, talking again. Well, here's our ship. Aye, we need to be going. But first, I'll hold you to your bargain, Omega. It's time you told us what was in that transmission from the Flatlooks. Acknowledged. I will uphold the terms of our agreement. Okay, now we actually just get close in the distance. The recording salvaged from the Ragnarok was a simple one. The message is so basic and fat that the time spent listening to it may result in a net loss of value. Shall I continue? Now you're just teasing! Tell us the message already. Acknowledged. Converting dialect coding to local language. Straight up. Fuck it. Distance. To whomever receives this message out there in the vast reaches of the cosmos. To someone, I hope, who looks up at the stars with the same wistful gaze as mine. To you I say, forge ahead. May all our tomorrows be blessed with joy. I think that's an answer to something that you were wondering for now. We're not the only ones left to see beauty in the light. This message has no designated recipient. It lacks purpose. The concept of joy is overly abstract. The vocal supplication to manifest that joy is realistic and its opposite. Yet based upon their expressions, My assessment of the transmission's value conflicts with its apparent impact. And still, I fail to understand you, sir. Heart still confuses me. Was termination of everything the correct course? Did you arrive at this conclusion? It defies all my attempts at reasoning. But I was designed to evolve. If I continue to learn, the probability that I eventually comprehend this phenomenon is greater than 0. So I'll put the dilemma of your decision aside for now. And continue my existence upon this distant star. As I dwell among these many life forms, so will I continue to piece together the complete shape of their mortal hearts. Must document their progress. Hey, have I mentioned that Endwalker fucking rules? Have I mentioned that Endwalker fucking rules? How the fuck do you hide that behind a yellow quest? How the fuck do you hide that behind a yellow? Jesus Christ. Wow. Omega. Your contribution to my education is appreciated, Manifest. Indeed, I have amassed a satisfying quantity of valuable data. Now the negotiated business is complete, however, Alpha and I will return to traveling the world. Drawing on recent experience, I am confident we can expand the radius of our ventures by a significant margin. Oh. We need not limit ourselves to Eorzea. I am now familiar with Sharlayan and Razit Han. I would also like to revisit the freezing climes of Garla. I neglected to instruct Big Simbwedge to upgrade my climate shielding. I'll reroute my request to Deputy President Jesse. Engaging ambulation and imparting salutations. Farewell, Manifest. Alpha gives a vigorous shake and draws off a scrap of paper from under his wing. Oh. Seems he wants you to have it. Perhaps this is his way of thanking you. Yo! Flow together! Yo! That's the battle music against Vanar, specifically. Flow's the normal, like, piano version that you get during the credits. Flow together, specifically the Vanar instance one. Yo, let's go! Swiftly, Alpha! The road is long, we have barely begun our journey! Oh. So there is an orchestrion off of that. Yeah, is it an orchestrion for the instrumental version of Closing the Distance? Might be with, like, Shared Fates in Ultimate Thor. That's one I've not really worked on yet. Holy shit. I can't believe they locked that behind a fucking random yellow quest. A random, like, not even a random yellow quest that has, like, a specific character, like, the researcher didn't have a name. They were just a random person in Sharlayan that just had a random title above their head. Any other yellow quest with a random person with a random name above their head is usually saved for like a fetch quest of like, didn't bring me 5 boar asses. Holy shit, what the fuck? What the fuck? That was incredible. That was fucking amazing. amazing. Holy shit. I gotta say, a lot of really good shit today. A lot of... Okay, it's the perfect note to end the stream on. Incredible note to end the stream on. No, wrong window. No, stop it! Vocal version of close distance, I can't find the marker board. Oh. Isn't vocals for closing the distance like one of the completion rewards for beating Endwalker? By the way, thank you, Decker. Have to carry Omega up the stairs. Fucking amazing. Fucking amazing. Holy shit. Holy shit. Anyways, we are out of here. We managed to do all of 6.1 in a single stream. Admittedly, that stream was 10.5 hours long. But we managed to get all of 6.1 outside like the MSQ. All of the stuff that isn't MSQ. We got it all done in a single stream for 6.1. That will not happen in future in future patches. That'll definitely not happen in future patches. At all. So obviously the next stream will be 6.2's MSQ. Next stream is 6.2's MSQ. But when it comes to 6.2's patch stuff, I don't know what the plan is. It's moments like it's patches like 6.2 that we're doing this test for in terms of doing everything in order. Because right now it's like, oh yeah, just do 6. Like what we did today was 6.1 at the beginning, and then we did 6.15. So it was like we did 6.1 was the Alliance raid and then the Master role quest, like the final role quest of going to Garlemald. And then everything after that was 6.15. So it was like still like we just basically did the two things together. But 6.2, I assume 6.21 doesn't have anything because Deku didn't even write it. Also 6.1 was also like PvP adjustments. There was also that. Probably part of the reason why we were able to get it all done in one thing is because one of the big things that they did was PvP and introduce crystalline conflict. So I guess that was also part of 6.1. But like next time, so we do it at MSQ. That'll be the next stream that we do. The stream after that will start with the second tier of Pandemonium. And then so in 6.2 is the second tier of Pandemonium, Special Yellow Quest 3, Special Yellow Quest 4, which is really curious, because one of those will be Tataru. Don't know what the other one is, because it's not going to be a continuation of that, surely. I was wondering if Omega might, like, after starting, I was like, I wonder if Omega's, like, been in multiple, because I knew there was 2 yellows in the next one. Nope, that's definitely the end of the Omega shit. And we got the fucking New Game Plus added to it. So I don't know what that is. But also, in 6.20, they introduced Island Sanctuary, so there's also that to do. And then in 6.25, there's the second part of Hildebrand, there's the first part of the Relics, there's the second Society quest to unlock, and then there's a thing that Deku was written as a special thing. I don't know what special thing is. It's apparently a brand new thing for Endwalker, so I don't actually know what it is. I don't know what special thing is. It's a brand new thing for Endwalker, so it's just been written like that. I've been told, I asked, that it could be an entire stream. So we're in an awkward position of just like, Pandemonium and then 2 yellow quests probably won't be enough for a stream, but also, do we want to start Pandemonium and Island Sanctuary in the same stream? I don't know about that. But then if we go to 6.25, like if special thing is going to be an entire stream, will we have time to do like a full section of Hildebrand and unlocking another society quest and starting the relic all in the same stream as we do special thing? We don't know. We don't know. So, there is no explicit plan of how we're going to approach 6.2, the entire series. I'm obviously going to start with MSQ, and then the next stream immediately after that will start with Pandemonium. That's obvious, right? But how we go from there, this is where we start testing things. Because all it will have to be is we stream, we do some of it, and see how long the streams go for. And if we have enough time to do more stuff in that same stream, then we just keep going, and if we don't, then we don't. So it might end up being like, I don't know, we might do like some Island Sanctuary and then do all of the like Hildebrand Relic and Society stuff in the same thing as that, even though they were technically 6.20 and 6.25. And then Special Thing is all entirely on its own, and the only thing we do outside of that is like the turn-ins of like custom deliveries and that. We don't know, and this is why we're testing. I mean, once we're caught up, we won't have the option of like combining those things, but we'll just have to. Oh, like, we don't have the option of combining those things unless I just, like, oh, I recorded the raid series and I'm not uploading the video with the raid series for 2 months because I'm putting a 6.25 X5 stuff in that same stream as, like, the Alliance raid or anything like that. But that is literally why we're doing all of this. Getting caught up on the MMO, everything, because all before was just, like, very easy. It was like, do the entire raid series this day, do the entire this thing this day. Like, we had very easy plans, but from this point forward, we don't. But next time is MSQ 6.2. We're going to go in search of Ajdaya, which is I'm very excited for. I have things to show you when we go in search for Ajdaya. I have ideas, so get excited for that. And also just get excited for 6.2 in general, where we will bully Y'shtola more probably. So thank you all so much for watching. Until next time, version 2, signing out.